He jolted awake on a park bench, his mind reeling. And no, he wasn't a beggar. But as his friend checked on him, green-skinned creatures clawed their way from the earth. The oblivious crowd just thought it was some kind of flash mob. They gathered closer, phones out ready for the show. But our protagonist knew this was no act. "Don't go," he warned his friend. "Just wait." A piercing scream suddenly ripped through the air. Someone was down. Then chaos erupted as a person was torn completely in half. The girl was horrified, stammering if the monsters were real, as the world around them became a bloodbath. When the goblins swarmed Sehon Kim and his friend, he showed absolutely no fear. In fact, his gaze was ice cold. He knew exactly what to do. But something unexpected happened. Jisoo, a girl from his college, threw herself in front of him as a shield. It had been so long he'd almost forgotten the coward he used to be 10 years ago. But this life would be different. In a flash, Sehon rushed a goblin, smashed its chin, and snatched the monster's own sword. Then he drove the blade right back into its throat. "You dropped this. Try not to lose it again." You see, Sehon has already lived through this apocalypse, an event that drove 99.99% of humanity to extinction. When Sehon became the last human standing, he saw no reason to keep going. But right before his end, the god's system made an error. It offered a secret reward they never intended. In that moment, Sehon knew this was his one chance to rewrite destiny and get his revenge. He returned 10 years into the past. Now he knows every secret of the system and the cruel, twisted game the gods are playing. With his skills fully synchronized, his second playthrough begins now. When a player clears a quest, they get points based on performance. They can use those points to raise their stats or buy items from a special shop. This means he carried over 700,000 points from his first playthrough. He has access to pay-to-win items that are impossible for new players to get. At that very moment, glowing orbs drift across the campus, their gaze falling on everyone. A voice booms from the sky, welcoming the unwilling participants to the game of the gods. From now on, all humans must complete quests to survive. Failure means elimination. Sehon coolly calculates his next move. If he suddenly boosted his stats or equipped powerful gear, he would draw far too much unwanted attention. He must be cautious while they are being watched. Those orbs are watchers, the eyes of the gods and the Grandmaster. Their appearance can shift depending on their master, but their purpose is always the same. If these watchers get suspicious, the difficulty of his quests will skyrocket. They wouldn't just go easy on him because he's strong. They would make things impossible. To avoid that fate, he must hide his overwhelming power. A goblin lunges toward him. He easily parries its attack. Instead of an instant kill, he puts on a show pretending to struggle so they think he's weak. Meanwhile, Jisoo is already analyzing the system, grasping their new reality. She quickly understands that their world has changed forever. The creatures appearing before them are the undeniable proof. She remains eerily calm for someone whose life just got turned upside down. But then again, Sehon seems far too calm himself. The ease with which he handles the monsters is making her suspicious. But before she can ask, the main quest window appears. Their objective: escape the university campus within 2 days. Hordes of goblins are about to attack. They must either fight their way through or sneak past the swarms to get off campus. Rewards will be based on individual contributions, so the game master encourages everyone to participate. This is just an E-rank quest with a 2-day time limit. For Sehon, it's child's play. Still, there's no time to waste explaining things to Jisoo. They have to move before the main horde arrives. The creatures spot them and the hunt begins. Sehon reacts instantly, grabbing Jisoo's hand and pulling her into a full sprint. As they run, she sees other students get cut down, but she is powerless to help them. At last, they find a safe corner. She immediately asks about the others. Sehon, however, coolly informs her that the real massacre hasn't started yet. A single goblin is no stronger than an average adult man. That means if people group up, they can fight back effectively. Just then, a hobgoblin appears. At the same time, Sehon arrives at the very location he was aiming for all along. This is a safe zone he remembers from his past life. Back then, he found this place by pure luck, a crying, pathetic mess. This area is a sanctuary that monsters cannot enter, allowing those inside a moment of peace. The pursuing goblins swarmed the barrier, their crude blades scraping uselessly against its shimmering surface. Seeing their efforts were futile, the monsters finally retreated. This small sanctuary was one of the only places they could lower their guard. Sehun decided they'd rest here before moving out again. His priority now was getting Jisoo properly equipped so she could handle at least one goblin on her own. Elsewhere, another group of students ran for their lives, hunted by a pack of savage-looking goblins. But in a flash, a figure dropped from above. Each goblin fell with a single perfect strike. In mere seconds, the entire goblin mob lay dead on the ground. Jong Yoon recognized the impossibly strong newcomer as Jisoo. He couldn't process what he was seeing. This insane turn of events began 3 hours ago, back when Jisoo was still in the safe zone with Sehun. She scrolled through her phone, trying to make sense of this crazy new reality. But Sehun was more worried about the unseen eyes watching them. The gods were observing players through a drone purely for their own entertainment. And when they found a player who truly caught their interest, they would choose them as an avatar sponsoring them through the coming trials. A game master, or GM, managed the servers and handed out the quests. The observer watching them now was none other than Arcadis, the private observer, and GM for the Korean server. Sehun's only play was to act as boring as possible, praying Arcadis would lose interest and just leave. And it worked. The observer flew off, leaving them alone. It had only been 30 minutes, a testament to the GM's impatience. That same lack of patience was why Arcadis never became a top-tier GM in the first round. He had zero patience, a weakness that played right into Sehun's hands. With the coast clear, Sehun decided to check the forums. A brilliant flash of light erupted as soon as he accessed it, but Jisoo didn't even flinch. Clearly, this interface was visible only to him. It looked just like a web browser, complete with a floating monitor and keyboard. He quickly saw it was filled with discussion threads and strategy guides. It was an exact replica of the internet forums from Earth, and it even had a dedicated chat room. He jumped into the chat room, identified only as Anonymous User 48. Immediately, a user named Greek Boss demanded he introduce himself. Thankfully, an introduction wasn't required. The other users quickly shut down the old-timer, explaining the importance of anonymity. The so-called gods in the chat were discussing their servers and the players they were observing. The topic shifted to the Korean server, and they confirmed Arcadis was the GM. From the sound of it, they all thought his quests were incredibly lame. One of them even complained about planning to pick a cute girl for his avatar, but some guy dragged her into a safe zone first. They had to be talking about him and Jisoo. This chat room would be an invaluable source of intel later on. He might even make a post of his own down the line. But for now, something else caught his eye: the DLC store. A massive virtual store shelf materialized before him. Some items were locked behind quest completion, but everything available looked like top-tier gear. The item locked by the main quest looked like the ultimate prize, a player transfer ticket. As he scanned the other items, one in particular stood out. It was a multiplayer package designed for those who cleared the first game solo. Now they could tackle the second round with allies. This cube would allow him to form a party with chosen members, granting them unique and powerful buffs. It cost 20,000 points, but for someone sitting on 700,000 points, that was pocket change. Still, if everything was this pricey, he'd have to spend his points carefully. Suddenly, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. Someone was trying to form a party. It looked like the other survivors were finally starting to team up. This meant the goblins wouldn't be such a threat anymore. The survivors banded together, using makeshift weapons to push the monsters back. Their teamwork was sloppy, but fighting side by side, they were slowly learning how to crush these low-level mobs. Jisoo's voice snapped him out of his observation. The fire in her eyes showed she was ready to fight. He agreed. It was time to move. She was adapting to this new world with incredible speed. That made things easier for him, but dumping all his knowledge on her at once would raise too many questions. For now, he had to focus on the first objective: arming Jisoo. He handed her the crude dagger from the goblin he'd killed. She took it, but her eyes filled with worry about how he'd fight without a weapon. "I'll find another one," Sehun reassured her. "Right now, you're the one who needs it most." His calm demeanor and sheer confidence take her by surprise. He'd always been strange, but this was like looking at a man reborn. What's more, the dagger he offers is on its last legs, covered in rust. It won't last her long, but it's just enough to keep her alive. Next, he presents her with a VIP brooch. This legendary item greatly accelerates her injury recovery. It also grants a 20% buff to all her point acquisitions. He can't possibly reveal he bought it from the DLC store. So he crafts a believable lie, claiming it was a rare drop from the goblin he killed. She accepts his story without question. The logic of a game world was now her reality. In truth, he'd spent a staggering 20,000 points on 2 brooches, one for each of them. The items in the DLC store were in a league of their own compared to the regular shop. But of course, they commanded an astronomical price. Even so, their effects were priceless. In this world, if you die in the game, you die for real. There are no second chances. So spending 20,000 points for rapid healing wasn't just a choice, it was a necessity. Plus, with the point acquisition buff, it was an investment that would quickly pay for itself. With their preparations complete, they leave the safe zone and venture forth. This world, much like a video game, revolves around one thing: gear. The better your equipment, the more overwhelming your power. If they wanted to survive, they needed the best tools available. The two move like shadows through the desolate campus. Sehun's orders are clear: stay calm and focus entirely on defense. Elsewhere, the game masters of various regions convene to observe their players. One GM laments that his entire sector was wiped out while praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, another GM's entire population descended into absolute chaos. Armed with guns, they went on a rampage, blasting every monster in sight. But Arcades, the GM of their region, is unimpressed by the rabble. His attention is fixed on a single player, a player with the title of Celestial Slayer. Back on campus, the two students press onward. They move with extreme caution, avoiding the gaze of the monsters now roaming the grounds. Sehun has equipped Jisoo with a host of powerful items. He has a master plan to eliminate the greatest threat to their survival. After a final check to ensure Jisoo remembers the strategy, they move into position. From a rooftop, they watch the tide of monstrous violence below. A silent nod passes between them, and then Jisoo dives into the fray. The plan is simple yet brilliant. Wherever you find a horde of goblins, their leader is never far behind. Jisoo asks how he could possibly know that. He just smirks, reminding her of his past as a hardcore gamer. Anyone who lives and breathes video games understands these core mechanics. Goblins, much like any pack animal, function with a clear hierarchy. When they swarm, there's always an alpha. And that alpha is likely the boss of this entire mission. There would be no escape until that boss is defeated. Sehun's plan is a classic boss raid, designed to clear their path to freedom. Jisoo's role is critical. She must draw the aggro of the entire goblin horde. This will give Sehun the opening he needs. She starts by using the perfume of temptation that Sehun provided. Instantly, it begins drawing all the weaker monsters toward her position. The perfume of temptation is a potent liquid that irresistibly attracts any low-level monster in the vicinity. Once the entire horde is gathered, she'll drink a potion of invisibility. This item grants 5 minutes of perfect concealment after being consumed. This will completely reset the monster's aggro. She'll be out of harm's way, leaving Sehun free to challenge the boss monster alone. She was the bait. But as she prepared, she couldn't help but wonder where he got all these impossible items. Despite her questions, the hunt is on. She successfully lures a massive swarm of goblins right to her. Now she just has to drink the invisibility potion and escape. But before she can act, she spots Jong-yoon and another girl. They're being chased by their own horde of goblins, screaming for their lives. Her mission and her own survival should be her only priority. But she can't bring herself to just abandon them. She remembers Sehun's words that the rewards increase with every survivor. And with that, she leaps from the building. She carves through the goblins with shocking ease, saving Jong-yoon and the girl. As she fought, she felt a strange lightness as if her body was overflowing with power. But Jong-yoon's panicked whining shatters her focus. His incessant complaints grate on her nerves. For a fleeting moment, she wonders if saving him was a mistake. He should be thanking her not acting like a complete coward. She turns to glare at him, when suddenly an alien presence seizes control of her body. The world begins to spin as her lungs burn for air. No matter what she does, her body refuses to obey. Jisoo fights desperately against the strange force overwhelming her senses. She tries to reach for the potion before it's too late, but the sensation is too powerful. The vial slips from her grasp and shatters. Her mind goes blank, consumed by a single chilling thought protects Sehun from the goblins. A swarm of monsters closed in their menacing aura, suffocating the air around her. But an eerie calm washed over her face, a faint smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, a fleeting thought crossed Sehun's mind. Was Jisoo all right? But his concern was instantly eclipsed by a far greater threat. Before him stood the stage's hidden boss, and Sehun could only stare. He remembered this hobgoblin from 10 years ago. It was the very monster that had wiped out half the students on his campus. Words were useless against this beast. With a guttural roar, it immediately lunged its fist, a cannonball of pure destruction. Sehun met the silent assault with cold calculation, instantly allocating his points. First into agility. This boost allowed him to evade the crushing blow with impossible grace, soaring high above the hobgoblin's head. The confused creature scanned the empty ground, searching for its target completely unaware of the predator, lurking directly above it with a sly smirk. Like a meteor, Sehun descended crashing down on the monster's head. Before it could react, his fist slammed into its eye. The hobgoblin shrieked in agony, clutching its face. He vaulted back, landing gracefully out of reach. He remembered its blade, the very sword that had slaughtered so many 10 years ago. But this time, history would not be allowed to repeat itself. Sehun snatched a massive boulder from the ground and poured 10 more points into his strength. He then hurled the rock at the creature, which was still reeling from the blow to its eye. The impact sent its massive sword flying high into the air. In a flash, Sehun leaped up and seized the hilt. Then, in one fluid, breathtaking motion, he unleashed a single perfect slash to vanquish the beast, cleanly severing its head. A familiar chime echoed, and a system notification materialized before him. He had defeated the stage's hidden boss. He also received his reward, the Hobgoblin's Girdle, and 500 points. A hidden boss meant a hidden treasure. The Hobgoblin's Girdle was a priceless artifact that boosted his strength by 10 points. Best of all, it was completely unaffected by the main quest's restrictions. This would be an absolute game changer later on. Now he could focus on other stats. But when the gods learned of the hidden boss's demise, they would undoubtedly come for him. He had to get out of there fast before an observer arrived to investigate the scene. Right now, his priority was finding Jisoo and making sure she was safe. He exited the area, his eyes scanning the horizon. But what he found was nothing. An unnatural emptiness. Neither Jisoo nor the goblins were anywhere to be seen. Jisoo had used a stealth potion, and the goblins should have returned to their spawn point. But the area was completely desolate. That potion was only supposed to last for 5 minutes. A dark thought entered Sehun's mind. Had she failed to survive, or had he defeated the boss too quickly? Suddenly, a thunderous roar from up ahead shattered his troubling thoughts. He saw a horde of goblins stampeding past him, not attacking but fleeing. They were running for their lives from whatever lay ahead. Sehun immediately sprinted against the current of fleeing monsters. The air grew thick with the coppery stench of blood. He raced towards Jisoo's last known location, determined to prevent her from dying because of him again. When he arrived, he froze. There stood Jisoo, surrounded by a mountain of monster corpses. She had single-handedly annihilated them all. He imagined the scene at first. The goblins must have charged her mindlessly, even as she cleaved their heads from their bodies. But after a while, even their primitive brains began to understand that this was not a fight, but a one-sided slaughter. As she cut down goblin after goblin, her eyes began to glow with a dangerous crimson light, as if she were possessed. Just as Sehon reached her, Jisoo collapsed to her knees, and the menacing glow in her eyes vanished as if it had never been there. Goblins were weak, but he found it hard to believe she fought so many all by herself. She explained that she had seen 2 students running for their lives while she was luring the monsters. She had no choice but to help them. The 2 students were now lying unconscious on the ground. They had probably fainted from sheer terror. Luckily, they weren't dead, a fact that brought Sehon a small measure of relief. Jisoo believed the goblins had knocked them out, but it seemed far more likely that her own overwhelming aura caused them to pass out. Sehon couldn't understand what was happening with her. He asked her to open her status window so he could check her abilities directly. Her stats were above average, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, one particular trait immediately seized his attention. Within the status window, a skill glowed in an ominous red font. It was a passive ability called Celestial Slayer. This was an incredibly rare skill that activated on its own once acquired. Sehon had only seen this ability one other time in his first playthrough. A man from another world, known as Jin the Blood Demon, was the one who possessed the Celestial Slayer trait. In Jin's world, there existed profound martial arts skills he used to hunt down unimaginable horrors. When Sehon first met him, Jin was an unforgettable and overwhelming martial master from another dimension. The Celestial Slayer's effect was a powerful passive that radiated pure terror. It was no wonder the goblins had broken and fled in fear. But this power comes with a price. Without perfect control, the Celestial Slayer risks descending into madness. For now, Jisoo seems fine, but he must remain vigilant for any signs of the trait's curse. He had to tell her about this trait. Hiding the truth felt wrong, but he'd only reveal what was necessary. He explains it simply. An ability that amplifies her power based on the bloodshed she witnesses. Curious, she glances at her blood-soaked dagger. The effect is instantaneous. Her eyes flash a chilling crimson hue. The primal thirst for battle surges back, and Sehon quickly snatches the dagger away. It's enough to snap her out of the berserker state. He warns her that relying on this power too much could be fatal. It's a terrifying double-edged sword, but to have such a trait this early is a massive advantage. Despite the fierce battle, she's completely unharmed. He realizes the Celestial Slayer's passive healing is stacking with the brooch's effect. Her regenerative power is off the charts. Jisoo is an absolute anomaly. Seeing her incredible potential, he decides to make an offer. He asks her to form a contract, causing her to misunderstand and blush. He clarifies immediately, explaining he meant a party. She recognizes the term from her gaming days. Her face lights up, happy to join forces. With his first ally secured, he opens the DLC shop and purchases the multiplayer package. He sends the party invitation. As the system finalizes their bond, a new feature appears. The ability to share traits. If he plays his cards right, he could surpass even his past self. He pulls up the ability screen only to find his own skill sharing slots are empty. It seems he needs a trait to offer up first. This wasn't a simple transfer, it was an exchange. The ideal scenario would be for him to gift her a skill, one that would benefit them both. He recalled a perfect ability from his first life, but for now, skill sharing would have to wait. Acquiring the Celestial Slayer trait now would be problematic. Just then, the observers finally show up. No doubt the gods sent them after sensing the hobgoblin's defeat. Thankfully, there were no witnesses to his victory. That would have made things messy. Now it's time to finish the quest. Jong-yoon finally stirs and immediately starts whining, blaming Jisoo for everything. She'd take his complaints over his creepy leering any day. Sehon cuts straight to the chase. He demands to know why they're out here amidst this chaos. Jong-yoon scoffs, trying to mock Sehon's question, but a blade pressed against his throat silences him. It is Jisoo. The ice in her eyes sends a clear message. One more wrong move and she won't hesitate. With cold steel at his neck, Jong-yoon's arrogance vanishes. Suddenly, he's much more cooperative. This ruthlessness must be the real Jisoo. Jong-yoon spills everything, explaining he was on a scouting mission. Their orders were simple. If one was attacked, the other was to retreat and report back. Such a calculated plan means someone with a sharp mind is calling the shots. Jong-yoon is not the type to volunteer for this. He tries to object, but the knife's sharp reminder convinces him otherwise. He confesses he was chosen by lottery. So someone is rallying the survivors against the goblins. Someone capable of leading a terrified mob. This individual must have incredible tactical sense and the charisma to command. In his previous life, everyone here was wiped out. The smartest move now isn't to fight, but to escape. He orders Jong-yoon to take them to this leader. The coward tries to refuse, but another blade appears at his neck. Only this time, it's not Jisoo holding it. It's a goblin charging straight for him. Sehon intercepts the creature with ease. A swift, fatal blow leaves Jong-yoon completely stunned. Goblins always go for the weakest link. The fact that it targeted him should tell Jong-yoon everything he needs to know. With that reality sinking in, Sehun poses the question again. Lead them to the leader or face the horde alone? As a terrified Jong-yoon leads the way, Sehun takes in the campus now, a graveyard of chaos. He remembers his past life, desperately running for survival, saved only by a randomly discovered safe zone. After a while, Sehun demands to know their destination. Jong-yoon reveals they're headed to the gym. Inside, a large group of students and teachers have survived. Many are wounded from the first wave of attacks. Their leader had gathered them here, a beacon of hope in the middle of this nightmare. The person pulling the strings needed to be composed, trustworthy, and hold a rock-solid reputation. Only one person on campus fit that description perfectly. Sehun's mind raced, and the answer became clear. The student council president must have sent Jong-yoon to scout. President Jong-yoon. He was brilliant, handsome, a true natural-born leader. The gods would undoubtedly be drawn to a figure like him. The sheer number of observers already proved it. They'd see him as a once-in-a-generation avatar. He likely met his end against a hobgoblin in the original timeline. His presence here meant he was still clueless that staying in the school was a death sentence. This proved it. He hadn't been chosen by a god just yet. But judging by the swarm of divine eyes on him, the offers must be flooding in. For now, he seemed wary, unsure of which divine hand to trust. Just then, Jong-yoon spotted the other Jong-yoon's group and headed straight for them. He instantly recognized Jisoo and tried to call out to her, but Sehun grabbed his arm. They had to get off school grounds now. Unlike Jisoo, Jong-yoon didn't know Sehun from a stranger and wasn't ready to blindly trust his urgent warning. Sehun explained quickly, "The hobgoblin chieftain is dead. You all should have gotten the system message." With their leader suddenly gone, the remaining goblins were in a state of chaos. This was their golden opportunity to get out. The mission wasn't to survive here, it was to escape. That was just the bare-bones summary. With so many divine observers watching, he couldn't risk revealing anything more. To prove his point, he gestured to their mission screens. The timer showed just 37 hours remaining. If we don't leave before that clock hits 0, he warned, something far worse will happen. From their conversation, he realized Jong-yoon's knowledge of this world was still at a beginner's level. So it was true. The president wasn't a chosen one yet. If Sehun could just convince him to lead an evacuation, it would be a massive strategic win. With the hobgoblin gone, the death count had plummeted. That meant the gods were quickly losing interest. Unpredictable things start to happen when the gods get bored. Once the game becomes too easy, they stop paying attention. In this insane scenario, their divine reactions were the biggest variable. And now that the main event was over, their amusement was fading fast. For the moment, Jong-yoon agreed they had to act since they were completely cut off. They might find clues online, but so far, every attempt to call for help or contact the outside world had failed. Given his decisive nature, it was strange to think that someone as capable as Jong-yoon died so early in the first run. Back then, no plan to escape or even fight back was ever formed in the gym. This timeline was already completely different. In his past life, the hobgoblins had simply slaughtered them when they tried to defend the gym. That was it. All this time, he thought the president was just hesitant and afraid, but that clearly wasn't the case at all. As Sehun was calculating his next move, another voice cut through the tension. The voice declared that the smartest option was to stay put and wait for rescue. Sehun knew that voice all too well. Dong-hun Park. A name seared into his memory. In his past life, Dong-hun had betrayed him again and again. Dong-hun was already working his poison, trying to convince Jong-yoon that fleeing was a reckless mistake. But the president was no longer so easily swayed. They had no good reason to just sit and wait. Unfazed Dong-hun played his trump card. You'd be risking everyone's lives. That single line made the leader pause, his resolve wavering, as he began to second-guess himself. With Dong-hun here, the mysteries of the first timeline snapped into focus. Dong-hun already knew the rules of this twisted game. The traitor turned to Sehun, introducing himself with a slick smile as the student council's vice president. Dong-hun's points sounded logical. He argued that with half the students injured trying to escape into the open was suicide. He patronizingly assumed Sehun had gotten cocky after a few lucky monster kills. Therefore, he insisted the only logical choice was to barricade themselves and wait for the police. To any normal person, his argument would sound perfectly reasonable. If it came from anyone else, Sehun might have even agreed. But Sehun knew the real Dong-hun, a man who would never put others' well-being before his own selfish gains. In the first timeline, Dong-hun was a full-blown sociopath. He loved to infiltrate groups just to watch them crumble from the inside. The death of others meant nothing to him. All that mattered was his own survival and amusement. A monster like that would never care about the greater good. This time, Sehun swore he would not let that viper succeed. Meanwhile, Ju-soo, who had been silent, bristled with indignation. Dong-hun's dismissive talk about lucky kills had clearly struck a nerve. Dong-hun scoffed, refusing to believe they'd actually killed any monsters. Ju simply offered to take him outside to show him firsthand the brutal reality she had carved. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Jisoo flashed her phone displaying undeniable proof of their battle. She argued that cowering in fear while waiting for help was a fool's errand. The military and police were gone. Rescue wasn't coming anytime soon. Still, Dong-hun tried to push back, claiming the others would never agree to such a reckless plan to just abandon their sanctuary. Sehun cut in with a cold dose of logic. They could just leave the dissenters behind. They didn't need to save everyone right from the start. If some chose to bury their heads in the sand and stay, that was their fate to choose. But if Dong-hun truly knew the truth of their situation, staying would be suicide. A darker thought emerged. Perhaps his goal was to get everyone in the auditorium wiped out. This would grant him a massive reward from a high kill count, the exact opposite of Sehun's strategy to earn rewards by saving everyone. But if he stayed behind while the others escaped, he'd be the sole survivor, drawing far too much suspicion on himself. That kind of suspicion was a greater risk than any reward from a few extra kills. Young-yoon, having heard every argument, made his decision. He sided with Sehun's plan to break out of the campus. With no other choice, Dong-hun reluctantly agreed, his act of defiance crumbling. It was clear he understood the rules of this twisted game perfectly. The chilling realization dawned on them. Dong-hun Park had likely already been chosen as a god's avatar. With the decision made, Hyung-yoon began rallying the students for the Great Escape. The scout team and Sehun confirmed the situation. Countless monsters were still roaming outside. But with their leader gone, they were just a disorganized mob. Predictably, a few loud voices rose in protest. One professor even threatened Young-yoon with a failing grade for his recklessness, completely oblivious that grades and semesters were meaningless in this new world. It was a miracle someone so dense had ever become a professor. Finally armed with makeshift weapons, the group steeled themselves. They were ready to break through the campus blockade. Jisoo quietly asked Sehun if this was truly their only way. He nodded, certain they'd be fine, unless something unusual happened. She didn't quite catch the hidden meaning in his words. The leaderless goblins weren't the real problem. The true threat was Dong-hun, the god's avatar walking among them. If there weren't so many eyes on them, Sehun would have ended that threat right then and there. With heavy hearts, they began their march through the campus. Just as predicted, goblins began to swarm around their path. Hyung-yoon ordered everyone to stay in a tight formation. The goblins wouldn't dare attack as long as they didn't break rank and get isolated. His leadership held the group together as they pressed on towards the main entrance. But just as a sliver of hope appeared, their ordeal was far from over. A system message flared to life before their very eyes. The quest's difficulty had just been upgraded from E- rank to D rank, and now sentinels would be appearing on the stage. The ground began to tremble violently, as if the world itself was breaking apart. Then a colossal minotaur erupted from the ground, blocking their path to freedom. It stood motionless, but its overwhelming presence alone shattered the fragile hope of the students, replacing it with pure primal terror. The game master had spawned a special monster, one that players shouldn't have to face until the 15th quest, and it had been dropped right in the middle of a crowd of absolute beginners. Hidden bosses like the Hobgoblin were one thing, but this was a monster that normal players could never defeat, even if they banded together. Sentinels were a no-win scenario, an event boss typically found in single-player games. The fact that one was unleashed here meant one thing: the system wanted more bodies. But since this was only the first quest, the Sentinel's power had to be nerfed. It was a C-class monster, but even so, its stats were capped within the F-rank limits. The other students, however, were not so analytical. Panic erupted as they stared at the impossible beast. Dongguan prepared to scream for everyone to run, but in a flash, Jisoo clamped her hand over his mouth, silencing the fatal command. If they scattered, the monster would instantly begin its hunt. Unfortunately for the group, Dongguan wasn't the only one with that idea. Another student broke ranks first, screaming for the others to follow him as he sprinted away. A few students followed in a blind panic, but many others found their bodies frozen in place. It seemed the monster's roar unleashed a powerful fear effect. In a twisted way, this was a blessing, preventing a full-scale suicidal rout. But for the few who did manage to run, their fate was sealed. In the blink of an eye, the Minotaur was upon them, swatting them aside like flies. Even the professor who had been obsessed with grades was caught. The monster's massive fist descended, tearing him apart in a single brutal motion. The Minotaur was a giant standing over 5 meters tall. It didn't need a weapon to rip a human being to shreds. There was no outrunning a creature like this. It was clear that fleeing was not the answer. As Hyung-yoon struggled to form a new plan, Sehun stepped forward. Someone had to be a distraction so the others could escape. He volunteered to become the bait. Hyung-yoon immediately protested, telling him there was no need to take such an insane risk. But with no one else volunteering, they can't just wait for the beast to slaughter them all. Incredibly, Sehun shows not a trace of fear. He's analyzing the crisis perfectly, making one logical choice after another. Sehun's ice-cold reasoning is on another level from Hong-yoon's. Meanwhile, Jisoo clamps a hand over Donggun's mouth. She watches as Sehun calmly approaches the Minotaur. A wave of worry hits her, until he signals her with a subtle hand gesture, revealing he has a plan. Her trust in him solidifies. She finally lets go of the useless vice president, who had been struggling pathetically. Donggun stumbles back, taking a moment to catch his breath and rub his bruised face. He craved all the rewards for himself, but the situation has turned against him. He was warned about the Minotaur. Now he has no choice but to retreat. There will be other quests, other opportunities. As for Sehun, he prepares to enter the fray. He even snatches a red cloth, intending to use it as a lure for the raging beast. Hyung-yoon has no idea how much time Sehun can buy them, but at this moment, they have no other cards to play. Hyung-yoon takes a moment to bow deeply to Sehun, thanking him for his sacrifice. This display of gratitude catches our main character completely off guard. He shakes it off and readies himself, waving the cloth to capture the Minotaur's full attention. Once the beast's eyes are locked onto him, he roars for the others to sprint for the main entrance. Hong Yun echoes his orders, his voice booming. The group obeys instantly, making it to the exit without a single casualty. He even unlocks a new skill, commanding shout, allowing him to issue orders. Meanwhile, Sehon masterfully kites the Minotaur, dodging its colossal attacks. He tricks the creature into smashing itself against walls and the ground. Soon, every last person escapes the campus area. They've cleared the quest just under the time limit. They all stop to make sure everyone is okay. A few are scuffed up, but they are all alive and in one piece. With the others secure, Hong Yun turns to help Sehon. However, a shimmering barrier now blocks his path back. Unable to re-enter, he screams for Sehon to escape while he still can. Sehon hears their desperate calls and turns to respond. But the Minotaur seizes that split second of distraction. It lands a brutal blow, launching him into a wall with sickening force. The beast instantly follows up, crashing into Sehon with its immense weight. The others can only watch in absolute horror. In their eyes, our main character is surely dead. As they stare, the barrier begins to seal itself completely, cutting off their view of the bloody aftermath. Hyung Yoon offers a solemn apology to Jisoo, who witnessed the entire tragedy. But she just watches the sealed barrier, her face an unreadable mask. Despite what they believe, Sehon is far from dead. Buried beneath the rubble, he waits patiently for them to leave. In his past life, he was not a good man. To be blunt, he was the definition of selfish. That's why Hong Yoon's heartfelt thanks felt so alien to him. He had been weak and countless other players possessed far more talent. Back then, survival was his only goal. To achieve it, he had to be cold-blooded and utterly self-centered. But now he has returned to the very beginning with a new purpose. He's determined to walk a different path. Maybe this time, he can try being a hero. Once he's certain every observer is gone, he provokes the Minotaur to strike once more. The Minotaur seems genuinely shocked that the human survived its death blow. But just before that devastating punch sent him flying, Sehon had poured all his points into health, maxing it out for his current level. By taking that hit head-on, Sehon has just confirmed his first hypothesis. The Minotaur's stats are capped at the F rank level 100 limit. These sentinels were designed to be impossible for a normal player to defeat. In his past life, he avoided them at all costs. And when a fight was unavoidable, he put his own survival above all else, using any means necessary. He didn't care who else died, so long as he could draw another breath. But this time is different. He braces himself as the Minotaur charges, moving with unbelievable speed. The ground tears apart under its hooves as it closes the distance. In the instant before impact, Sehon dumps more points into his strength, maxing it out as well. However, thanks to an item he acquired earlier, he can shatter that very limit. He grabs the raging bull by its horns. Then he equips the hobgoblin's girdle. This legendary item boosts his strength by 10 points beyond the main quest's cap. By surpassing the system's own limit, he is now officially stronger than the Minotaur. The difference in power is immediately obvious. With a sharp crack, he snaps off one of the beast's massive horns. The Minotaur reels back in agony and shock. Our main character presses his advantage. He leaps into the air and delivers a vicious kick directly to the Minotaur's face. The monstrous creature is sent flying backward. In his previous life, he was just a self-serving solo player. A normal guy with no special talents. What he's doing now would have been a madman's dream. But this time, he's choosing to be a hero. With the Minotaur finally defeated, he has officially cleared the main quest. He reached the platinum tier. But the feeling was underwhelming. After all, he'd saved everyone, even using himself as the ultimate bait. He had personally slain the hidden boss and the sentinel. Platinum was the absolute peak for any player. Yet he felt this wasn't the true measure of his deeds. But the rank was set in stone. All he could do now was wait for his rewards. He prayed for a new weapon, or at least a game-changing skill. Anything was better than simple consumables or experience points. As the barrier dissolved, he prepared to leave. But a surprising sight stopped him in his tracks. Jisoo was waiting for him on the other side. He assumed she'd have left with the others, but she had waited. Was she worried about him? The truth was, she always knew he was alive. While everyone else presumed him dead, their party connection gave her a unique advantage. She could view his status. Her party window showed his health was perfectly fine, even after the Minotaur's final strike. She instantly realized he was just putting on an act. He seemed to enjoy operating from the shadows, and she had no intention of spoiling his performance. She asked him what rank he'd achieved, platinum. She had secured gold, the second highest tier available. Below that were silver and bronze. Gold was already an incredible feat, but platinum was on another level entirely. With all contestants finished, the system distributed the rewards. He earned the achievement Self-Sacrifice. He was also granted bonus points for being the first to defeat a sentinel, and for slaying a hidden boss. This yielded a piece of adaptive orichalcum. And even better, 2 new upgradable abilities. The first was called Final Hour. The second was Regeneration. These skills were undoubtedly a bonus for his legendary monster hunt. They were also a world-first reward for taking down a sentinel. Skills that could be upgraded held infinite potential for the future. They would grow stronger alongside him. Still, it was a slight pity he didn't get an S-tier ability like Jisoo's Celestial Slayer. But he had no time to dwell on it. A system message for the second quest was already flashing before him. The quest demanded they travel to the Loom World Tower and defeat its master. It was a C-rank difficulty quest with a 2-hour time limit. He knew this quest well. It was identical to the one in his past life, making the outcome far more predictable. At this stage of the game, all players would likely receive the same quest for a while. That included Jisoo and Dongwon's group. As expected, the other players made a break for the Loom World Tower. But Jisoo held back. She had decided to wait for him. She also confessed a deep unease around Dongwon, who gave off a sinister vibe. It seems her instincts already knew he was hiding something. Her intuition was razor sharp, a perfect match for her terrifyingly powerful ability, the Celestial Slayer. In his previous life, that power could have made her a living legend. Had she not met an early end, she could have been a great hero or even a dreaded villain. Either way, she should have been on everyone's radar. Yet, strangely, not a single watcher was observing her. He asked her directly if she had become a chosen avatar, but her answer was a firm no. This was incredibly odd. The gods would have surely spelled out the massive advantages of becoming their vessel in their requests. Jisoo simply stated she had no interest in serving someone she couldn't even see. The idea was too unnerving. She was unbelievably composed. It was impossible to tell if the Celestial Slayer's power was affecting her, as she showed no signs of its legendary madness. Even the infamous blood demon from his past struggled to tame the insanity that came with wielding the Celestial Slayer. And despite her rejections, she had received 12 avatar requests. This proved her immense worth, yet she'd turned down every last one. But now she was in his party. Their fates were intertwined. It was his duty to train her to ensure she never became a pawn for the gods. The first thing she would learn was a secret martial art, a style so exclusive that only users of the Celestial Slayer could ever master it. The name of this technique was the Crimson Ashura. In his past life, Sehon could never learn it as he was not a Celestial Slayer. He only knew of these forbidden fighting styles thanks to his fateful encounter with the Blood Demon. Martial arts can't be upgraded, which makes them exceedingly rare and difficult to master. For that reason, he never bothered with them in his previous life. But Jisoo's talent was beyond anything he could have imagined. Under his guidance, she mastered the legendary art with terrifying speed. While this was a massive asset for their future, it also highlighted just how unpredictable his own learning curve was. Just a few hours prior, they were moving through the shattered streets of the city. Sehon was ready to test the new skills he'd acquired. The first skill was Final Hour. It was an active ability that massively boosted his attack power and survivability. As an upgradable skill, its potential for growth was enormous. The other was Regeneration, a passive skill that worked constantly in the background. That ability stacked with his VIP and Celestial Slayer effects meant that most injuries would now heal almost instantly. With their brooches activated, Jisoo and he became a whirlwind of destruction. They cleared the entire area, amassing an incredible number of points. Then Sehon led her to a secluded spot. It was time to share his secrets. Finding a deserted cafe, they initiated an ability trade through their status windows. Sehon offered his regeneration skill, and Jisoo countered with the legendary Celestial Slayer. While Final Hour would have been powerful, Regeneration offered her something far more crucial for the trials ahead. But there was a catch. Because this was only an exchange, the skill's power dropped to just 30%. This potency could sink as low as 80%, depending on their level of trust. On the bright side, the dangerous side effects wouldn't transfer. This meant Sehon wouldn't get the Celestial Slayer's full power, but he would also be spared its mind-shattering madness. Jisoo, however, was clearly disappointed with a basic regeneration skill. She craved something with more offensive might. But Sehon disagreed, arguing that regeneration was the ultimate offensive tool. He explained that true endurance allows you to focus purely on the attack without fear. Dodging becomes secondary when you can instantly heal any wound. Every second she once spent avoiding blows could now be used for a relentless assault. His words sparked a revelation in her mind. Jisoo began to see the immense value hidden within the skill. Now they had to choose their next move. With plenty of time before the second quest, he planned to hunt for new abilities and train her. Jisoo was thankful but also wary of Sehon's sudden generosity. The man she knew was utterly selfish, always putting himself first. But despite her mistrust, she knew that gaining more power was essential. He began teaching her the Crimson Asura, and she mastered the technique with astonishing speed. While she practiced, Sehon logged into the gods' discussion boards. It was far more active than he remembered. The moment he entered, a single name leaped out at him. It was a god known as An Honest Life, a name Sehon recognized all too well from his previous life. This was Dongwon Park's sponsor, a perfect match since both were a thorn in our main character's side. Sehon noted that Hung Yoon was now watching Dongwon like a hawk. Because of that constant surveillance, Dongwon's easy ride for rewards was officially over. Besides that, the rest of the board was just filled with useless chatter. One user, Young Jester, was complaining that their avatar was a total failure, squandering his gifts by trying to rob a bank, playing the part of an innocent newbie. Sehon tricked Young Jester into sharing her observer view. She invited him to her private space and he teleported instantly. His own identity, however, remained concealed behind a private profile. He appeared in a strange room and met young Jester. She motioned for him to come and watch the screen. On the monitor, a young police officer was kneeling, trying to talk down a young girl hiding in a treacherous spot. He tried a gentle approach, but she only screamed and scrambled to escape. This was the exact scene Sehun needed to see. One of the people on that screen held the key to conquering Loam Tower and defeating the monster that dwelled within. Sehun returned to the real world to rendezvous with Jisoo. The two immediately headed toward the location he saw in the Observer. The place was in the complete opposite direction of Loam Tower. Luckily, it was an area without any prying Observer eyes. That also meant there were fewer survivors there. As they moved, Jisoo noted the streets were far more ravaged than she'd imagined. She assumed it was the work of monsters, but the truth was that humanity was the main culprit. Sehun had seen this exact despair in his first life. Monsters rarely had a reason to destroy human structures. With no laws or authorities, people gave in to their darkest desires, looting and rampaging through the city. Yet even with the chaos from the gods' game, civilization hadn't entirely crumbled. News channels were somehow still broadcasting reporting on the strange events happening all over the world. Even so, Sehun knew the gods and their system wouldn't allow the old world's order to stand for long. As they were talking, a goblin tried to sneak up on Jisoo from behind. Her reflexes were lightning fast, and she blocked it just in time, but her blunt blade splattered foul blood all over her. Disgusted, she declared her need for a better weapon. Killing the goblin in one hit wasn't enough. She wanted something superior. The Celestial Slayer trait only boosted Sehun by 30%. For Jisoo, however, it granted a full 100% increase. This proved her potential was absolutely monstrous, especially since they had only cleared the first stage. Since she was set on a new weapon, Sehun agreed to help her acquire one. After they find the person he's looking for, of course. They finally reached his destination, a bank. They weren't there for the cash, which was now useless paper. There was absolutely nothing left to buy in this world. Instead, someone vital to the second stage was inside. Within the bank, total anarchy reigned, as desperate crowds tried to raid the vaults. Through young Jester's observer, Sehun watched as the officer became a shield for the innocent people. He charged the robbers head-on, giving the civilians a chance to escape to safety. Then he launched himself at an unsuspecting thief. The robber drew a knife, attempting a desperate counterattack. But the officer disarmed him with contemptuous ease, knocking the blade away. A single powerful knee strike sent the man flying. As another attacker crept up from behind, a direct punch to the gut launched him backward, ending the fight instantly. All the robbers were utterly defeated. The officer had handled them all, even the ones who were players, as if they were nothing. Outside, Cahoon and Jisoo watched the entire scene unfold. Cahoon was certain. This officer was the one they were looking for. Such power could only come from a special item. Or far more likely, this officer was no ordinary man. He was another chosen avatar. Suddenly, the man's gaze locked onto Sehun and Jisoo, who were observing from a distance. He beckoned them to come closer. He warned them to get away from the bank, claiming it was too dangerous. But Sehun cut straight to the point. "I have no business with the bank," he declared. "My business is with you, Mina Lee." The officer was stunned that Sehun knew her real name. He recoiled in shock, trying to bluff his way out. "My name is Gyeongchil Nam." But Sehun wasn't fooled, and neither was Jisoo. She gently took his arm. She could feel it instantly. His heart was hammering, and a wave of panic washed over him. That was all the proof she needed. He was lying. What Sehun said had clearly shattered his composure, a tiny detail Jisoo's sharp senses would never miss. Senses. The officer dropped the act. "Who are you people?" he demanded. Sehun simply replied, "We're the ones who know who you really are." His agitation grew, his entire demeanor shifting. At this point, the cop could no longer maintain the facade. As they spoke, a new observer approached, watching them intently. Its appearance was strange, unlike any other Cahoon had ever seen. With the secret blown wide open, the officer let the false identity crumble away, revealing a hidden ability. The officer's form shimmered and dissolved. In his place stood not a middle-aged cop, but a teenage girl. She had gone to incredible lengths to stage her act. First, she'd knocked the real officer unconscious. Then she stole his clothes and uniform. It should have been a perfect, flawless plan. But Sehun had just ruined everything. "State your business," she snapped. "I'm busy." But her only real business was a bank heist. Her true ability was metamorphosis, the power to perfectly transform into another person or object. Sehun couldn't reveal how he knew her secret. Fortunately, Jisoo didn't ask. The more pressing question was how he knew she was the mastermind behind the robbery. From the outside, it looked like she was a hero helping people in distress. She even posed as a cop to earn their trust. On the surface, her intentions seemed noble. But the dark truth was, she had brought the robbers here herself. With everyone taking refuge in the bank because of the monsters, she couldn't just rob the place. So she devised a cunning scheme, luring the robbers to do her dirty work. If the robbers kept attacking the bank, people would eventually see it as a death trap and leave. Once the bank was abandoned, she could easily dispose of the robbers and take every last cent for herself. In his past life, Sehun knew Mina and Dongwon as the world's greatest manipulators. He had witnessed their schemes countless times, so he saw through her deception in an instant. With her plan in shambles, Mina resigned herself to the situation. "So are you going to report me?" she asked with a smirk. But in this new world, authority figures like the police were all but gone. Besides, she was confident she could escape any prison. For now, Sehun just wanted her to join their party. They needed her power, at least until they cleared their second mission. Mina was shocked. They were still on their second mission. She had already cleared hers long ago. Her entire attitude toward them shifted in a heartbeat. In her eyes, they were now nothing but weaklings. Her true arrogant personality was finally showing. But Sehun gained nothing from her disrespect. He decided a little scare tactic was in order. With a single sharp flick to her forehead, he sent her flying backward. For the first time, a flicker of genuine fear appeared in her eyes. His current stats were far beyond F rank. At this moment, he was without a doubt the strongest person on the planet. But Mina wasn't one to take a hit lying down. She shot back to her feet, launching a furious strike at Sehun. In a flash, Jisoo was at his side. She blocked the punch effortlessly. Just like Sehun, Jisoo possessed overwhelming strength, easily pinning the younger girl. Mina struggled trying to transform into another shape to escape, but Jisoo simply squeezed her wrist. The pressure shattered Mina's concentration, forcing her transformation to halt. After Jisoo's intervention, Mina's desire to escape vanished. Thoroughly intimidated, she finally agreed to join their team. The three of them left the bank together, heading for their next destination. And all the while, young Jester's mysterious observer followed them from the shadows, witnessing their overwhelming power. Mina's demeanor shifted instantly, her words becoming stiff and formal, prompting Sehun to tell her to just speak comfortably. The real shock came when she learned they weren't even avatars. How could mere players possess such terrifying strength? She'd made a critical mistake assuming an avatar was inherently superior. She forgot that in this world, equipment was everything. High stats meant nothing without the right gear to back them up. True power was forged with legendary items, but in this chaotic new world, finding any was a desperate struggle. But Sehun, he already had the solution. He calmly led the two girls toward a hidden safe zone. Mina's suspicion flared. How could he possibly know this place was secure? The only signs of life were looted supplies, with not a single monster in sight. Monsters had no use for human rations. The logic was simple: this place was an impenetrable sanctuary. Once they were secure, Sehun revealed a secret function of the system, a feature so hidden, not even a god's avatar would know of its existence yet. It was a private system-run shop. Mina's shocked expression said it all. This was something her patron god should have told her. As a god, Jester had to know the value of items. But that particular god was infamous for his sadistic nature, so he would never allow his own avatar an easy path to power. Sensing this, Sehun decided to play it safe with a small lie. He simply claimed he stumbled upon it by pure luck, so there was no reason for her to feel left out. Now that they'd found the shop, it was time to gear up. But the selection was limited to standard-issue weapons and armor with nothing particularly powerful. Worse, there were no healing potions in stock, making the brutal struggle for survival even deadlier. The game masters had clearly designed this world to be unforgiving, pushing every player to their absolute limit. But this was only a temporary hurdle. Eventually, players would learn to craft their own powerful gear. For now, however, even these basic items were a blessing. Sehun quickly picked out a decent set of armor and equipment for himself. Without hesitation, he then bought more armor for Jisoo, handing her a chestplate vital protection for her heart in the battles to come. She had no points of her own, so he invested in her survival and unlocked her potential. Next up was her weapon. The shop offered 4 categories: swords, spears, bows, and blunt instruments. After considering her options, Jisoo chose a mace, a powerful blunt weapon. With her Crimson Asura class, any weapon would become deadly in her hands. Besides, a mace was far more intuitive for a beginner than a sword or spear. Mina watched them gear up from the side, a bitter silence her only response. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps the main character would buy her gear too, but that hope was quickly extinguished. Her earlier pride had cost her dearly. Having insulted him and rejected his offer, she was now left with nothing, unable to buy a single item. Each piece cost 200 points of fortune she didn't have. Once equipped, the trio set out for the location of the second quest. Monsters fell before them as they traveled. Sehun wielded a simple sword, but this sword was different. He'd coated it with orichalcum, a legendary prize from his first quest. This mythical ore was no ordinary metal. It could shift between a liquid and solid state bonding to any weapon. When the coating was removed, it returned to its original form. Infinitely reusable, it could transform any weapon, elevating its power to an entirely new level. Orichalcum, the strongest metal in existence. It amplified the sword's power and durability without adding a single ounce of weight. Pushing onward, they finally reached Lam Tower, the stage for their next trial. The area looked deceptively peaceful. If not for the system's guidance, no one would ever guess a life-or-death quest was about to unfold. Their mission: defeat the second stage boss. A far cry from Mina's brutal ordeal, a bloody battle royale, where only the last one standing survived. By comparison, their own simple escape quest seemed almost tranquil. But even that would have ended in disaster without his guidance. As they approached, they spotted 2 figures standing guard at the tower's entrance. The trio slipped into the shadows of a nearby wall, observing the guards as they patrolled the perimeter. They were on high alert. With no monsters around their targets, could only be other players trying to block anyone else from entering. Such caution only made sense if their quest was a competitive one, just like Mina's battle royale. Now that they were here, it was time for Mina to pull her weight. She was ordered to use her shapeshifting ability to gather intel on their true intentions. Mina tried to protest, but in her position refusal was not an option. Swallowing her pride, Mina slipped away from the group, creeping toward an unwatched section of the wall. She waited for the perfect moment when the guards were distracted. In a flash, she lunged, taking one down before he could make a sound. He had no time to react. With the guard neutralized, she activated her power, flawlessly transforming into his exact likeness. Just as the other guard noticed his partner had vanished, Mina stepped out from the shadows. Hands raised, putting on an act to avoid suspicion. Her movements seem awkward and stiff, yet she breaches the building's perimeter with surprising ease. Deep inside the tower, other challengers are already scaling the floors, racing toward the peak. They've been climbing for ages, pushing ever closer to the boss's chamber. The players finally heave the doors open, only to face a monstrous entity, a beast far beyond their current power level. The creature's eyes snap open the instant they cross the threshold. An attack comes without warning. The players know instantly this is a fight they cannot win. They turn to scatter and flee for their lives, but the monster hunts them down one by one. There is no escape. Player after player falls, disappearing into the beast's gaping maw. The final 5 players barely make it to the exit. But the monster coils its massive body, sealing their only path to freedom. Trapped and hopeless, their escape is cut off. In mere moments, the last survivors are annihilated, ending the boss raid in a swift and brutal defeat. Elsewhere, Mina has shadowed the guard long enough to gather all the intel she needs. The so-called boss level is located on the building's rooftop. The boss itself is a terrifying threat, but the true danger lies in the quest's hidden conditions. Only players from the same starting zone can enter the boss room together. This means 2 separate teams are vying for the same prize, but only one can claim victory. Worse, a penalty awaits any who fail the quest. Neither side is willing to back down. Unfortunately, one team had already claimed the high ground. The latecomers were forced to seize control of the subway below. Jong Yoon Lee is among those guarding the subway entrance. He stares in shock, unable to believe Sehon is still alive. He quickly leads them into the subway to meet the main party. Jong Yoon's sudden humility is no surprise. He saw Sehon's battle against the Sentinel firsthand. Sehon's first priority is getting a direct meeting with the student council president to assess the crisis. They step into the makeshift base. Whispers immediately erupt throughout the crowd. They all recognize him as the one who fought the Minner. The massive crowd draws even more onlookers, all curious about Sehon. Mina herself can hardly fathom it. He took down a sentinel all by himself. At first, she's filled with doubt. But one look at his unwavering expression tells her it's the absolute truth. As they talk, Jong Yoon rushes in greeting Sehon with a heartfelt relieved hug. After a quick reunion, they dive into the situation at Loam Tower. His team is holed up in the subway because they arrived late after the first quest. This confirms Mina's intelligence report. It also means they're in a race against time to kill the boss before the team above them does. But to do that, they'll have to crush the other players who stand in their way. As it stands, they are too weak to challenge the rival team directly. Even that team couldn't defeat the boss. So what hope do they have? But Sehon has an idea, a strategy to drag the top team down from their perch. There is only one boss for this stage. If 2 teams clash over it, the losing side gets penalized. And the price for failure in this quest is death. To confirm his theory, Sehon asks a critical question. Does the other team truly know about the stage boss? He presses further, asking if they were the ones who broadcast its location at the tower's peak. Jong Yoon confirms it. The rival team found the boss first and declared it was on the rooftop. Hearing this, Sehon proposes a bold move: let the other team go ahead. If the enemy is truly at the top of the tower, then let them try their luck against the beast. But Sehon has no intention of leading his own comrades to a certain grave. The truth is, the creature on the rooftop might not be the real boss at all. A monster that overwhelmingly powerful is no mere stage guardian. Jong Hyun had seen a video from the other team. It showed a beast of pure terror. And when they first entered Lomi Tower, a notification declared the start of the boss stage. They scoured every floor but found nothing else. Not one monster, let alone another boss. But in their exhaustive search of the tower, they completely neglected the underground levels. There's a fundamental difference between a regular monster and a true boss. A boss always commands a legion of minions keeping them close. At that moment, a player from the opposing team sprints toward his leader with urgent news. Jong Yoon and his group have come to negotiate, and this time they've brought Sehun's party with them. The plan was decided: Jong Yoon, Sehun, and a few trusted allies would approach the other team for a direct parley. Strangely, Dongguan is among the chosen few, the same man who once openly distrusted Sehun's judgment. Dongguan may have a rotten character, but his cunning is sharp, always ready to switch sides for his own survival. A smirk plays on Sehun's lips. He can definitely use a man like Dongguan to advance his own plans later. But Jong Yoon voices his concern. Was it truly wise to be negotiating with these people? He reminds them they're dealing with hardened criminals, a gang that even includes women and children. Back in Sehun's original timeline, countless guilds roamed Korea, but one rose above all in sheer power and infamy. This was the legendary guild of prison escapees, unleashed on the world the very day it changed forever. They murdered without a second thought and would commit any atrocity for personal gain. The world knew them as the Sins, and their notorious founder was none other than Sehon Kim. And now that same Sehon Kim stares down at Sehun and his companions as they approach to propose a truce. Jong-yoon steps forward to open negotiations, announcing he has a proposition for their guild. He acknowledges their previous conflict where they agreed the two groups could never cooperate. But this time, he isn't asking for an alliance. Instead, he offers to let the criminals proceed to the rooftop and take on the boss with his group's blessing. Joo-hoon scoffs. He never needed their permission. As it stands, Jong-yoon holds zero leverage in this negotiation. Simply letting them pass without a fight would be a total surrender, basically a death sentence. Jong-yoon calmly explains his group has no hope of victory, not against the Sins, and certainly not against the boss. So their best strategy is to let the criminals clear the path. They'll simply wait for a new boss to spawn one they might actually defeat. It's a blatant fabrication, of course. It's almost impressive how the student council president can tell such a bold-faced lie with absolute sincerity. Joo-hoon's eyes narrow in suspicion, just as expected. He gives them a chilling warning if this is a trick. Every last one of them will perish. Yet even under Joo-hoon's suffocating killing intent, Jong-yoon doesn't even flinch. Sehun's eyes can perceive the special energy of an avatar. And he realizes Joo-hoon is the vessel of Hades, one of the most powerful gods. Joo-hoon then turns to his underlings, asking for their take on Jong-yoon's offer. They're all for it, figuring if the students had tried to resist, they would have just killed them all anyway. With no objections, Joo-hoon agrees to the proposition. However, he adds one cruel condition. The Sins demand a hostage as collateral. Jong-yoon tries to volunteer himself, but Dong-won steps forward to take his place. He argues that as their leader, Jong-yoon is too important to be left behind when the team needs him. Joo-hoon, however, is not amused. He demands the entire group remain as his prisoners. His gaze then drifts to the back landing on Jisoo. He points a finger at her, declaring she is the one who will stay. Then, without any provocation, Joo-hoon lunges to grab her. But in a flash, Sehun's blade intercepts his attack. The two are locked in a tense standoff. Joo-hoon can hardly believe it. Someone actually dared to challenge him. He had been wary of Jisoo from the start. He didn't know she was a celestial slayer, but he could sense a terrifying power radiating from her. Jong-yoon demands to know why Joo-hoon attacked his teammate, but the guild leader completely ignores him. Joo-hoon walks straight up to Sehun, the two staring each other down. The other criminals start roaring, trying to intimidate the students. But Sehun doesn't back down an inch. He tells Joo-hoon to take the deal, unless he wants this to end in bloodshed. At that moment, Joo-hoon realizes Sehun is no ordinary player. He raises a hand, silencing his rowdy crew. But Sehun wasn't the source of his unease. A cold shiver was running down his spine, coming from the aura of the woman beside him. Jisoo's intense glare was enough to freeze the infamous guild leader in sheer terror. He could only describe her power as a beautiful carnivorous flower. His men shout for him to fight, but Joo-hoon is completely paralyzed by fear. He can barely even breathe under her gaze. Sehun places a hand on Jisoo's shoulder, stopping her from releasing her paralyzing aura. She finally calms down. Joo-hoon's disrespect towards our main character had sent her into an uncontrollable rage. It was a moment where she couldn't restrain herself. And for a celestial slayer, that was just a tiny fraction of her true power. Still, it was more than enough to petrify the criminal boss. Joo-hoon might be a psychopath, but he was nothing before a transcendent being. As the terrifying pressure vanishes, Joo-hoon can finally move again. Trembling, he accepts their original terms. Only one person will stay behind as collateral, and that person would be Dong-won. As the group turns to leave, Joo-hoon is left seething with humiliation. He swears he will conquer this quest, and then hunt them all down. Back at the subway, the team regroups. Jong-yoon was worried for a moment, but thankfully everyone made it out safely. And since Dong-won chose to stay behind on his own, they have no reason to feel guilty. For now, they must focus on preparing to face the real boss. Sehun leads them back to the safe zone they discovered earlier. There, he introduces the entire party to the hidden item shop he had shown Jisoo and Mina before. Much like Ju and Mina, the group was stunned that such a shop was even real. They quickly began gathering powerful artifacts and weapons from its shelves. As the team geared up, Hyung-yoon turned to Sehun, his voice laced with doubt. Would the other team truly let them go after they slayed the boss? It was impossible. He knew the other team was practically foaming at the mouth, eager to slaughter them just moments before. For now, Sehun told them not to worry. But a shadow of mystery crossed his face as he refused to explain why. Because for that other group, there would be no after once he was done with them. Sehun then stepped away to make a call, but as he finished, Ju approached him silent as a ghost. She possessed an uncanny ability to move, erasing her very presence from the world. Even now, Sehun wasn't used to it. He kept the identity of the caller a secret, instead revealing the new treasures he'd acquired from the item shop. He now held a razor-sharp spear and a set of training bracelets, their weights fully adjustable. These were crucial pieces for a grand design he was orchestrating. He had no intention of revealing his hand just yet. The two of them started to return to the others. Ju then asked him a piercing question. When did he learn to master the spear? He couldn't possibly tell her he learned it in a life he'd already lived. Instead, he brushed it off, saying he practiced a little before this all began. The truth was, in his past life, he was never a master of any weapon. Every blade he wielded, every arrow he loosed, was merely average. But talent wasn't what he needed to survive the apocalypse. He was the one who endured, the one who outlasted everyone else, and witnessed the final moments of humanity. This time, he vowed to become the strongest being on Earth no matter the cost. As they rejoined the group, they met up with Young Yoon again. Young Yoon had used the points from their first clear to acquire some impressive gear. It also seemed he had become an avatar. Knowing Young Yoon's noble character, his sponsoring god was likely not one of darkness. But only time would reveal the truth. For now, Sehon could only watch as destiny unfolded. Fully armed and prepared, the team was ready. It was finally time to face the boss. But before they departed, Sehon announced that he and Jisoo would be moving separately. He handed Hyung Yoon the spear he'd just bought, its shaft gleaming with orichalcum. He gave Hyung Yoon a strange order once they reached the boss chamber plant, the spear directly in the center of the room. The mystical orichalcum would allow the spear to pierce the ground with ease. They just had to make sure the tip was pointing straight to the heavens. Then Sehon explained he would send a signal to their phones at the critical moment. That signal meant one thing: lure the boss directly to the spear. These actions seemed random, disconnected, but each was a vital piece of a much larger, brilliant strategy. The stage was now set. As the group prepared to mobilize, Young Yoon sent a quick message to their group chat. A message that Dongwon miles away saw instantly. Dongwon had been rotting in a makeshift prison for some time. The criminal guild had already thrown themselves at the boss 3 times and failed spectacularly each time. Sehun's predictions were likely spot on. The question that haunted him was how Sehun knew so much, as if he could see the future. Even Dongwon's own god had warned him to be wary of Sehun. The man had to be hiding a devastating secret plan. Dongwon decided he wouldn't just wait for his fate to be decided. He chose to make his own move. He called out to the guard watching over him, claiming he had vital quest information for their leader. He demanded to speak with the boss, directly promising to reveal critical details that could turn the tide of their quest. Sehon Kim was a terrifying variable, but Ju-hoon's power was a known overwhelming force. If Dongwon had to place a bet, he would choose the devil he knew. The guard agreed, but with a chilling warning. If his information proved to be worthless, there would be hell to pay. Elsewhere, Hyung Yoon's party descended deep into the Lomi Tower's underground levels. The only resistance they found were a few scattered mutant rats. They dispatched the creatures with contemptuous ease. The monsters thrived in darkness, making them pathetically weak to any source of light. This weakness allowed the team to carve a path deeper and deeper into the abyss. Sehun, however, moved like a blur of death among the rats. He was eliminating them far faster than anyone else, a testament to the chasm in their power levels. They pressed onward for what felt like hours. They were now halfway through the building's massive basement, an area that plunged 6 floors into the earth. They had just reached the 3rd floor down. Just as they were about to descend further, Sehun's phone buzzed. A message from Mina. She and her team were entering the sewers. At that very moment, back on the surface, a horrifying realization dawned on Ju-hoon. The monster they'd been fighting, it was never a challenge they were meant to overcome. It was a basilisk whose petrifying gaze turned flesh to stone. It had already paralyzed and shattered his men, decimating their numbers. He desperately searched for a weakness, a strategy, anything, but found only despair. The guard from before led Dongwon into Ju-hoon's private command room. Dongwon knew this was his one and only chance. Without hesitation, Dongwon revealed his team's true objective. Their goal was the main monster lurking deep underground. He explained that the monster on the rooftop was never the real boss. It was a clever diversion, a trick of reverse psychology designed to fool them all. A storm of pure fury erupted in Ju-hoon's eyes. He swore he would make them pay for this humiliation. But Dongwon didn't care who won the fight. In the end, he would simply side with the victor. And even if his old team somehow won, he was confident his god could nullify any punishment for his betrayal. As they began to mobilize towards the underground, the guard who brought him in let out a low, mocking laugh at Dongwon's back. The guard scoffs at Donghoon's so-called contribution. Donghoon simply ignores the man's unsettling behavior. He guides them towards their true target, Hyung Yoon's team. They soon arrive at the basement entrance, but the area is unnervingly silent, completely empty. Ju Hyan immediately deploys his men to scour the surroundings. They search with frantic urgency, but find no sign of them. The guard gestures to the dark stairway. They must have gone inside, he suggests, trying to clear the stage and make a run for it. The logic is sound, and Ju Hyun agrees. The entire team descends into the shadowy basement. They're ready to clash with Hyung Yoon and his allies. The air inside is cold and heavy with hostility. Thanks to Sehun's brilliant foresight, Hyung Yoon's party was already equipped with flashlights. This group, however, is plunged into total darkness, but through the gloom, they can make out 2 figures, observing them with unnerving calm. The pair watch as the thugs stumble about. It's Sehun and Jisoo. They knew these criminals would give chase, so they laid a trap right at the entrance. Sehun's voice cuts through the tension aimed at Dong-hun. Your foolish betrayal led you right to me. A simple mind like yours was all too easy to predict. But Dong-hun still wears a smug grin, believing he holds the winning hand. He sneers, You're done for Sehun. You can't possibly fight this many elite hunters. Sehun's expression remains utterly indifferent. He glances at the guard beside the traitor. And what do you think? In a stunning reveal, the guard is none other than Mina. She'd been allied with Sehun from the very beginning. Her true mission was to lure all these rats into one cage. Sehun's master plan was to gather them all here. He intended to wipe them all out in a single decisive battle. Every piece is now on the board. The criminals, the traitor Dong-hun, and even the monster waiting on the roof. With all the players assembled, Sehun prepares to unleash his storm. But his time is desperately short. The basilisk on the rooftop is a ticking time bomb. Sehun wonders how he can possibly handle both threats at once. But Jisoo steps forward. Go, she commands. This level of fodder is beneath you. I can handle them. With Jisoo volunteering to hold the front line alone, Sehun grabs Mina and turns to leave. He'll need her assistance for the final boss fight. Before departing, he gives Jisoo one last command. Keep Dong-hun alive. His fate is mine to decide. A flash of disappointment crosses Jisoo's face. She desperately wanted to crush the traitor with her own hands, but an order from Sehun is absolute. As our main character moves to depart, a gleaming blade whistles through the air. In a flash, while still carrying Mina, he effortlessly dodges the surprise attack. He retaliates, instantly lunging at Ju-hyun. A single earth-shattering punch sends the leader and half his crew flying. With no further obstacles, he turns to leave once more, entrusting the rest of the battle to Jisoo. He senses a subtle shift in her aura, something he can't quite pinpoint. Regardless, he has absolute faith in her ability to dominate the situation. Ju-hyun struggles back to his feet, his face twisted with fury. He roars at his men. What are you waiting for, attacker? In his eyes, she's just one girl against an army. But the first thug who charges forward is about to learn a fatal lesson about appearances. Her weapon becomes a blur of motion, instantly cleaving his body in two. He dies before his own strike even comes close. Jisoo's voice echoes coldly in the darkness. None of you will leave this place without my permission. She settles into her stance, ready for more. Ju-hyun stares into her eyes and sees nothing but chilling contempt. In her gaze, they are no better than insects. Kill her now! He screams, and his men surge forward as one. Yet Jisoo's only thought is of the mess their blood will make on the floor. The first man to reach her swings his blade, but his head explodes into mist before it can connect. The man directly behind him can't even process what just happened. Jisoo is already upon him, a vicious uppercut launching him into the air. At the same time, another enemy stabs at her back from a blind spot. She ignores the piercing blade as if it were a mosquito bite. She turns and delivers a crushing palm strike to his forehead, ending his life instantly. The stab wound heals in a flash, a benefit of her celestial slayer powers. The sight of her own blood only serves to awaken her dormant battle lust, making her even stronger. 3 more attackers try to overwhelm her with a coordinated assault. She glides between their blades with effortless grace. She counters with 3 precise fatal strikes. They fall before they even realize they've been hit. Jisoo's brutal dance continues. She moves like a reaper through a field of wheat, felling enemies with single hits. Against more than 30 opponents, she remains completely untouched. She is effortlessly overwhelming them all. Ju-hyun watches the massacre, his mind refusing to believe what he's seeing. And yet his arrogance blinds him. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's convinced he can still overpower her. At last, Jisoo's piercing gaze falls upon Ju-hyun. The spiked head of her flail shoots towards him like a missile. In a cowardly move, Ju-hyun snatches a nearby subordinate using the man's body as a crude human shield. Now he must prove why he is an avatar of Hades, the god of the underworld. He roars, activating a divine skill known as Death Sentence. For 1 full minute, every single one of his attacks will inflict instant death. An ominous dark energy begins to envelop his weapon. He is absolutely certain of his victory. This is the end. As he prepares his killing blow, Jisoo glances at him for a fleeting moment. With a sickening slice, his head flies from his body. In that final, horrifying instant, she finally noticed him. A swift, merciless kill without a moment's hesitation. Despite all his confidence, he was utterly powerless against her. Meanwhile, Sehun and Mina race towards the tower's summit. Mina is still plagued with worry over leaving Jisoo behind. But Sehun remains confident in Jisoo's abilities. He might seem overwhelmingly powerful, but his true strength is a single devastating skill. A power that requires a massive wind-up time. For now, their focus must be on Sehun's grand strategy, a plan to conquer the basilisk. Mina can't believe it. Our main character wants to fight a beast that has already claimed countless challengers. Even Sehun admits their chances are slim, which is precisely why he brought Mina along. His secret weapon. Her transformation ability may be her only power, but it's the exact key he needs for this impossible fight. After a grueling climb, they finally reach the top floor. It's time to face the final boss. He gives her a single command transform into a specific creature. This transformation is absolutely critical. Only after she has changed can they make their move. He can see her hesitation, so he makes an offer she can't refuse. 2,000 points worth of gear, if she follows his plan to the letter. The promise of legendary loot is all the motivation Mina needs. She morphs into a small, unassuming weasel, completely baffled as to how this could possibly help. With all preparations complete, Sehon shoves open the boss room doors. The final battle is about to begin. The chamber is a gallery of horrors. Statues of petrified adventurers are frozen in their final terrified moments. This is the work of the basilisk's petrifying gaze. Just by entering, they've survived the first deadly trap. Now it's Mina's turn to scout for the boss. But that won't be necessary. The creature is so colossal it's impossible to miss. A monstrous serpent fills the entire room. Its sheer size is as terrifying as its reputation. This is undoubtedly the guardian of this floor. This confirms their fears. It's a monster that was never meant to be beaten. As Sehon steps forward, the great beast stirs from its slumber. It introduces itself as Orga the Guardian. It then offers a chilling ultimatum: leave now, and your lives will be spared. But Sehon has come too far to turn back. Even with the odds stacked against him, this guardian is a named boss. Unlike the Minotaur from the first trial, this creature was designed to be invincible. The greatest threat from a monster like Orga is its infamous petrifying gaze. The moment it opens its eyes, everything it sees turns to stone. But this is where Sehon's plan comes into play. A plan that hinges entirely on his secret weapon, Mina. It's her time to shine. He signals to the girl still in her small weasel form and orders her to engage the boss just as they practiced. When she hesitates, he grabs her by the scruff and hurls her directly at the beast. Orga's massive eyes snap open, fixing on the flying weasel. Seizing the opportunity, Sehon dashes in, aiming to strike while it's distracted. The monster has unleashed its petrifying gaze on Mina. Now it needs crucial seconds to recharge before it can fire again. In that brief window, Sehon targets its vulnerable eyes. He launches his sword with all his might, scoring a direct hit on the monster's head. He ducks behind a pillar for cover. But a normal sword barely scratches the hide of a Sentinel-class monster. Enraged, Orga turns its full attention to Sehon. This gives Mina the opening she needs to charge in and counterattack. The petrifying gaze hits her head-on, but according to ancient legends, the basilisk has one natural enemy, the weasel. As long as Mina holds this form, the gaze is completely useless against her. The fight just got a little easier. But a tiny weasel can't exactly defeat a giant serpent. Still, Mina miraculously endures its thunderous attacks. She scurries up its massive body just before a crushing blow can land. Orga unleashes its gaze again and again, but the weasel remains unharmed, keeping it completely occupied. While the two beasts are locked in combat, Sehon seizes his chance, dashing underneath the creature for another attack. But Orga senses his movement, using its immense body to block his path. That split-second distraction is all Mina needs. She reaches its head and sinks her teeth deep into its eye. The basilisk roars in agony as its vision is stolen. With one eye gone, its petrifying gaze is now sealed. The battle has just tilted in their favor. But even with its ultimate weapon disabled, the fight is far from over. A single scratch from the basilisk's claws could still be fatal. However, the creature's immense size makes its attacks powerful, but predictable. As the monster thrashes wildly, a system message appears before Sehon. The countdown is over. It's time to unleash the final phase of his master plan. He puts some distance between himself and Mina. The two heroes split up, forcing the monster to focus its rage on Sehon. After a few more tense exchanges, the basilisk finally lands a heavy blow, an attack that Sehon can't fully dodge. It towers over him, preparing to deliver the killing strike. But just as it lunges, Sehon snaps his fingers. This is the signal for Mina to rejoin the fray. She transforms into a chicken and lets out the loudest crow imaginable. The piercing sound strikes the basilisk, which recoils, screaming in pure agony. Just like the weasel, the basilisk possessed a bizarre weakness to the cry of a common chicken. Sehon lunged forward, his small dagger a blur. However, his attacks merely scraped against the creature's impenetrable hide, leaving not a single scratch. He couldn't damage it, but the constant impacts were enough to steadily drain its stamina. Yet the situation was turning critical. His plans and knowledge of its weak points couldn't bridge the massive chasm in their power. The monster closed in on our main character, believing the fight was over, that Sehon had no more tricks up his sleeve. But seeing the basilisk move exactly where he wanted, Sehon began his final gambit. He spoke, admitting the difference in their strength was absolute, and that he knew from the start he could never win a direct fight. That is precisely why he needed a flawless strategy to bring down the basilisk. In his past life, fighting unbeatable foes was just another Tuesday. He had overcome impossible odds countless times before. To defeat an enemy stronger in every aspect, he didn't need divine power, incredible stats, or any of the other crutches that made players feel powerful. All he needed was experience and patience. These were the two pillars that allowed him to become the last survivor of the gods' game. Orga, tiring of the useless talk, moved in for the final strike, but it was already too late. Sehon's masterpiece was complete. A smirk graced his lips as a series of explosions thundered through the structure. The building's walls and pillars began to crumble around them, revealing that Sehun had people planting explosives for an entire week. These remote explosives were powerful, but they rarely had any effect on high-level monsters or players. As expected, they wouldn't so much as scratch this colossal beast. But damaging it was never his intention. His relentless assault had a hidden purpose. His true aim was to stealthily attach the heavy bracelets he'd bought from the shop onto the monster's body. Once the last one was secured, Sehun set the weight to its absolute maximum, causing the monster to crash to the floor under an immense sudden burden. Then, with one final kick, Sehun sent the creature plummeting through the shattered floor and into the collapsing structure below. However, even a fall from this height wasn't enough to kill the monster. The moment it recovered, it would climb back up to annihilate Sehun. But waiting on the basement floor in the exact spot Sehun had designated lay the golden spear coated in orichalcum. In this second main mission, no normal weapon could possibly harm a sentinel. However, a spear laced with the strongest metal in existence? That was a completely different scenario. At that very moment, Hung Yoon and his party were fighting the real boss of the quest. They were being overwhelmed. The players could barely land a single blow, and it was clear they couldn't win on their own. Fortunately, he had followed Sehun's instructions perfectly, planting the spear in the ground and luring the boss towards it. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, the explosions roared from above. A moment later, a massive monster they'd never seen before smashed through the ceiling. It was the basilisk, and it plummeted from the highest floor of the skyscraper, crashing through every level on its way down to the basement and landing directly on the boss monster, impaling them both on the spear for an instant kill. Following this, a system message appeared, announcing that they had successfully cleared the second main mission. Hyung Yoon was in shock. The mission was over, and he'd received a silver rank despite doing almost nothing. He couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. The system then displayed another message stating the next main quest would begin after a certain amount of time, once specific conditions were met. This meant they would have a long period of freedom before their next trial. While the group struggled to understand the situation, Sehun joined them in the basement completely unharmed. His proud expression made it obvious he was the architect of this victory. Hung Yoon remained silent. He understood that without Sehun's plan, they would have been annihilated. The sins, however, were another matter. They were certainly powerful enough to have taken down the boss monster themselves. Both the Sins and Sehun existed on a tier of strength far beyond their own. Hyung Yoon felt a surge of frustration at the clear power gap between them all. He vowed in that moment to become stronger. Meanwhile, Sehun casually retrieved his spear. With the quest over, the only question was where to go from here. Sehun stated his intention to simply wander where the path took him. He told Hung Yoon to contact him if anything came up. And with that, the two went their separate ways, as Sehun walked off to begin his next adventure. Sehun knew that Hung Yoon must have realized the harsh truth of his own weakness. He hoped the kid could at least survive until the 7th quest, as a chosen avatar that shouldn't be a problem. But our main character still had no idea which god had claimed him. Sehun and Mina find Jisoo inside a deserted shop where she's calmly polishing her blade. She's even donned fresh armor, a clear sign that her previous battle was nothing short of brutal. True to their pact, Jisoo had spared Dongwon's life, tossing him in a closet to await Sehun's judgment. Our main character strides over to confront the traitor. The moment he's seen, the former vice president lunges, attacking before Sehun can even speak. But Jisoo left a little surprise, a heavyweight bracelet now locked around Dongwon's neck. Sehun activates it with a single thought, and immense gravity instantly crushes Dongwon to the floor. Once it's clear the lesson has been learned, Sehun deactivates the intense pressure. Dongwon can move again, but he's not free. That device isn't coming off, and he now belongs entirely to Sehun. This is the price for his endless betrayals and for trying to sacrifice everyone. His treachery dates back to the very first quest in the gym. He was so blinded by his greed this time, he failed to even notice Mina standing right beside him. Only Sehun's presence prevented a total catastrophe. Without him, their entire school would have been wiped out. This collar serves as the physical punishment for his sins, but the psychological punishment is far more cunning. Sehun presents him with an absolute contract. This is a binding vow that can never be broken. The contract forces the signer to be selfless, kind, and honest. If he violates these terms, the choker will detonate, ending his life instantly. Dongwon tries to argue, but his words die in his throat as Jisoo silently moves behind him, her weapon a chilling promise. Realizing he has no choice, Dongwon signs the contract with a trembling hand. The moment it's done, he scrambles away from Jisoo's intimidating presence. He's free to go anywhere, but Sehun can track his every move through the bracelet. From this moment on, Dongwon must obey Sehun's every command. Single act of defiance, and it's all over. With the traitor dealt with, Sehun approaches Jisoo, who is checking her quest results. She's already reclaimed her gold tier status, and thanks to the party, rewards her points are overflowing. Now that their main objectives are complete, it's time to decide what comes next. Jisoo reveals she has a personal destination she must visit, meaning they'll have to travel separately for now. As party members, the system allows them to track each other's location so they can easily regroup later. With their plan set, the two part ways, allowing Jisoo to handle her personal quest. Now only Mina is left to be rewarded. She was an invaluable ally in their last trial, and Sehun decides to give her a prize worthy of her efforts. Mina's eyes light up with excitement. Sehun reaches into his inventory and pulls out a stealth ring. This ring grants its wearer complete invisibility. It's a rare B-rank treasure. The item is so incredible Mina almost hesitates to accept it. Even Jisoo watches with a flicker of envy. Sehun reassures Jisoo that he'll get her something next time as well. Their shared tasks are now finished. It's time for each of them to begin their own solo journeys. Sehun walks the desolate roads now alone. He can feel more eyes on him than ever before the price of his spectacular performance during the second quest. But he's more worried about Mina, who is still following him. He no longer requires her assistance. Besides, her observer is the most troublesome of them all. Not that it will make much of a difference now. The gods are surely aware of his power. The real question is, why is Mina still here? She recognizes his strength and has decided to stick around hoping to gain from his power. She's refreshingly honest about her desires. It's a world away from Dongwon's slimy deceptions. She even offers to help him. This way she's proving her worth, not just leeching his power. As they continue, their path is blocked by a hostile group. These players are guarding a dungeon entrance. Sehun simply raises his hands in surrender and then turns to leave. Mina is completely baffled as he clearly wanted to clear that dungeon. But he plans to enter on his own terms. Mina is ready to cause some trouble if needed, but Sehun has a much cleverer idea. The main entrance is blocked, so Sehun will create his own way in. At the same time, the gods discuss the game's status in their forums. In honest life, the god who sponsored Dongwon is complaining bitterly. His chosen avatar has been completely enslaved, leaving him powerless to interfere in the game. Young Jester, however, finds it all hilarious and mocks the god for his failure. As they argue, other gods notice powerful dungeons nearby, ripe for the taking. From the shadows, Sehun absorbed their every word. He pieced together their conversation, pinpointing the exact location of the dungeon they were guarding. They moved through the city's silent streets. Cahoon finally stopped sensing the hidden energy beneath a random patch of pavement. He placed his hand on the ground, unleashing a brand new skill. His senses expanded, scanning a 50-meter circle to locate anything of value buried below. This was a platinum-grade reward, his prize for conquering the basilisk. With this power, he instantly found their target, the dungeon's boss room, a full 20 meters underground. To any normal person, this would be an impenetrable fortress. Dungeon walls were sealed with powerful magic. This meant no player could ever break in without clearing the dungeon properly. That is for a regular player. But Sehun was a pay-to-win god. He already possessed the perfect game-breaking tool purchased directly from the DLC store. It was the Dungeon Destroyer's excavation drill, a machine that could tear through a dungeon's defenses. To Mina, he simply called it a quest reward. Then, with a deafening roar, he began drilling straight into the earth aimed directly at the dungeon's heart. After 5 grueling hours, they burst through the final wall. They had arrived at the core where a giant mantis boss and its swarm awaited them. A horde of smaller mantises charged forward to attack. The two heroes braced for battle. Sehun yelled to Mina, "Handle the small fry and watch my 6, I'm taking down the boss." He raised his helium-coated spear, the legendary weapon that had slain the basilisk. With it, he became a blur of silver, carving a path through the insects protecting their leader. Their weak spots were painfully obvious. Killing them was almost too easy. He pushed forward, his eyes locked on the prize. The main boss would be even simpler. Its massive size made it incredibly slow. Sehun calculated the perfect opening and launched a devastating attack. The strike tore the mantis's entire midsection apart, killing it in one hit. The dungeon had been cleared. A world message flashed before their eyes. They were the first players globally to clear a dungeon, earning a massive 1,000-point bonus. They also received the title First Experience Hunter. A strange name, but he didn't have time to worry about it. Instead, he focused on a more important fact. More achievements meant even greater rewards in the future. Next, he examined the rewards from the mantis boss. He'd obtained an F-level magic stone. He also got an E-rank skill called Precise Strike. They weren't the best, but it was better than walking away empty-handed. But these drops were just a taste. The real dungeon treasure was hidden away in the corner. A mountain of loot and gold ready to be sold for a fortune in points. Sehun and Mina packed it all up and vanished. About 4 days went by. The original party that had been exploring the dungeon finally reached the boss room. They were thrilled, believing they were about to become the first players in the world to clear a dungeon. After nearly a week of fighting endless insect swarms, they kicked open the door to claim their prize, only to find a completely barren room. All that was left were decaying monster corpses, a strange hole in the ceiling, and mocking words scrawled on the wall, laughing at how late they were. Sometime later, Sehun logged into the gods' chat forum. He found himself in the middle of a divine argument. The young jester was gloating, while the other god was fuming his party's dungeon having been stolen. They were clearly having a blast. Sehun saw the perfect moment to dangle some more bait. He casually informed the gods that he had discovered another amazing dungeon nearby. This immediately caught their attention. Next, he displayed a map. A marker on it pointed directly to a national university station. He then declared that a C-rank item was hidden in that location. The young jester backed him up since his information had always been reliable. However, the other gods were not so easily convinced. One even demanded that Sehun reveal his true identity. Luckily for Sehun, a forum rule protects anyone who wishes to remain anonymous. Hook, line, and sinker. The gods began gathering their avatars, preparing to raid the university dungeon based on his word. Because of this, every powerful avatar in the area would soon be gathered in one single location. Even the young jester told Mina to go, but Sehun refused. His memories confirmed that while high-ranking items were there, they served no practical purpose. They were nothing more than shiny bait. Instead, Sehun wanted them to focus on the next main quest. This third quest had no time limit, but Sehun was determined to finish it before the fourth main quest appeared. This way, they wouldn't miss out on the incredible rewards. There was a certain ability he had to get his hands on first. He muttered his grand ambition to himself. I need a constellation. He didn't tell Mina yet. Instead, they set out for another nearby dungeon. This time, however, he couldn't just drill his way to the boss room. This dungeon was much deeper than the last one. With no other options, they had to conquer this dungeon the old-fashioned way, through the main entrance. He presents Mina with a scarf, a special item designed to block ranged attacks. With that, they step into the abyss. The first thing Mina notices is the eerie silence. This oppressive quiet felt nothing like a real dungeon. The corridor was shrouded in absolute darkness, making it impossible to see. They pushed forward, but soon realized they were simply walking in circles. For Sehun, however, this was all going according to plan. He knew exactly why they were trapped in this loop, and the reason was about to make its grand entrance. A sudden gust of wind howled through the tunnel, and something shot from the darkness straight for Mina. In a flash, the scarf Sehun gave her blazed with protective light, blocking the attack just in time. This was the Cloth of Protection, an artifact guaranteed to block 5 ranged attacks without fail. But once its power is spent, the cloth shatters. That single hit consumed 1 charge, leaving only 4. They had to be careful. That projectile confirmed it. Sehun knew they were in exactly the right place. A quick scan of the online forums showed other players were facing the same fate. A creature hidden in the dark was picking them off before they could even react. Mina suggested transforming into something tiny. But Sehun knew better. No matter how small she was, the attacks would find their mark. Only one type of creature could evade this foe. Sehun whispered the name of the creature to her, along with a set of secret instructions. On his signal, another arrow flew from the shadows, this time targeting Sehun. The cloth activated, shielding him and leaving 4 charges remaining. He quickly wrapped an object around the intercepted arrow, a legendary item known as the tracking threads. Once these threads are tied to an object and released, they fly directly back to that item's original owner. The arrow zipped back into the darkness, leading them straight to a shadowy archer, concealed in the gloom. This was a Ranger of the Night, a monster that moves with unnatural speed through dark places. Sehun lunged forward before it could vanish again. In response, the creature fired at our main character, shattering another layer of his protection. With only 3 charges remaining, Sehun had to end this fight, and he had to do it now. The Ranger tried to melt back into the darkness, unleashing a volley of arrows as it retreated. 2 more arrows found their mark, leaving him with just 1 fragile layer of defense remaining. The Ranger drew its bow one last time. The final arrow struck, and the Cloth of Protection disintegrated into dust. But it was too late for the monster. Sehun had already closed the distance, and a deadly confrontation was about to begin. The Ranger just grinned, revealing it had one last trick up its sleeve. At point-blank range, Sehun was an exposed target. The Ranger drew its bow, again firing an arrow that couldn't possibly miss. But this battle was already over. Sehun had already won. He dodged the shot with impossible grace, just as a single bat descended from the ceiling, carrying a small glowing sphere. In many dungeons, tiny ambient creatures roam the halls. These mobs are designed to be completely ignored by both players and monsters. Because of this, they are practically invisible, moving through the battlefield completely unnoticed. This was the true core of Sehun's plan. He instructed Mina to transform into one of those bats, hiding amongst the colony on the ceiling. And at the perfect moment, she would swoop down carrying an orb of light. The item detonated in a powerful flash, blinding every being in the area for 10 seconds. With the Ranger's vision stolen, Sehun seized the opportunity, plunging his weapon deep into the monster's chest before it could escape again. The plan was a flawless success. After a difficult battle, the creature lay defeated at their feet. Unlike the Mantis dungeon, it seemed there were no unique prizes waiting for them. This was a raid dungeon, and these kinds of instances rarely offer many rewards, since they contain no mobs besides the final boss. Still, the prizes for defeating the boss were impressive. He acquired a B-ranked Coat of the Night and C-ranked Knight's Gloves. He also gained a new skill called Shadow Rush, the same ability the boss used to disappear into the darkness. On top of that, he received Guaranteed Shot, an ability that lets him hit any target with perfect accuracy. With all these rewards, Sehun's stats were still not maxed out, but he now possessed a massive arsenal of powers. At this moment, he was likely the most powerful player in the world, but it still wasn't enough for his next great mission. Finishing the next main quest would be no problem, but his true goal was complete and total game domination. He also had a special package waiting for him from his first game run, which he could claim after clearing the main mission. Once he uses it to reclaim his former glory, the monster from that third quest won't stand a chance. His next target is the monstrous crow that brought his previous life to ruin. At the same time, another team member faces her own ordeal across the city. Jisoo stands before her old home, her finger hovering over the doorbell. Hordes of creatures stood in her way, but none could even slow her down. After her knocks go unanswered, Jisoo unleashes her immense power, shattering the door. Inside, more creatures swarm her, but they are nothing more than a bothersome pest. She annihilates them in moments, crushing some with her bare hands, as if they were insignificant insects. Deeper inside the house, she finally finds who she was looking for. Her father lies on the floor lifeless in a pool of his own blood long since passed. Grief crashes over Jisoo in a devastating wave, but the shrill ring of a nearby phone cuts through her tears. Her hands trembling, she answers the call, only to hear her mother's voice on the line. Meanwhile, Sehun and Mina arrive at their next mission point, but the scene before them is utterly surreal. It's a theme park called Lom World, where despite the apocalypse raging outside, employees welcome them with eerie smiles, acting as if it's just another business day. It seems the creatures bypassed this area, yet the scarred environment proves that monsters had rampaged here not long ago. An unsettling feeling hangs in the air, a deep wrongness they can't quite explain. Mina confronts an employee directly, but the woman just keeps smiling, telling them to go inside and enjoy the park. The place is obviously a trap, but Cahoon strides forward anyway. Their mission is inside, leaving them no other choice. The air feels unnaturally clean, and the workers are definitely human, but they aren't creatures or players. This whole twisted setup has to be for the crow's cruel amusement. These employees are nothing more than unwilling puppets. Behind their forced friendly smiles, you can see the sheer terror lurking in their eyes. They are only playing their part to stay alive. As the two venture deeper into the park, their next mission finally materializes. Mina's objective seems simple enough, but Sehun's quest is not what he remembers from his past life. In his previous timeline, this was a routine D-rank mission. This time, however, he's been handed a C-rank difficulty. Mina's quest is to collect 5 stamps, the exact same one Sehun had before. His current trial is worlds more challenging than hers. Only 2 entities have the authority to directly alter a quest: the Game Master and the system itself. Had the GM changed his quest, he would have appeared personally. Therefore, this change had to be the system's doing. Sehun understands this is a consequence of his power. After defeating 2 Sentinels, he's become a major variable in the game. Mina notices his grim expression and asks what's wrong, but he masterfully hides his growing concern. He pauses, collecting his thoughts, and forces himself to focus on the silver lining. This is undeniable proof that his actions are truly changing the future just as he intended. The two continue their walk through the eerie park. Sehun then asks Mina if she's ever played a game called Roller Coaster Typhoon. He explains it's a game about managing an amusement park, and she vaguely recalls it. He then tells her to imagine they're trapped inside that game, where everything is under the absolute control of the manager. In that scenario, the manager can do absolutely anything they wish. Things like cutting the roller coaster tracks mid-air, just to watch the cars crash and burn. Sales mean nothing to them. They only crave seeing people suffer. This, he explains, is the exact mindset controlling this park, orchestrated by the crow constellation Keros. Of course, Sehun can't tell Mina this directly, as he isn't supposed to possess this forbidden knowledge yet. However, his warning is crystal clear given the situation. They are forcing civilians to work with absolutely no regard for their lives. At this point in time, none of the players even know that constellations exist, so he can't possibly explain the true hierarchy of power. The world is filled with monsters, from simple mobs to mighty boss monsters. Beyond them stand the Sentinels, beings so powerful they are considered unbeatable forces of nature. However, the constellations exist on a completely different plane of existence compared to all of them. The difference isn't just their power level, but their very nature. Constellations are a fundamentally distinct class of being. The entity controlling this park is one of these beings, a low-level constellation named Keros. But even as a lesser one, it still wields divinity, making it terrifyingly strong. Under normal circumstances, it would be far too early for any constellation to manifest. However, Keros is an exception. Its constellation rank is low enough that it can appear by slightly suppressing its divinity. It exploited this loophole to enter the game far earlier than it should have, all to amuse itself, while no one could possibly pose a threat. And even though it had a low divinity level, the damage it inflicted upon humanity was just as catastrophic as that of a high-level constellation. For now, their only move is to tread carefully, stay vigilant, and clear their quests. The very landscape around them had twisted, no longer resembling the world they once knew. It was all because the new ruler had reshaped it to their cruel whim. As they moved through the warped park, an employee's voice suddenly called out. He begged them to join his ride, his voice trembling with fear. A strange collar was locked around his neck as he pointed them toward a decrepit haunted house. Mina recoiled instantly, wanting no part of it. She started to protest, but her argument with Sehun was cut brutally short. A sharp beeping sound erupted from the employee's collar, flashing a menacing red. In the next instant, the device detonated. A horrifying scream was silenced as the blast ripped his head clean from his shoulders. This horrific scene was directly tied to Sehan's primary mission, rescuing every soul trapped in this twisted amusement park. He had to fix this nightmare and get them all out. The current count stood at 138 players and 725 civilians. As the employee's lifeless body crumbled to the ground, that number ticked down before their very eyes. The other park workers simply looked away, their faces numb. Mina struggled to process the sheer horror of what just happened. It seemed there was a time limit for the vendors, a death sentence, just like the quests for the players. Tears started streaming down Mina's face. She wondered in horror if he died because she hesitated, because she was too scared to enter the haunted house. Sehon moved to comfort her. He reassured her this was the park's diabolical design, not her fault. In his past life, Sehon knew the death toll here was staggering. He had only learned the truth from the handful of survivors who managed to escape this hell. Still, Sehon remembered something was off. The park shouldn't be this empty. But he couldn't afford to get lost in thought. He had to find the person he came for, and to do that he needed to collect those stamps first. He turned to another one of the employees. He requested the man guide them to the rides so they could begin their collection. The employee warned them with dead eyes that no one who enters the haunted house comes out the same, but they had no choice. Failure to complete the quest in time meant a gruesome end. Most players who dared to enter had already perished, their excitement turning to ash. But since he had asked, the staff had no choice but to lead them into the jaws of the beast. To clear the ride, the objective was simple: make it all the way through to the other side. Simple, yet terrifying. They had to be on guard every single step of the way. As they walked in, Mina grabbed onto Sehon's arm, refusing to let go. They were barely inside the entrance, and she was already paralyzed by fear. Soon they arrived at a rickety bridge. Sehon paused, scanning for danger. In that split second, a massive spiked wrecking ball plummeted from the ceiling. It swung towards them with lethal speed, missing by a hair's breadth. They had no time to recover as more wrecking balls rained down from above. They were forced to sprint across the bridge for their lives. But as they ran, a grotesque monster lunged from the shadows. It aimed its fangs straight for Mina. Sehon reacted in a blur. His spear shot out, deflecting the monster's jaws just before they could snap shut. A powerful kick sent the creature flying, giving them a precious moment to breathe. After neutralizing the threat, Sehon turned to check on Mina. She had collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably, utterly unable to move. Without a word, Sehon lifted her onto his back, knowing she couldn't take another step on her own. She cried into his shoulder as he pressed forward. Deeper into the house, they faced a relentless onslaught of traps and monsters. Sehon dispatched them all with cold efficiency, moving like a phantom through the attraction with Mina holding on for dear life. Under normal circumstances, Mina could handle these threats, but fear had completely shattered her will to fight. Sehon continued his grim march through the haunted halls, the weeping girl clinging tightly to his back. It was set up like a typical horror ride. You walk through a dark path, while cheap scares jump out from every corner. The only difference here was that the scares were real, and the monsters were trying to tear them limb from limb. For him, it was simple, but fighting while protecting someone else was a whole new challenge. Still, he decided to see it as valuable training, preparing for a future where he might choose to be a shield for others. In his past life, he would never have risked his neck like this for another person. After a few more brutal skirmishes, they finally burst through the exit, having cleared the entire nightmare in record time. Sehon stood calmly outside, but Mina was a wreck, completely drained and gasping for air. The ordeal had clearly taken its toll. She tried to play it off, but the sweat and tear stains on her face told the real story of her terror. With the first attraction now complete, Sehon seized the opportunity to ask the employee about the device he'd seen. He needed to get his hands on one for analysis. The worker seemed confused by the strange request, but didn't argue, simply handing one of the deadly collars over to Sehon. Sehon reveals the device's hidden function. With the right conditions set, it can be remotely detonated from a distance. To test this theory, he wraps the device in Oricol. He then hurls it far away, ensuring they're clear of the impending blast. He triggers the activation sequence, and just as he predicted, it explodes on command. Shockingly, the device itself appears completely unharmed. This is because the internal explosion lacks the raw power to breach its hardened outer shell. But the moment he peels away the Oracle layer, the truth is laid bare. The real device has been utterly decimated. Through this one experiment, Sehon has found a way to save the other people trapped in this deadly park. Mina had never seen him as a compassionate person. She asks him directly what could have caused this sudden change of heart. Her question triggers a memory from his past life, a vision of a man who fought to protect everyone he met, and who never abandoned a soul in need. Our main character could never become a hero like that in his first life, even after that same man had saved him. This time he vows to be different. But they can't simply liberate the park's staff. Even if they remove the collars, it's still far too dangerous for the employees to wander this place alone. For now, their only choice is to play by the system's rules. The best course of action is to keep clearing attractions and gather more data. Mina is surprisingly eager to continue. After surviving the haunted house, she's certain she can take on anything this park throws at her. Much later, as the sun began to set, they finally cleared the last of the rides. That's when Mina realized just how terribly wrong her confidence had been. This was no ordinary theme park. The attractions weren't rides. They were elaborate death traps, each one deadlier than the last. The two of them had barely escaped with their lives. Roller coasters with no safety restraints. Winged monsters that descended from the skies. Giant beasts waited at the end of the water slide. The gyro drop's brakes failed, sending them plummeting toward a certain death. Compared to the horrors they just faced, the haunted house now seemed like a quaint, harmless little game. They've collected 4 stamps, meaning only 1 remains to complete the main quest. However, it's already too late. The park is now closing, and their chance to earn the final stamp is gone. As darkness blankets the sky, the park shuts down for the night. Then a chilling melody begins to echo through the grounds. It looks like a nighttime event is about to begin. The two of them dive for cover in the nearby bushes. A parade of monsters marches through the streets, their laughter echoing eerily. Sehon quickly covers Mina's eyes, shielding her from a sight no young person should ever witness. The monsters aren't marching alone. They are parading with human captives who are being mercilessly tormented. It's clear the creatures are reveling in their cruelty. Among their prisoners is the lifeless body of another player. This twisted spectacle is purely for their sick enjoyment. Sehon decides they've seen more than enough. They need to find someplace safe now. Monsters are now roaming the park freely. Meanwhile, the employees are trapped inside the various attractions and buildings. Because of this, there are almost no hiding spots left for the players. Just then, Sehon remembers a vital piece of information from his past life. A story from survivors about a huge safari zone in the park. They said the survivors always used it as a safe haven from the first main quest to the third. A sanctuary like that should never exist. The Crow Constellation. Karis must be behind this. He either struck a deal with the game master, or exploited a loophole in the system. Whatever his plan is, Sehon intends to uncover it. They finally arrive at the rumored safe zone. A group of people stands guard at the entrance. Mina asks if they can enter. The guard's eyes immediately lock onto the 4 stamps on her hand. Recognizing their power, they grant them immediate entry. Even the leader of this camp only possesses 3 stamps. This makes Mina and Sehon the highest-ranking players here. A guard respectfully shows them to an empty space where they can rest. He then leaves to inform the leader of their arrival. The guard mentions about 200 survivors have gathered, both players and civilians. Within the large crowd, Sehon's eyes lock onto the ones he was searching for. He spots the one person he absolutely had to make contact with. A man chosen by Hephaestus, one of Olympus's greatest gods. This is Susung, the one and only avatar of the blacksmith god. In his previous life, he was a world-famous player. A master craftsman whose weapons commanded legendary prices at the auction house. Every top-tier player owned gear that he had personally forged. It was no exaggeration to say humanity survived longer because of Susung's items. However, the person Sehon found is not the legendary figure he remembers. The Susung he knew would never lose hope, no matter how dire the situation. But this young man with his head hung low has clearly given up completely. The person sitting beside him must be his older brother, the one who died during the 3rd quest in Sehon's original timeline. Seizing the opportunity, Sehon approaches with Mina. He moves to introduce them and smoothly finds a seat at their side. Seo's brother greets them warmly, clearly relieved by their presence. It seems the other survivors have been keeping a cautious distance. Sehon notices something peculiar. The man's eyes are tightly shut. A chilling realization dawns on him. He must be blind. This detail was never in his memories of the future. It is a brand new variable. Still, Sehon takes the lead, suggesting they all introduce themselves. The man reveals his name is Changgong. One by one, they all exchange polite greetings. As the conversation flows, Sehon observes Mina's strange behavior. She is completely polite now. It seems her sharp tongue is reserved only for him and Ju. With introductions out of the way, Sehon hopes for a peaceful alliance. But a nagging suspicion lingers in his mind. Something feels off. At first glance, Changgong seems like any other player. His sword looks plain, almost mundane. But Sehon's keen eyes detect something more. An unusual aura emanating from the blade. Changgong admits he was once a master of the sword. But now it's nothing more than a cane to guide his steps since darkness took his vision. The mention of his brother's blindness casts a shadow over Seo's face. Overcome with sorrow, he quietly retreats from the group. The boy has clearly been through a lot. Sehon makes a mental note no more prying into their past. In this desperate settlement surrounded by strangers in danger, Seo's caution is perfectly understandable. Changgong reveals a startling fact. They barely survived an attack from a powerful monster, and it was not Karis as Sehon had assumed. It is a sentinel, a guardian of this territory. Its name is Chilwong. Sehon is shocked. The only sentinel here should have been Orga the Basilisk, the one he already killed. The system is clearly rewriting the world to account for his legendary reputation. This world is a stage divided and controlled by the Game Masters. But even the Game Masters are not all powerful. Above them all is the system itself, the ultimate arbiter of this reality. These new plot twists, they must be the system's doing. It controls the hidden monsters, the Sentinels, every secret. By changing the rules, the system proves it has its eyes on him. But Sehon will not back down. Let the world change. He is prepared to conquer it all. For now, he pushes the looming threat aside. His focus must be on the immediate future. The plan is simple: gather intel and proceed with caution. Nearby Mina sleeps soundly, completely untroubled by their new surroundings. Sehon watches over her for a moment. Suddenly, a faint sound snaps his attention away. A shadowy figure is slipping out from their camp. It is Changgong. He is leaving the settlement in the dead of night. He pauses at the gate, stopped by the guards on watch. He claims he will only be gone for a moment. But the guards are hesitant, worried about his blindness in the dark. Changgong assures them he knows this land like the back of his hand. With their reluctant approval, Sehon watches the blind swordsman disappear into the night. Then he spots it. The Universal Observer is tailing Changgong. There is no reason for it to follow someone just taking a walk. Something is definitely wrong here. Sehon decides to investigate by visiting the god's forum. There, he finds young Jester. She greets him with a cheerful smile, noting how active he has been in the chat rooms. His intel has made him quite popular. Sehon cuts to the chase, asking if he can borrow her observer. Normally, gods have their own observers. So Sehon spins a quick lie, complaining that the Universal One has terrible night vision. He claims he needs her private observer for a clearer view. It is a plausible excuse. After all, gods only get personal observers once they have chosen an avatar. Sehon adds to the lie, pretending he has been trying to contract a player. He claims the player keeps rejecting his offers, and he wants to use her observer to keep an eye on his target. Of course, the player he is talking about is himself. Young Jester laughs, revealing that countless gods have tried to make him their avatar. But he is famous for rejecting every single one. She admits she has been following his journey ever since he teamed up with her avatar. She even confesses that if not for Mina, she would have tried to recruit him too. Sehon brushes off the flattery and repeats his request. Since her avatar is fast asleep, she has no real reason to refuse. She has just one condition from now on: he shares his intel with her first. Sehon readily agrees. Young Jester prepares to grant him access. He explains he needs to watch a player who just slipped out of the settlement. He tells her something feels incredibly suspicious about him. With control of the observer, he tracks Changgong's path deep into the desolate forest. Changgong stops in a clearing. Just then, a massive glowing white bird descends from the heavens, perching on a branch right before him. The moment the majestic creature lands, Changgong drops to one knee, preparing to deliver a formal report. Sehon is stunned by the sight. As they converse, he realizes the bird's voice is not that of Karis. It can only be one being: Chilwang the Sentinel. The Sentinel gives its orders. Changgong is to monitor Sehon and Mina with extreme prejudice. He must report any unusual movements from the other players. With its command delivered, the bird takes flight, leaving Changgong alone in the silent darkness. Sehon had witnessed countless deceptions in his first life, so he could sense it instantly. Changu's desperation? It was terrifyingly real. Even the young Jester reeled from this unbelievable betrayal. A trusted friend was nothing but a spy for the enemy. She demanded to know how Sehon could have predicted this, but he remained utterly silent. His mind raced desperately, trying to understand Changu's shocking actions. He recalled his past life, how Shu always spoke of his brother's kindness. A man who would sacrifice himself for others until the very end. A chilling theory began to form in Sehon's mind, but he pushed it aside for now. He shut down the forums, deciding to wait for the morning. The most critical task at hand was gathering intelligence from the townspeople. What he discovered was eerily similar to his past life, with one terrifying new variable: the monster known as Kaelong. It was a Bulgasari, a rare creature from ancient Korean legend, that actually devoured metal. Though slow, its power was immense, and its body was as hard as forged steel. A Bulgasari only grew stronger with every piece of metal it consumed. This meant Sehon's attacks would be all but useless against it. Even worse, this beast served the constellation Karis. As he struggled to organize his thoughts, Mina suddenly appeared, questioning his intentions. He couldn't drag her into this kind of danger. He tried to dismiss her concerns, but she saw right through his act. He was planning to hunt the Sentinel, another mission that bordered on the impossible. After the hell he went through to defeat Orga, he was already setting his sights on the next behemoth. But Sehon was certain. Given enough time and the right circumstances, he knew he could defeat the monster. This was the only path forward. With a clear plan forming, he rose to his feet, preparing to leave the safari zone. He had someone he needed to meet within the park. Turning to Mina, he asked her for a critical favor to watch the two Song brothers. He couldn't explain everything yet, but he urged her to contact him if she noticed anything unusual. With that settled, Sehon ventured out of the town to observe the monster Kaelong from a distance. Elsewhere, inside a desolate castle, monsters roamed as if they owned the place. And lounging amidst the chaos was Karis, the Crow constellation. Karis had chosen this park as his personal playground, and his decision was proving to be wonderfully entertaining. The fear and wonder from the humans were the perfect catalysts for his grand event. He turned to address the colossal elephant-like creature before him, Kaelong. Kaelong had arrived to deliver an update on the third main quest. Karis mused that players typically only managed to collect 3 stamps. And yet yesterday, a few players had claimed their 4th. The smile on Karis's face instantly vanished. He pulled up the status window to see the truth for himself. They were on the verge of clearing the quest somehow, without the patronage of a god. He watched the recordings of them conquering the rides. Karis knew with certainty they would claim the 5th stamp and finish the quest today. But Karis was forbidden from interfering. A constellation's direct involvement in the 3rd main quest was against the rules. He was only here by exploiting a loophole. Perhaps such an impressive player might seek him out, but the possibility was incredibly low. He ordered Kaelong to leave them alone for now. In fact, it would be beneficial if some players actually completed the quest. The attractions had become so punishing that fewer players dared to challenge them anymore. If a couple of players managed to escape the park, their success would lure more foolish mortals to their doom on the deadly rides. Its report finished, Kaelong departed to begin its patrol, leaving Karis to his twisted amusement. Kaelong was surprisingly diligent, a trait Karis hadn't expected from the beast he once considered a simpleton. It was highly unusual for a sentinel to be placed in this scenario, a fact that even Eridus couldn't seem to comprehend. Kaelong stomped away, hoping to crush more humans today than it did yesterday. And lying in wait directly in its path was Sehon. The ground itself began to quake as the colossal monster lumbered toward him. The beast seemed confused. Why was this human waiting for it without a hint of fear? With no change in expression, Kaelong raised its hand to obliterate him. As a servant of Karis, its mind was brutally simple. It existed only to witness players scatter in terror. Sehon prepared for the attack. The beast's massive hand crashed down, shattering the earth and launching debris high into the air. Sehon used the flying rocks as footholds, vaulting into the sky. He instantly came face to face with the sentinel. As soon as he was in range, he struck with his sword, but its hide was like impenetrable armor. Even his blade, infused with orichalcum, couldn't so much as scratch it. Kaelong must have already consumed metal during its patrol. Despite its immense size, the beast was shockingly perceptive. Kaelong was genuinely surprised that the human had managed to dodge its strike. Even without his full power, Chawoon was stunned. He never imagined a player could withstand his assault and still stand. Without a word, Sehon lunges forward once more, his blade streaking across the monster's colossal form. Chawoon grows uneasy at Sehon's unnerving silence, but to Sehon, the beast's taunts were just noise. He was here for battle, not a hollow chat. Sehon's defiance ignites Chawoon's fury. The time for games was over. He would end this now. Another monstrous fist hurtles towards Sehon like a meteor. He dodges with impossible grace, landing on the sentinel's arm. In a flash, he scrambles upward, heading straight for its face. Its massive size presented countless openings for a skilled fighter. Reaching his target, he unleashes a powerful strike with his sword, but once again, his blade fails to leave even a scratch. Yet Sehon notices his unique weapon remains perfectly intact. This meant one thing: Chawoon's hide wasn't stronger than orichalcum. The problem was Sehon's own lack of power. In that instant, another fist of fury comes crashing down. He sidesteps the attack by a hair's breadth. He counters with a slash to its leg, causing the giant to pivot and try to crush him underfoot. There had to be a weak point somewhere, but where, at the very least, Sehon knew he had the advantage in speed. He had pushed his stats to the absolute limit for this fight. Right now, he was at the very peak of E rank. But even with the maxed out stats of his rank, his attacks couldn't even dent this creature's defenses. Another colossal blow smashes the ground where he stood. Sehon dives into the bushes, frustration boiling inside him. He never expected an easy victory, but this monster felt truly insurmountable at his current level. No wonder other players trembled at its very name. If a mere sentinel like Chawoon was this strong, then Karis must have grown even more monstrous. Sehon's original plan was to crush Karis right here. But that seemed like a pipe dream without his transfer package from his past life. Meanwhile, Chawoon seethed with rage, ready to continue. But Sehon had vanished after that last explosive dodge. The silence only fueled the sentinel's fury. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the bushes, taunting, "Too slow." Enraged, the monster began to obliterate the forest, demanding Sehon show himself. But our main character was already long gone. He had seen everything he needed to. With his current skills and gear, defeating Chawoon was impossible. He needed a new approach, a single fatal strike. Ultimately, it seemed Susong was his only remaining option. Back at the safari, Mina was passing the time with the two brothers, casually reading a pamphlet. Changgu casually asks if she's Sehun's sister, but with different last names. That was clearly impossible. Still, they had such an easy chemistry. In fact, they got along so well, it was hard to believe they were siblings. Mina throws the question back, wondering if he and Sohyun are really brothers, since their bond seems so strong. Changgu confirms they are, explaining he only asked because Mina and Sehun seemed like such a peculiar pair. After all, Sehun managed to get 4 stamps on that difficult challenge. Not to be outdone, Mina proudly reveals she also collected 4 stamps. Just then, Sehun appears out of nowhere, shattering her moment of pride. Mina jumps, startled. That guy could move without making a single sound. He smoothly joins the conversation, and Changgu explains they were just talking about how he and Mina first met. Apparently, he caught her in the middle of a bank robbery. As insane as it sounds, it's the absolute truth. The two really do have a unique bond. Their playful bickering makes Changgu chuckle. Changing the topic, Sehun asks Changgu for a moment of his time. He needed to speak with him, alone. The two men excuse themselves from the group. Sehun leads Changgu a little deeper into the woods. Without warning, he confronts Changgu about his ties to Kaelong. Instantly, a blade is drawn and cold steel presses against Sehun's throat. Changgu is poised to strike at the slightest provocation. He demands to know how Sehun discovered his secret. Our main character coolly replies that he has his ways. He adds that this wasn't his only question. But it seems those would have to wait. Sehun tells Changgu to come at him with everything he's got. Without hesitation, Changgu's blade slices toward his neck. But our protagonist dodges the lethal blow with ease. He then shifts into a new combat stance. There's no room to retreat. Changgu launches another relentless assault, aiming for Sehun's face. Despite his blindness, his movements are incredibly precise. It seems Changgu possesses a mind's eye, an ability that lets him perceive the world without sight. Through this sense, Changgu recognizes that Sehun is no amateur. He has his own unique fighting style. Since words are useless, Changgu decides on a quicker solution. Eliminate the threat immediately. He surges forward, preparing to land the finishing blow. From Changgu's stance alone, Sehun can tell he's a master. But Sehun is on another level entirely. He stops the blade with his bare hands. The sharp edge halts inches from his face. In that brief clash, Sehun analyzes his opponent. Changgu's agility is between 60 and 70 with a strength of 50. Those stats are impossibly high for a non-avatar. He must have poured every single point into pure strength and agility. Changgu recoils, only to launch another relentless barrage of attacks at Sehun. Our main character effortlessly weaves through the storm of strikes. Undeterred, Changgu rushes in with yet another furious combo. Incredibly, Sehun blocks every single blow with just his hands. Thanks to the night gloves he received from the ranger, now shielding him from harm. The vast difference in their power is clear. The tension breaks and Sehun cuts straight to the heart of the matter. He demands to know why a warrior of Changgu's calibers would serve as a spy for the monster Chilsong. The reason is tragically simple. Even before the blind swordsman speaks, the answer hangs in the air. It was all for Seo. A dark pact was made to keep the boy safe. When Changgu first met Chilseong, he foolishly tried to confront the sentinel alone. However, his strength was nothing before the colossal creature. To the sentinel, Changgu was just a toy to be broken. In the end, that battle cost Changgu his sight. Witnessing this horror, Seo's will to fight was completely shattered. After that day, Changgu had no choice but to obey Chilseong's every command. Even in that hopeless despair, his only wish was to keep Seo alive, even if it meant a life of servitude. He's been playing the role of a spy since arriving at the safari. Most of his reports were simple updates on the group's location. With his secret exposed, Changgu expects to be cast out, but our hero has an entirely different plan. Since Changgu's covert actions haven't truly harmed anyone, they can turn this deception to their advantage. They will use him as a double agent to learn Chilseong's movements. Chilseong isn't even using the information. It prefers to revel in their fear. It only commanded Changgu to watch them, ensuring they could not escape its grasp. From the chilling determination in Sehun's voice, Changgu understands the insane truth our main character plans to fight the Sentinel when it attacks in about a week. Sehun is undeniably powerful, but even Changgu doubts he can defeat that monster. Strategy and skill are meaningless against its absolute power. Sehun knows this all too well because he's faced that creature before. It was an abomination unlike any other monster he had ever encountered. Its body was nearly indestructible. But just because he failed to kill it then, doesn't mean it's impossible to kill. Without another word, Sehun turns to leave, telling Changgu to report any intel he gathers directly to him. There's no more time for secrets. Changgu must now reveal everything to Seo. Seo's role in this plan is absolutely critical. They need him to overcome his trauma and stand with them. With that, the two return to the safari camp. Keeping his promise, Changgu tells Seo the entire heartbreaking truth. The young boy is furious that he was kept in the dark. But Changgu only wanted to shield him from more worry. Seo isn't listening, though. He realizes something terrible could have happened to Changgu if Sehun hadn't intervened when he did. Mina and Sehun watch from a distance. The girl finally understands why our main character wanted her to keep them under surveillance. Now that the cards are on the table, the next step is clear. They must defeat the monster Chilsong. Mina can't believe he's diving headfirst into another suicidal mission. She decides to leave him to it while she focuses on her own quest. This is a poor decision because Chilsong is almost certainly hunting for Sehun at this very moment. Sehun was preoccupied, and now Mina is paying the price for her connection to him. She's forced to retreat back to the group just as Seo arrives, ready to plan their counterattack. They have no time to waste. With Changgu acting as a spy, monsters could appear to snatch them away at any moment. Furthermore, only 1 week remains before the Sentinel makes its move. The time to fight is now. This is their only path to freedom. Normally, defeating the steel monstrosity would be an impossible dream. However, Sehun believes he can tip the scales with Seo's help. He will need the boy to forge a weapon capable of killing a god. Seo now sees his purpose clearly, his eyes burning with a new resolve to help. With the children now on board, it's time to begin. Sehun accesses his VIP shop and purchases a basic smithing kit, setting it up for Seo on the spot. This magical setup should give Seo everything he needs to craft whatever his heart desires. Mina asks Seo if he thinks it's strange that a forge appeared out of nowhere, but the boy doesn't care about the details. For now, he's just thrilled to finally be useful. First it was Mina's ability, and now Seo's. It's obvious Sehon planned to meet and utilize them both all along. Mina is still shocked he would trust a child with such a vital task, but Sehon informs her that Seo is only 3 years her junior. To Mina, he looked like a mere elementary school kid. This will isolate their position and prevent anyone from stumbling upon their preparations. Mina is stunned he knows about her power, an ability she only recently acquired. However, Sehon simply remembers. In his past life, she should have been able to use it by the third quest. With a surge of energy, she raises a powerful barrier, creating a pocket dimension invisible to the outside world. This is a divine gift from a high-ranking god like young Jester. It's no wonder Mina could navigate any crisis in her past life. This just proves how vital it is to choose a top-tier god if you become an avatar. Sehon then presents Seo with a cache of rare materials. These are more than enough to forge some truly excellent gear. He gathered all these treasures from his countless dungeon raids. Now the ultimate question is what legendary item Seo will craft. But Sehon already has a masterpiece in mind. He hands the young man a blueprint for a very special weapon. Seo has never seen a design like it, but Sehon is certain this will be the key to defeating Kaelong. Meanwhile, the monster continues its relentless patrol of the park, hunting for him. Since no new reports were coming in, the beast assumed a powerful player like our main character was gathering the last stamps. It correctly figured he was nowhere near the safari zone. Just as the monster pondered its next move, another creature appeared. This new arrival reported that the crow was summoning it. It seemed the monster was about to have some real fun today. But the bear creature warned that the other monsters weren't ready for the assault yet. Chilwoon, however, didn't care in the slightest. It believed it didn't need any backup to finish the job. From a vantage point high above the safari camp, Mina and a familiar guard stood watch. Cahoon had ordered them to be the lookout for any approaching monsters. Down below, the survivors finally began to plan their escape. These were the same people who ignored the first call for evacuation. But after Mina and Sehun revealed their powerful stamps, their attitudes changed instantly. Soon, just as Sehun predicted, a low rumble echoed from the distance. A clear sign that a monster was on the move. Mina instantly shifted into her eagle form, soaring high to get a better view. Then she saw it. The source of the tremors. It was Chilwoon, and it looked absolutely furious. She flew back to the group, warning the guard that the sentinel was closing in. The man sprinted off to urge everyone to move faster. They never expected the monster to be this fast. This would be the perfect chance for Mina to make her own escape. However, Sehun had helped her so much, and a genuine connection had begun to form between them. For that reason, she couldn't bring herself to abandon him. Their only hope was to act as a decoy and draw the monster's attention. But Mina doubted she had the strength for such a reckless plan. Just then, Changgu appeared behind her, telling her not to do something so dangerous. He would be the one to distract the sentinel. After his past betrayals, he felt he couldn't just run away. His skills were nothing compared to the beasts, but he could at least buy them some precious time. With his final words spoken, he charged out to face the monster alone. Sehun was still nowhere to be seen. The remaining survivors scrambled desperately as they heard Chilwoon was heading straight for them. The swordsman was ready to take full responsibility for being Chilwoon's spy. He prepared to buy them time, no matter what it cost him. He finally reached the beast and knelt before it, feigning his old loyalty. He told the monster he knew a shortcut to its prey, a path that would let it intercept the fleeing survivors with ease. But unexpectedly, Chilwoon refused the offer. It had seen through Changgu's desperate attempt to delay it. The beast had no time to waste on such pathetic schemes. Changgu's hidden motive was painfully obvious. Why else would he be so eager to run straight into the monster's path? With no other options, Changgu steels himself for battle, ready to fight the creature for as long as his body holds out. It had been a long time since they last clashed. The sentinel was curious to see if its former spy had grown any stronger. Changgu moved first, exploding forward in a blur of motion. He attempted a lightning-fast strike before the creature could react. But for Chilwoon, the attack was nothing. It swatted his attempt aside like a bothersome insect. Changgu's incredible speed meant nothing if he couldn't land a decisive blow. He was completely outmatched. He braced for impact as the monster reared back its arm. It prepared to deliver a devastating punch. But as the monster's fist slammed into the ground, the fist itself began to crack and crumble apart. The monstrous sentinel looked on in absolute disbelief. Standing before it was Sehun calmly holding a brand new weapon. A weapon forged specifically to destroy this very sentinel. It seemed the monster should have used higher quality materials before this fight began. A furious roar erupted from Chilwoon, but underneath its rage was pure shock. Sehun had managed to shatter its arm. This new weapon was called the Pile Bunker, and Sehun promised to use it to smash the sentinel's power to pieces. Meanwhile, Mina soared through the skies above. Still in her eagle form, she was carrying out a mission Sehun had given her. Soon she spotted Seo. She landed and rushed to him, still hidden by her powerful barrier. Seo simply asked her to come inside and sit with him. He insists this is the ultimate safe zone for them both. While that may be true, she can't help but wonder how he plans to topple a monstrous sentinel. Suddenly, a sound like a thunderous explosion erupts. The shockwave jolts them both. The real battle has already begun. and it's raging. Sehon moves like a phantom, effortlessly dodging every one of Chilin's furious attacks. The beast is consumed by a bloodlust, desperate to destroy our main character. A single clean hit from Chilin would spell utter annihilation, but Sehon is a blur far too swift to be captured. In fact, the Sentinel seems to have grown even slower than before. Losing an arm has shattered its balance, making its movements clumsy. Its powerful fists just keep smashing into empty air. Sehon masterfully evades the onslaught, biding his time. He's just waiting for the pile bunker's cooldown to end, so he can deliver the final decisive blow. Only 1 minute remains until the weapon recharges. For Chilun, that's a 1-minute death sentence. The colossal monster can't fathom it. A mere human attempting to defeat a Sentinel. And on the third quest, no less, Chilun attacks with arrogant pride, believing itself to be invincible. But the tide of battle is clearly shifting. Sehon is gaining the upper hand. Finally, the pile bunker hums back to life. In a flash, Sehon leaps onto Chilun's massive shoulder. He presses the weapon against the Sentinel's head. In that instant, Chilin understands the gravity of the situation. It desperately tries to bargain, promising to never harm humans again. But Sehon doesn't buy the pathetic plea for a single second. The time for talk is over. Our main character always keeps his promises. He unleashes the pile bunker, utterly smashing the Sentinel's skull and ending its reign of terror. In the aftermath, a system window flashes into view. An incredible achievement unlocked Sentinel Hunter. Of course, it came with some very suitable rewards. The boon also grants a permanent 30% damage increase against all Sentinels. Our hero tries his best to appear unfazed, but a Sentinel is no small foe. He barely managed to escape that fight with his life. The monster known as Chilwoon is finally dead. Chengdu carefully emerges from his hiding spot in the trees. He surveys the area, which is now a wasteland of pure destruction. Not even a metal-devouring Bulgasari could have survived this chaos. All of it caused by the weapons they themselves had created. Chengdu is brimming with questions, but Sehon senses too many eyes watching them from the shadows. It's not just the observers, but the survivors who had been fleeing now peek out from the bushes. With the Sentinel defeated, they all begin to stir, attempting to escape the park. But Mina suddenly remembers a chilling detail. Chilun was only the mid-boss of this area. That means an even more powerful final boss is still lurking somewhere. This terrifying revelation freezes everyone in their tracks. They all stare at her, their faces pale with fear and shock. Mina tries to act casual, but Sehon quickly covers her mouth, stopping her from causing any more panic. It looks like they'll need to explain the grim situation to the other survivors, and after that, it will finally be time for Karis to meet his end. Meanwhile, a video of Sehon's legendary feat begins to spread like wildfire across the god forums. The world's most powerful beings are starting to take notice of him. A user named Greek Boss even logs on, appearing for what seems like the first time in an eternity. He is also captivated by this mysterious and overwhelmingly strong player. Sehon has now slain a Sentinel for the second time, all without being an avatar. Naturally, a flood of questions is aimed at the young jester, whose avatar is always near him. But she wouldn't reveal his secrets even if she knew them. The questions keep pouring in, but the playful god simply ignores them all. Instead, she focuses all of her attention on the boy who has ignited the heavens with his actions. With every move he makes, Sehon becomes more and more interesting to her. The only question on her mind now is how he plans to deal with the crow. Mina approaches Sehon, asking if he got any good items from the Sentinel. This time, his reward was a legendary grimoire. To the naked eye, it looks like an ordinary rock, but it actually holds a powerful A-rank ability. This ability grants the user the power of a Bulgasari. It allows them to consume any metal and make it a part of their own body. With a power like this, Sehon could literally transform his skin into nigh-indestructible orichalcum. It's an insanely rare and unbelievably useful ability. A pang of envy hits Mina, even though she's the one who asked about his reward. But to her absolute astonishment, Sehon offers the grimoire to her without a second thought. He knows this power is far better suited for her. Paired with her innate transformation ability, she could morph her hands into devastating weapons and dominate any battlefield. This is a one-time use item. Once it's consumed, the ability belongs to that person, forever and never to be found again. Because of its immense value, she hesitates to accept such a gift. But Sehon urges her to take it, telling her to make good use of its power. Despite her usually bold personality, she becomes uncharacteristically shy in moments like these. Sehon reassures her, saying it's her reward for all the help she's given him. With his encouragement, Mina finally accepts the incredible item. She immediately absorbs it, making the Bulgasari ability her own. It's unfortunate Mina can't be in his party. They could have used skill sharing. However, her status as an avatar is a line he is unwilling to cross by inviting her. In any case, her transformation power wouldn't have been shareable anyway. So in the end, this was the best possible outcome. Civilians scrambled for the exit in a panicked flood, while players held the line battling the encroaching monsters. Amidst the chaos, Sehon unleashed the power of the orichalcum, shattering the deadly collars trapping the innocent. He freed them one after another, a desperate race against time, but so many were still held captive. Mina rushed to his side, her voice urgent. They still had a mission to secure the final stamp to clear the ride. But with everyone fleeing for their lives, how could they? Sehon had a flash of insight, calling over a staff member who was still collared. His theory, the staff member must have a stamp. A plan so simple, Mina couldn't believe it would actually work. But the moment ink touched her skin, a system window materialized before her eyes, quest complete. The reward was nothing. A chilling realization dawned on them. The quest was always this simple. All the risk, all the bloodshed, had been for nothing. Armed with this truth, a new strategy was born. They could clear missions for other players as they escaped. This, however, didn't apply to Sehon. His mission was a different beast entirely. Back at the castle, a crow's call echoed, searching for Chawang. For a full day, the giant monster had been missing. A cold sense of dread began to creep in. A small mouse creature answered the call, but it brought only grim news. Chawang, it trembled, was most likely dead. The crow's mind reeled at first misunderstanding. He thought the mouse meant countless humans had perished, but the mouse repeated its horrifying message. Karis was told that Chawang, the Great Sentinel, had been slain. The players had launched a surprise attack, and the monsters were caught completely off guard. Karas could barely comprehend it. In a blind rage, he ordered all monsters to annihilate the humans in the safari. But then another problem surfaced. In fact, all the monsters were already there. Their report was chilling. The safari was completely empty. This was the last straw. Consumed by absolute fury, Karis' form began to twist and warp. Sehon saw the malevolent energy pouring from the heavens and knew the moment had arrived. Karis was finally making his move. The survivors were making their escape, but their pace was agonizingly slow. The injured were falling behind, and for Chungu, it was not nearly fast enough. Sehon met up with the blind swordsman. They had succeeded so far, but it wasn't over until every last person made it through the exit. But the real question was, would they even be allowed to escape with their lives? He knew the crow would hunt them down. And right on cue, a pair of massive dark wings materialized in the heart of the park, right before Sehon and Chungu. The being that landed before them radiated an aura of overwhelming danger. As it unfurled its wings, a violent gale erupted. People were thrown backward, shielding their faces from the incredible force. Karis, the crow constellation, had descended, and his expression was pure, unadulterated wrath. This was no ordinary enemy. Sehon hadn't felt this kind of pressure in a very long time. Against Orga, there was strain, but he always saw a path to victory. Chawang was startlingly fast, but never truly terrifying. This, however, was different. It wasn't fear for himself. It was the crushing weight of responsibility for the people who trusted him. In his past life, he would have abandoned them all without a second thought. But this life was different. He turned to the crowd, his voice firm. "Go now, I will buy you time." Mina snapped into action, her voice cutting through the fear. "Don't just stand there, move." But Karis wasn't about to let them walk away. As expected, he launched a volley of razor-sharp feathers directly at the fleeing crowd. Sehon was forced to use his final hour. In a blur of motion, he intercepted every single deadly projectile. Karis was momentarily taken aback. A mere human had stopped his attack. But if this continued, if the crow unleashed his devastating wide-area attacks, Sehon knew he couldn't protect everyone. Instead of a direct fight, he chose his words as his weapon. Sehon began to taunt Karis, his insults sharp and deliberate. To the great constellation, it was more amusing than anything else. But Sehon knew he'd earned this rage. Forcing a being of such power to personally hunt down humans, it was the ultimate disrespect. That finally struck a nerve. Karis' wings flared, his killing intent exploding outwards. Sehon had his full attention. Now all he had to do was stall. With half the survivors still inside the park, he needed to buy them at least 30 more minutes. He had been preparing for this very battle. With explosive speed, Karis launched from the ground, aiming straight for Sehon. But Sehon activated Shadow Rush. He melted into the ground an instant before the devastating blow could connect. Sehon fought to keep his composure as the crow circled above him like a true predator. Karas was overwhelmingly stronger in both power and speed, but our main character had his own survival skills and unique items to ensure his counterattack would land. As the crow soared into the air for another assault, Sehon erupted from the ground to meet him. Head-on, model. He then unleashes his guaranteed shot, launching a projectile with deadly precision. Normally, an attack like this would never touch a being as swift as Karis, but the absolute nature of the skill ensures the attack closes the distance, nearly finding its mark. The projectile screams toward Karis, forcing him to halt midair and snatch it from its path. He then plummets back to the earth. The impact shatters the pavement beneath his feet, blasting massive chunks of rock into the air. Sehon expertly dodges the deadly debris. But the crow uses the chaos of the dust cloud to launch a follow-up attack, swiping its claws right at Sehon's legs. Our main character barely throws himself out of the way, but still catches a sharp gash on his cheek as he leaps back. The battle rages on. Karis' patience is clearly wearing thin. The time for games is over. He raises a hand to the sky. Sehon instantly recognizes the technique Karis is about to unleash, and a wave of fear washes over him. The constellation's power is on a completely different level than he ever imagined. The situation is about to escalate dramatically. The crow soars high into the sky. With a mighty flap of its wings, it unleashes a storm of razor-sharp feathers down on Sehon. There are far too many to possibly evade. Sehon is forced to endure the brunt of the assault head-on. The crow relentlessly continues its barrage, showering our main character in pain. Left with no other choice, Sehon is forced to activate his Celestial Slayer ability. His movements instantly become supernaturally fast, much to Karis' shock. Much too, he can now weave through the storm of feathers, avoiding every single one aimed at him. On top of that, the combined effects of Celestial Slayer and his regeneration ability begin to heal the damage from Karis' earlier assault. By combining these powers, buying just a little more time should finally be possible. It seems most of the civilians have already escaped. He just needs to hold out a bit longer. But his defiance compels Karis to finally unleash his full strength. Sehon can't help but feel how utterly absurd this whole situation is. His entire plan hinged on getting everyone in the park to safety. Karis, however, remains utterly confident that he can annihilate every last person here before being forced out of this realm. And in his new form, his power will no longer be confined to just the park. Letting Karis power up like this feels like a cheat code even with his skills restricted. He just activated a succession ability. This boosted his power exponentially far beyond what should be possible at this stage of the game. Karis begins to move his speed so blinding Sehon has no hope of dodging without a skill of his own. Sehon activates Shadow Rush, once more narrowly escaping a fatal blow. He uses that fleeting moment of opportunity to retreat. Karis is genuinely impressed that a mere player has survived this long. This is no ordinary human. The crow then ascends once again, unleashing ferocious gusts of wind with its wings. These blades of wind demolish everything in their path. And yet against all odds, Sehon manages to evade them all and survive. The entire area has been reduced to rubble, but it's too late. There is nowhere left for him to run. With no place left to hide, Karis descends upon our main character. He calmly grabs him by the neck, ready to end it all in an instant. As Karis prepares to deliver the final blow, our main character has some last words for the monstrous crow. Sehon tells Karis that the next time victory is in his grasp, he shouldn't waste so much time savoring it. At that very moment, the last of the civilians finally escapes the amusement park. And with that, Sehon completes the third main quest. This victory unlocks the right to purchase his first playthrough transfer package. He acquires it instantly and activates a skill called Proof of Transcendence. Karis has almost no time to react before he suddenly starts coughing up blood. While they were talking, Sehon had plunged his spear straight into the crow's stomach. Though it was a surprise attack, Karis instinctively shifted to avoid a fatal wound. Proof of Transcendence is an S-rank ability with the potential for further growth. For 30 minutes, it grants the user a staggering 100% boost to all stats, and lets him inflict massive damage on divine beings. But after using it, the skill goes on cooldown for 30 long days. Karis drops Sehon, immediately flying away before another attack can land. The crow is in disbelief. How can a player who isn't even an avatar possess this level of power? Karis has no choice left. He must get completely serious and use every ounce of his strength to crush Sehon. Karis fires another storm of feathers at our main character. But now with his new power-up, Sehon easily evades every single one. Sehon then takes aim and hurls another spear straight at Karis. The crow is certain the attack will never reach him. However, the guaranteed shot ability is absolute. Karis throws up a defensive wall of wind, but the spear shatters it like glass. The spear slams into Karis, who has no time to escape, sending him crashing to the ground below. Yet, even with both Proof of Transcendence and Guaranteed Shot active, the spear still couldn't pierce his heart. Somehow, Karis is still unbelievably powerful. He rockets back into the sky and unleashes another volley of razor-sharp feathers, giving Sehon no time to dodge. He throws up his shield, blocking the onslaught of attacks. He then forces himself to advance, even as the immense weight of the feathers presses down on him. With a final roar, he hurls another spear at the crow. This one flies true, striking its intended mark. It plunges deep into Karis' thigh, sending him crashing to the ground once again. At this point, the fallen god is utterly helpless. Sehon taunts him, asking if he's finally tasting fear. But Karis refuses to accept defeat at the hands of a human. He screams that Sehon is just a glitch in the system, a flaw to be erased. But the chasm between their power levels is now undeniable. Karis has been weakened by countless attacks. Every desperate assault he launches is now effortlessly blocked. The battle has clearly reached its end, but Karis musters his strength for one final massive attack. Sehon activates Shadow Rush, vanishing from the blast. He reappears instantly, closing in for the final blow, but Karis erects a desperate wall of feathers. The impact shatters Sehon's weapon, leaving him completely disarmed. He has no other choice. He lunges toward Karis with his bare hands, but in a contest of raw strength, he's overwhelmed. Karis brutally slams Sehon into the ground. Victory seems to be his once more. But instead of finishing the fight, Karis begins to mock our main character's foolishness. He sneers that a taste of power made Sehon overconfident. This was the exact opening Sehon was waiting for. Sehon coldly reminds the crow about his fatal flaw, taking too long to end a battle. He then grabs the spear still lodged in the crow's gut and twists. This one devastating blow finally ends it. The light fades from the crow's eyes as he falls lifelessly against Sehon. Far away in the supreme upper realm of the gods, Aratus, the game master for the Korean server, stares at a status screen displaying Sehon's profile. The report is clear. The crow descended into the human world and was eliminated. This development puts the GM in an impossible situation. Karis was killed due to a player's broken power balance and the use of a forbidden succession ability. In the game's current patch, even constellations have their power suppressed. Aratus decides against reporting the incident for now. Karis was a nobody among the constellations. His disappearance should go unnoticed for a while. However, the Game Master will now keep a very close eye on Sehon to prevent another disaster like this from happening. The third quest concludes triggering a massive game update. The main quest is officially becoming open world. This allows players to travel freely between different regions and zones using the newly implemented train and subway systems. Players can now take on multiple quests at once. Side quests are now available, and they can spend points to form their own guilds. Soon the next main quest will begin, a world-scale raid event where a boss appears in every major region. Players will earn participation points just for fighting the boss. Defeating them will grant exclusive items and powerful gear. Sehon and Mina scan the update details, taking a moment of peace inside a quiet abandoned restaurant. They notice the raid quest has an unusually long time limit. This is likely a grace period since most players haven't finished their third quest yet. Changgu and Su are with them too, the four now a solid team. Su has already repaired Sehon's shattered equipment. Fully healed from his grueling battle with Karis, Sehon now plots his next move. His injuries had been critical, but the recovery process pushed his body to its limits. Leveling his regeneration ability from F rank all the way to E rank, his next stop is the Daejeon region, a place far removed from the announced raid boss. His stated reason is to find some good bread, but as always, he has ulterior motives for visiting the area. Mina lets out a sigh. This is just how Sehon operates. She's more than used to his layers of secrecy. However, she announces she won't be joining him this time. Suddenly, young Jester's observer slams against the window, a clear protest against her decision. The constellation is watching them closely. Luckily, Karis's Veil of Darkness ability shielded their battle from prying eyes. Thanks to that, the observers never saw the final fatal blow that pierced Karis's heart. Young Jester's observer continues its frantic display, but Mina's mind is made up. This time, she will choose her own path. Sehon then presents an offer to Mina and the Song brothers. He wants them to be the founding members of a guild he's creating. Mina isn't interested in the idea of guilds. Changgu worries that in his current state, he'd only hold Sehon back. Su, however, is bursting with excitement to join. He immediately tries to convince his older brother. Sehon tells them not to feel pressured. For now, they should all focus on what they are most comfortable with. In truth, having them would be a huge asset. Su Song is destined to become the greatest craftsman in the entire world. And Changgu Song possesses power on par with a chosen avatar, with immense potential sealed within his rare mind's eye ability. After weighing their options, Mina and the brothers agree to join. With his new guild formed, Sehon prepares to depart for Daejeon. He arrives at a train station and steps onto a train bound for Daejeon Station. Meanwhile, in a different car on the very same train, players from the Waning Crescent Guild are preparing to seize control. Civilians scatter in terror, fleeing from these menacing figures armed with heavy weapons. Amidst the spreading chaos, Jisoo slips onto the train and immediately clocks the rogue players. From his vantage point, Sehon notes a sudden uproar from the other end of the car. His first thought, a monster must have spawned. But he isn't worried. With a train full of players, he figures someone will handle it. Dismissing the noise, Sehon turns his attention to the rewards he earned from the third quest. The haul seems underwhelming this time. After everything he went through, these common items feel like a letdown. His first acquisition is an ability called Hunter's Instinct, allowing him to sense a monster's location from its tracks. He also claimed the spoils from defeating Cass, which included inheriting the title of Master of the Crow constellation. With it came Karis's signature skills, like Eye of the Crow and Veil of Darkness. But to unleash the constellation's true potential, he needs to gather more divinity. As his divine power grows, new abilities will awaken. Eye of the Crow allows him to manifest crows for aerial surveillance. There's no limit to their number, but the more he creates, the harder they are to control. Next is Veil of Darkness, a skill that lets him dissolve into the shadows. This version feels different from the one Karis used. Its effects must adapt to the user. Even at its lowest level, this newfound divinity gives him a massive advantage. It might even lead him to the observer of a certain god in Daejeon. A witch who loved humanity, yet wished for every last person to live and die for Sehon alone. With time to kill, Sehon decides to catch a quick nap before arriving at his destination. Meanwhile, in the chaotic train car, a lone player runs for his life, his comrades having been crushed like insects. He knows who's behind this. The infamous girl from the rumors cloaked in black with matching dark hair. They say when her hair turns crimson, no one survives. He sprints desperately, but a blunt object smashes into the back of his head, sending him sprawling. Towering over him is Ju, her presence extinguishing all hope of escape. He begs for mercy, swearing he'll never cross her again if she spares him. But Jizu is unmoved by his pathetic pleas. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she reaches out her hand to deliver the final blow. The train screeches into Daejeon Station. The moment the doors slide open, people pour out screaming for their lives. Stepping onto the platform, Sehon wonders about the commotion he heard earlier. And then he sees his answer. A figure calmly descends the stairs, greeting him with a bright, wide smile. It's Jaisu. Sehon had no clue they were on the same train. As they meet, he asks if she took care of business. She confirms her task is complete. She spotted Sehon on the train and hopped on immediately. Turns out she's been tracking his location on the map, constantly just waiting for a chance to reunite. That level of obsession is a bit concerning, but Sehon decides to let it slide. If she was tracking him, she must have known he was in the Lum world. The fight against the crow would have been a breeze with Jizu by his side. She explains she wanted to head over right away. But the third main quest triggered while she was en route. It wasn't difficult, just time-consuming. That's why she arrived a little late. Sehon explains that he came to Daejeon to take on the area's boss. Jizu doesn't even flinch. She doesn't question his motives, completely used to his habit of doing the impossible. In fact, she declares she would have been fine with his decision, even if he'd traveled all this way just to buy some local bread. It's a strange thing to hear from her. Sehon can't tell if she's praising him or just being weird. For now, the duo sets off toward their destination, with Sehon filling her in on the details as they go. Back in Seoul, inside the Seoleum, Mina wanders the desolate streets searching for the people Sehon asked her to find. He didn't give her a precise location. She's been walking for what feels like hours with no luck. All she has to go on are a few distinct characteristics Sehon jotted down for her. She's looking for a family of 2 with blonde hair accompanied by his rough sketches. The father is a big American man with a peculiar laugh. The daughter, a 13-year-old girl of mixed heritage. From the wreckage around her, it's clear a monster attack devastated this area recently. As she navigates the ruins, a wolf-like beast lunges from the shadows attempting an ambush. But Mina is ready. She spins around poised to cut the creature down in a single blow. But someone beats her to it. A massive slab of concrete smashes into the beast, launching it into the distance. Mina's eyes snap toward the source of the attack. And right there she saw them. 2 individuals who were a perfect match for Sehun's drawings. Wasting no time, she walks right up to them. She offers her thanks for the man's help against the monster. As they talk, his laugh is the exact one Sehun described. But before he can embarrass her any further, the man's daughter quickly cuts him off. From the divine gazes watching her, the girl can tell that Mina possesses a power greater than her father's. Now she just needed to confirm their names. The man is Luke Taylor, and his daughter is Lynn. This was them. The very people Sehun was searching for. Mina immediately asks to join them on their journey. After seeing him toss that giant piece of concrete, she knew he was a player. The girl, however, was still a mystery. Still, Luke gladly welcomes her to their party. Lynn, on the other hand, is skeptical about helping someone who is clearly stronger than they are. As they argue, Mina turns away to send a quick message to Sehun. She confirms that she's found the targets. Following these people was a risk, but it was the path Sehun had set for her. He had called them the key to humanity's future after all. Meanwhile, in Daejeon, soldiers armed with powerful weapons patrol the streets, scouring the city for any sign of monsters. It seems society is slowly starting to heal. As they survey the area, a soldier approaches them, asking a simple question. Are you players? An official order had been issued to inspect all active players. The government was desperately trying to control the situation. Sehun completely ignores the soldier's question. Instead, he gives Jisoo a quiet order to run for a distant building. In a flash, they split apart, leaping away before the soldier could even react, landing perfectly on a skyscraper's rooftop. Jisoo walks over to Sehun, wondering why on earth he brought them to the very top of this building. Sehun was about to use his new skill Eye of the Crow. His goal was to scan the area for the raid boss. He activates the ability. Crows instantly erupt from his shadow, soaring high into the sky. The ability was still at a basic level and needed improvement, but it would give him the crucial bird's-eye view he needed. While they scouted, he asked to see her stats. Jisoo willingly complied. It seems she would agree to any of his requests. He opens her status menu. For someone playing the game, normally her stats were ridiculously powerful. She had even picked up 2 new skills, Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike. She had somehow even raised her regeneration skill to C rank, and her Celestial Slayer ability had already reached a 3-star level. This was strange. If her Celestial Slayer skill was this high, she should be showing signs of encroaching madness. As he studies her stats, he gets a signal from the crows. They found something. They race to the area his crows had marked. Judging by the sheer destruction, whatever was here was no ordinary monster. This devastation could only be the aftermath of a raid boss. Jisoo asks Sehun how he knows all this. As always, he gives no reply. It was bizarre for the raid boss to appear so early. There were still many hours left on the timer, but Sehun knew the timers couldn't be trusted. Most were deceptions to mislead people. The ground was scarred with huge marks from massive claws and wings. It looked like a flying creature had fought another beast. But the truth was a single monster created all these marks. And in that instant, that very beast slams down right behind them, swiping with its enormous claws. It's a gungi, a black tiger with massive white wings, one of the 4 legendary beasts of peril from ancient mythology. Sehun had thought he'd have to hunt for it, but instead, the monster came directly to them. This meant the dungeon was nearby, as this beast was guarding its territory. At that very moment, the 4th main quest appeared. The mission: defeat the creature before it completely destroys the city. Sehun and Jisoo had encountered it much sooner than expected. This was why the quest had triggered exclusively for them. At the same time, Jisoo smells the overwhelming stench of blood nearby. Sehun also spots a horn lodged deep in the gungi's chest. This meant it had fought another beast not long ago. The creature lunges at Sehun in one last ferocious attack, and then it flees. In his past life, that horn wasn't supposed to be there. Not for a long time. It seemed the future he remembered was beginning to unravel. After the monster vanishes, Sehun sprints into the dungeon with Jisoo right on his heels. Just as he'd thought, this dungeon wasn't the gungi's lair. It belonged to a Keelan, a divine beast with a single horn. That very horn, pulsing with divine power, was now stuck in the chest of the already powerful gungi. The Keelan's horn was a massive source of potential energy. It was the origin of the divine beast's strength. Sehun had planned to get that horn while hunting the gungi, but that plan was now completely ruined. And worse, if the gungi absorbs the horn's power, it will become an unimaginable threat. Jisoo suggests they search the lair. There might be a hidden prize somewhere inside. However, the dungeon's level wasn't very high, so it was unlikely they'd find anything valuable enough to replace the Keelan's horn. But then, Jisoo suddenly finds something gleaming among the wreckage. Sehun wondered if this could be mithril, the legendary metal second only to orkalum. But even pure mithril couldn't replace the horn. What Jisoo had discovered was an egg. And not just any egg, but a legendary Kirin's egg. Usually, a new Kirin is born only after an adult incubates it for ages. But with this in their hands, they could forge their own divine beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Sehun opened his premium store and bought the necessary items. He laid out the specialized equipment needed for the hatching ritual, preparing to bring a new divine beast into the world. With everything set, only one thing remained: a player's blood. It had to be offered within 2 days, and the blood itself would define the creature's very essence, its power and skills. Sehun knew his own blood wasn't the best choice for this. His first thought was Ju's blood, but her unique abilities could create unforeseen complications down the line. His mind then turned to Mina. Finding a top-tier player in time would be impossible, and Mina's abilities were already well above average. She was a safe bet. Just as he weighed his options, a message suddenly arrived. It was from Mina at the most perfect moment imaginable. Mina stood waiting amidst the city's ruins, protecting a father and his daughter. Sehun hadn't answered right away, and she wondered if he would even show. Then, after an agonizing wait, his reply came through asking for her current location. He didn't offer a single word of praise for her work. Annoyed, she reluctantly sent him their coordinates. A moment of silence passed. Then Jisoo and Sehun appeared right behind her. Sweating and breathing hard, it was clear they had run all the way from Daejin. A man named Luke stepped forward to greet them, his young daughter hiding nervously behind his legs. Sehun introduced himself and Jisoo. Luke was puzzled. Sehun already knew his name, though they'd never met. Mina must have told them. After the brief introductions, Sehun finally turned his attention to Mina. She was still visibly annoyed about his lack of praise, so he presented her with a gift as thanks for her hard work. It was a mithril ore, a treasure she could absorb to strengthen her own body. Stunned by the incredible gift, her frustration instantly vanished. He then approached the young girl Lin and revealed the creature's egg. He explained he needed her power to awaken it. All she had to do was place her hand upon its surface. Lin was scared, but her father urged her forward, sensing that Sehun was not a man with evil intentions. As she hesitantly touched the egg, a sharp spike shot from the shell, piercing her hand and drawing blood. Sehun played it off, claiming the rough shell must have scratched her. But the ritual was complete. The equipment absorbed Lin's blood, activating the Kirin fruit. Now all they had to do was provide nourishment and wait for it to hatch. Mina approached him, asking why he so desperately needed these 2 survivors. Sehun found it hard to explain. He simply told her she would understand everything soon and asked her to stay with them for as long as she could. That wouldn't be a problem. The pair seemed to trust them, and Mina was already anticipating her next reward. At first, Sehun thought his past knowledge made him invincible, that he wouldn't need anyone in this second life. But after seeing the unpredictable evolution of Cass and the Minotaur, he learned a critical lesson. From now on, he had to account for the system's interference. That's why he needed Lynn Taylor, a player whose potential would one day astonish even the gods, the very pinnacle of humanity's strength. With the catalyst now offered, the egg began to grow pulsing with energy, as if ready to hatch at any moment. Sehun told Lin she could drop the formalities as he wasn't that old. But Mina chimed in, reminding him he was a full 10 years older than her. Mina then joked she should start calling him Mr. too, since he was 4 years her senior. This earned her a sharp glare from Jisoo. Mina quickly explained it was just a joke to escape Jisoo's intimidating gaze. With the mood lightened, it was time to move on. Mina asked if he planned to head back to Daejin. But Sehun knew he couldn't face the raid boss yet, even if he returned now. She was shocked, assuming the boss hadn't even spawned. Jisoo corrected her, revealing they had already faced the beast once before. The three of them stepped aside quickly, explaining to Mina the terrifying situation they had escaped. The raid boss was a colossal monster, with power rivaling that of a sentinel. While a sentinel might have more combat prowess, the raid boss had an overwhelming amount of health and a devastatingly wide attack range. The potential for destruction it possessed was on an entirely different scale. This monster needed to be eliminated quickly, but it was far too early. The other players were nowhere near ready for such a threat. And there was another terrifying factor. The raid boss was in the process of absorbing a Kirin horn. Sehun searched his memories. Did this happen in his past life? Did his choice to go to Daejeon somehow trigger this change? He had never set foot in Daejeon in his previous timeline. And yet, the raid boss had ambushed them as if it knew they were coming. The Gungji had also clashed with the Kirin far too soon. It hadn't even been 3 days since the raid boss was announced. Too many pieces of the puzzle just didn't fit. The more he thought, the stranger it became. Was this the system meddling with his destiny again? Or perhaps another power was at play. A name surfaced in his mind, Eratis, the Game Master of Korea. From his divine throne, the god Arcadus replayed the battle between Sehun and the Gungji. He was intrigued. A mere player shouldn't have escaped so easily. The boy had even managed to snatch something from the dungeon on his way out. Most likely a Kirin fruit. But Arcadus was confident Sehun had no idea how to hatch it. The real question was, why was the Gungji so pathetic? A single horn lodged in its ribs had left it completely drained. Arcadus had practically gift-wrapped an opportunity for it to absorb the horn's power, yet it remained weak. He decided to tweak the threads of fate just a little. A subtle boost to its regeneration and adaptation skills. With this tiny buff, it would soon evolve into an unimaginable nightmare. 2 weeks later, with the raid boss's arrival imminent, Sehun and Jisoo returned to Daejeon. The military presence in the city had exploded since their last visit. It was a pathetic show of force, a desperate attempt to prove their last defeat was simply a fluke. But this strategy was pure foolishness. Firearms were practically useless against these monsters. They might cause pain, but that was all. Against a raid boss, their bullets would be nothing more than annoying pests. This was a job for players. If the players succeeded, their influence would soar. But the government, having just reclaimed some authority, was desperate to cling to its power. Jisoo found the entire political game disgusting, but she knew she was powerless to change it. Sehun told her to head towards the player gathering point for now. The number of players in Daejeon had skyrocketed compared to his previous timeline. Some were desperately scouting for raid parties, while others were making final preparations for the impending quest. A random player suddenly stepped in front of Sehun, inviting him to their party. But Sehun immediately refused. He had no intention of joining anyone. The player wouldn't take no for an answer, sneering that Sehun was just posturing to look cool for the girl beside him. He spat that lone wolves like them are the first to die. Sehun and Jisoo simply ignored the fool and walked away. The man stormed off, convinced they'd regret their arrogance. It was painfully obvious he was the one trying to impress Jisoo. He desperately wanted her in his party, but he had no idea the caliber of people he was insulting. Hearing his vile remarks, Jisoo's anger flared, and she offered to teach him a lesson. But Sehun stopped her, telling her to just let it go. After all, they would be the ones making the first move the moment the raid boss appeared. As they moved through the crowd, Sehun's eyes caught a familiar figure sneaking through the alleyways. It was Dongguan Park. Dongguan saw him too, and immediately tried to hide his face, but it was useless. Sehun cornered him before he could vanish. Dongguan nervously explained that Yang Yun had gone to Cheongju for family matters, and had ordered him to come to Daejeon. Judging by Dongguan's upgraded gear, Sehun could tell he'd cleared his third quest with great success, likely picking up new skills along the way. But it couldn't be a succession ability. Those weren't obtained through normal means. Only a chosen avatar could receive such a power directly from a god, making those skills overwhelmingly strong. An honest life. Yang Yun's divine sponsor must have been the one to send Dongguan here. Sehun decided to take a quick look at the god forums. The forums were still buzzing about his victory over Karis. The consensus was that he had to be in Daejeon right where the action was. Young Jester was still complaining that Mina refused to join him, but let slip that she had something interesting from his last encounter. Despite everyone pressing her for details, she remained tight-lipped about the mysterious item. She was clearly talking about the Kirin fruit. But knowing her secretive nature, she would never share that information freely. Luke Taylor's goddess was trustworthy at least. She wasn't one to spread idle gossip. Sehun turned his attention back to the trembling Dongguan. "Did you learn the crown manipulation ability?" he asked. Dongguan's eyes darted away as he tried to lie. Sehun said nothing. He simply revealed the crystal that controlled Dongguan's collar. The man's face went pale, and he immediately confessed the truth. Sehun was about to give him an order when one of his crow familiars soaring high above sent a wave of pure terror down their connection. Sehun's voice dropped ice-cold and commanding. "Use that ability. Use it now." If Dongguan hesitated, every single person here would be wiped off the map. The raid boss was charging their position. It was launching a surprise attack, aiming to ambush the players while their guards were down. There was still so much time left on the official timer. This meant one thing: it was hunting for a pre-battle meal. But Dongguan was frozen in shock. Sehun screamed for everyone to run to escape before it was too late. But in the chaos, no one trusted his warning. 10 minutes remained before the raid boss was scheduled to arrive. But the crowd dismissed Sehun's warnings as nothing but lies, completely ignoring him. It was clear words were useless against their disbelief. He rushed back to Dongguan, ordering him to unleash his power. However, Dongguan's ability wasn't so simple. He needed a mental opening, a perfect moment of distraction to invade their minds. Realizing this, Sehun turned to Jisoo. He commanded her to draw her weapon and prepare for battle. When he gave the signal, she was to shatter a fire hydrant, creating the perfect diversion to capture everyone's attention. He then ordered Dongguan to use his crowd manipulation skill the moment the boss appeared, and chaos erupted. Dongguan agreed, but doubt still lingered in his eyes. He argued that even if it did appear, this crowd of seasoned hunters wouldn't panic so easily. But Sehun knew better. "Oh, it'll be chaos," he promised, bracing himself. At that very moment, the ground began to tremble. Fear flickered across the faces in the crowd as the tremors intensified. Some frantically checked the schedule, but it was already too late. The very earth shattered open. A colossal paw slammed down toward Sehun. He met it head-on with his pile bunker as Jisoo leaped in to support him. With a mighty heave, she smashed the massive limb back to the ground, causing the monster to let out an earth-shattering roar of pain. The unbelievable truth finally hit the other players. The raid boss was real. The military responded instantly, unleashing a hail of gunfire where the beast had emerged. They poured every ounce of firepower they had into the monster. But as the smoke began to clear, the creature stood completely unscathed. Terror washed over the soldiers, forcing them to retreat from its menacing advance. It roared again, the force of it blasting the smoke away, revealing a dramatic transformation. Its fur was now a ghostly white instead of black. Vicious red spikes now erupted from all over its body. It was evolving into its final form. If this transformation completed, they were all doomed. Once it fully evolves, the Gungji will possess the power of a Sentinel-class being. Worse, its active domain would expand, making it nearly impossible to contain. It had absorbed the horn's power far too easily. This could only mean one thing: the Game Master was directly involved. The beast roared once more and began its rampage on the helpless people nearby. The soldiers relentlessly fired their weapons, but the bullets simply bounced off the raid boss's tough hide. A blast of its breath sent everyone flying. "Dongguan now!" Kim Sehun's voice cut through the chaos. Dongguan immediately obeyed. Activating his crowd control skill, he commanded all civilians to evacuate and let the players handle the fight. When some tried to argue, he forced them to see the grim reality. Their modern weapons were utterly useless against this monstrosity. But just as Dongguan's skill wore off, their defiance returned. Kim Sehun guessed the players had just received their fourth main quest. Ignoring all warnings, the crowd of players charged headfirst towards the raid boss, ready for another assault. One civilian got dangerously close. The beast's foot descended to crush him, but Kim Sehun moved like lightning, pulling the man to safety. The man offered a quick word of thanks for his carelessness. Sehun warned him to be cautious, explaining the boss was dangerous for more than just its size. Kim Sehun analyzed the creature, desperately searching for the right strategy, the perfect weapon to take it down. The other civilians were also realizing a grim truth. Their long-range attacks were having absolutely no effect. He worried about how to defeat the boss, which could enter its final form at any second. Suddenly, the monster's wings grew even larger. With a deafening screech, it flapped its wings, launching into the sky and shattering nearby buildings with the sheer force of its ascent. The crowd stared in pure shock. They never imagined a creature that massive could actually fly. Panic began to set in. If that thing attacked from the air, they all knew it would destroy the entire city. Kim Sehun made a bold decision. He had to drag it from the sky. He quickly connected his spears with mystical chains. With a powerful heave, he hurled the chained spears at the beast, leaving the civilians staring in awe at his incredible strength. "Help me pull it down!" Kim Sehun roared. The crowd saw that Han Jisoo had already grabbed the chains beside him. A wave of courage surged through them. If she could do it, so could they. One by one, they joined in gripping the chains tightly. On his command, they pulled with one mighty unified tug. The beast plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. But then, blue currents began to crackle across its body. Kim Sehun wondered if the final stage of its transformation had begun. To stop it, he launched himself high into the air. He plunged his weapon deep into the raid boss's face. But after a guttural roar, the beast leaped back to its feet completely unaffected. Kim Sehun was stunned. Its toughness and raw strength were beyond belief. He couldn't understand why his attack failed. He was certain he'd struck its skull. "Leave it to me," Han Jisoo called out. "I'm better prepared for this." After saying that, she drove her weapon straight into her own heart. This was the only way to maximize the Celestial Slayer's effect, amplifying her damage output to an insane degree. Her regeneration skill instantly healed the fatal wound. This incredible power allowed her to move in impossible ways. Han Jisoo soared through the air, landing perfectly on the head of the raid boss. Kim Han instantly deciphers Han Jisoo's next move. He roars for everyone to get back as far as they can. With all her might, she smashes her weapon onto the raid boss's skull. As the players scramble for their lives, the colossal beast slams its own head into the ground. With one final decisive swing, she delivers the finishing blow. The monster lets out a deafening shriek of pain. It grunts and roars, lunging at Han Jisoo in a final desperate attack. Jisoo braces herself to strike the monster once more. But Kamahan's voice cuts through the chaos, telling her to halt. He warns her that the situation is becoming far too dangerous, bad and broken by Jisoo's assault. The raid boss lets out a deep, agonized groan. Its massive jaws then clamp down on her, but it can't swallow her body protected by its unique magical properties. A violent agitation seizes the raid boss. It begins to grunt and roar, thrashing its head with incredible force. The onlookers stare in utter confusion. Suddenly, the light fades from the beast's eyes as it collapses to the earth. Cautiously, the players begin to approach, needing to confirm if the nightmare was truly over. As they inspect the fallen behemoth, Jisoo emerges from its mouth completely unscathed. She walks calmly towards Sehon. The chat for the Raein region on the South Korean server explodes. The news spreads like wildfire. Kim, Sehon, and Jisoo have defeated the raid boss. After a flood of praise for the heroes and Donggun, the topic suddenly shifts. Players question why the raid boss's stats were impossibly high. A dark suspicion begins to form. Did the GM secretly buff the monster? Another player demands to know the reason for this accusation. The player explains that the GM had once defeated Karis, proving he could interfere. A user suggests they flood the system with feedback. They argue that if the GM is left unchecked, he might start targeting player avatars directly. United by this fear, they agree to act, organizing a mass feedback campaign to stop him. And so, thanks to Kim Sehon and Anonymous Player 48's plan, GM Architis was temporarily locked out of the Korean server. As a reward, Sehon acquires Gungi's coat. He reads the item description and his eyes widen in shock. Gungi had reached its ultimate transcendent state. The realization hits him a moment of awe, even before Jisoo landed the final blow. Jisoo then reveals her own loot, the Dark Gem of Sacred Dissonance. Sehon's astonishment deepens even further. His mind races with the possibilities, imagining the god-tier weapon they could forge from it. But he knows they lack the other necessary materials. Still, he's grateful for this gift from Archites. To his surprise, Jisoo offers the priceless gem to him. She insists he deserves it, claiming she only dealt the last hit while he carried the entire fight. But he gently refuses, telling her to keep it. He explains it will be a trump card for her once she gathers the right components. Besides, he tells her earning a gold rank amidst so many players is more than enough reward for him. Jisoo reveals she also achieved gold rank. Just then, Donggun runs up proudly announcing his silver rank. They both stare at him in disbelief. Silver rank? For a guy who spent most of his time running away, he quickly defends his honor, reminding them that he was the one who secured the combat zone for everyone. Han Jisoo asks if her interference lowered his rank to gold, but he immediately dismisses her concern. Without her, he says the battle would have taken far longer. He then asks Donggun if he has any other missions to attend to. Donggun confirms that he does. Sehon thinks it would have been better if Donggun had stayed with Yongyun, but he lets him go, giving him a stern warning. Before they head to Seoul, Jisoo voices her anxieties about her mother's location. Sehon is left to wonder why her mother would hide her location from her own daughter. His gaze lingers on Jisoo. He reflects on her past life and what might have happened if he hadn't been the one to end it. To him, she is a living paradox. She is the very symbol of a fate that can be rewritten. Elsewhere, men drag along crying children who are bound together like livestock. The men whisper that their demonic masters hunger for the children's souls and blood. A powerful presence descends. John Shin has arrived hunting for those who dared trespass on his territory. When one of the men asks who he is and his subordinate has no answer, he makes a simple declaration. He will kill them all. Meanwhile, Mina and Taelin are walking down the street carrying groceries. Taelin expresses her gratitude to Mina. Thanks to her, their points went much further than usual. Mina proudly shows off her gold rating, but secretly knows this was only possible because of the magic book from Kim Sehon. Suddenly, an assassin lunges from the shadows. Taelin's warning allows Mina to dodge her hand, transforming into a blade that slices the man's weapon in two. She follows through with a devastating punch from a fist made of steel, sending the man crashing to the ground. His partner realizes these girls are anything but normal. He signals to the alleys, and their entire gang swarms out to attack. Just then, the first attacker's eyes begin to glow with an unnatural light. Mina suspects he's a humanoid monster, but her own confidence never wavers. Her arms transform into lethal mantis blades. With a single deadly swing, she slices through their weapons like paper. A thug screams, "Get Lin!" They lunge towards her, but she evades their charge with ease. A wave of relief washes over Misu. She surges forward to finish the fight, but the cowards immediately scatter and flee. As her racing heart calms, Mina notices something deeply unsettling. The blood of the fallen gangsters is pitch black. This is wrong. She resolves to tell Kimmy Han as soon as he returns. Just then, Kimmy Han appears. Mina quickly recounts the ambush, explaining how she and Lynn Taylor were targeted by strange thugs. He instantly analyzes the situation. The dark blood could only mean one thing, demon servants. They were from the Dark Sky clan. But why would they be making such small moves? Shouldn't they be focused on building their power? A chilling thought strikes him. Is it because Kim Hwan is no longer here? In his past life, Kim Hwan's guild, the Sins, had kept the Dark Sky Clan completely suppressed in Seoul. But in this timeline, the Sins Guild doesn't exist. The Dark Sky Clan's influence has been allowed to fester and grow. Kim Han realizes his return has accidentally accelerated the timeline in Seoul. Lynn Taylor asks worriedly, "Do you know who they were?" He gives a grim reply, "I do." His gaze falls upon a Mr. Taylor. He's taken aback by the raw fear on the man's face, the pure concern of a father for his daughter. He turns back to the girls and reveals the grim truth. Those thugs were likely contractors for a demon. But he admits, "I never encountered them in my past life. I don't know where their headquarters are." At that moment, Jisoo steps forward. "I think I know," she says, reminding Sehon of her third main quest, the one she found almost impossible to complete. The memory hits him like a bolt of lightning. He had to defeat a powerful monster there. Jisoo then adds she saw someone with dark blood in that very place. The pieces snap together, revealing a far more dangerous picture. The situation is critical. "Take me there," he commands. "Now." Sehon soon arrives in Hwagok, located in Seoul's Gangso district. He finds it strange that all the local businesses are open as if nothing is wrong. He approaches a shop owner asking directly, "Have any children been abducted in this neighborhood?" The shopkeeper's calm expression immediately shatters. Fear flashes in his eyes as he hastily denies it, then quickly walks away. After facing the same wall of fearful silence multiple times, Sehon changes his approach. He shows a picture of Jisoo to another man. Recognizing her, the man quickly pulls him inside his shop to speak privately. He confirms the guild causing trouble isn't a local one. He explains that the woman in the photo Jisoo had completely annihilated the area's original gang. This created a power vacuum that an outside guild easily took over. The man confesses they were all threatened. "Stay silent, the outsiders had warned, "or you'll lose your businesses." Hearing this, Sehon finally understands the entire situation. They must be kidnapping the children to create the Mask of Anguish. In the past, the gods treated the world as their personal game. But now, the demons have also gained immense power, turning Earth into their own cruel playground. Gods are selective, choosing only 1 or 2 avatars to maintain tight control. They monitor each avatar closely, often intervening in their lives. The demons, however, operate differently. They distribute their power to countless contractors, building massive armies of servants, sometimes controlling an entire guild. Unlike the gods, demons don't care about a contractor's talent skills, or even their compatibility. They prey only on a person's desperate desire for power and the weakness of their soul. All they need are loyal pawns who will follow their orders without question. And for demons, this game's objectives are always a direct threat to humanity. This confirms that they are forging the Mask of Anguish, an artifact made from demonic flesh and crystallized human sorrow. It belongs to the 27th ranking demon Nevoth, a monster that grows stronger by feeding on human sadness and life energy. He converts these stolen emotions into points to enhance the mask's power. Sehon exits the shop, his purpose clear. He will utterly destroy the Dark Sky Clan. He transforms into a crow and takes to the sky searching for the white building the shopkeeper described as the demon servant's lair. There's just one problem. In this district, every single building is white, and all the people have dark hair and dark eyes. Finding his targets like this is impossible. He switches his strategy. Forget the grunts. He'll hunt the boss directly. Sehon ambushes a few Dark Sky members with brutal force. As they fall, more goons emerge asking, "Are you from the Dark Moon Guild?" He casually tosses his daggers. "Get ready to die," he tells them. He activates his skill Eye of the Crows and summons a shadowy flock. The crows swarm the thugs, creating total chaos. Sehon moves like a phantom, cutting them down one by one. When they try to counter, he uses Shadow Rush, becoming an untouchable blur of death. Yet amidst the furious battle, one question echoes in his mind. Where are the children? First, he will eliminate every last servant of Nevoth. After the final enemy falls, he begins his frantic search for the kidnapped kids. He finds a locked room and smashes the door open. A child looks up and asks, "Are you here to take us to that place too?" The strange question catches him off guard. "What place?" he asks. "They promised," the child says, "that they would turn us into players." The horrifying truth dawns on Sehon. The clan didn't just kidnap these children, they manipulated them with their own dreams. He declared that players are chosen, not made, and no mortal holds the power to create one. The boy argued, insisting he'd seen other kids awaken their powers. Sehon corrected him, explaining they were already players from the start. The child's hope turned to fury. He demanded they be set free if Sehon couldn't fulfill his promise. Sehon smirked, telling them freedom was the reason he came. After releasing the children, he turned his attention to the building. His first objective was the 7th floor, where he planned to have a chat with the manager. In a dark room, Shin Hwan stared at a cage, his focus shattered by a loud noise that grated on his nerves. A subordinate suddenly appeared from the shadows. The man reported that their Hawk branch had been utterly destroyed. When asked by who, he explained a storm of crows blinded the cameras, revealing only a lone man dressed in black. Shin Hwan wondered if it was an agent of a rival demon, but no name came to mind. This was an unknown variable. He then ascended to the 5th floor to report to his boss, Gang Cheonu, who gave a simple command: handle it. Cheonu added a warning to be cautious, but Shinhwan left with absolute confidence. After all, the great demon Nevath himself called him the most unique contractor. So even as he acknowledged the overwhelming power that crushed his subordinates, he marched forward, certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Sehon discovered a crucial file. The Dark Sky Guild's headquarters was in the Hwan district of Incheon. Just then he felt it. The watchful eyes of the gods hovering in the air around him, sending a chill down his spine. One eye of brilliant gold was fixed solely on him. He wondered if it belonged to the Witch of the Western Woods. But he knew that if it were her, she would have sent an avatar invitation by now, just like she did in his last life. Realizing it was something else, he decided to ignore it for now. His mind shifted to the next phase. The Incheon branch would be far more fortified than the last. He needed a solid plan. As if in response, one of the divine eyes issued a silent challenge. That was all he needed. He set off to rescue the children from the Incheon branch's basement. He was certain they were being used as fuel for the cursed mask of anguish. Arriving on site, he slipped into the shadows to observe. He watched in disgust as grunts dragged the lifeless bodies of children from a room, complaining that they were expiring faster than usual. They debated what to do with the corpses confused, because Shinhwan was the one who usually handled the disposals. The name Shinhwan struck Sehon. He searched his memories of the future, but no such person existed. A new player had joined the board. Realizing he'd learned nothing more from hiding, he stepped out of the darkness and revealed himself. His black clothes made them mistake him for a new recruit. They arrogantly ordered him to help with the bodies. That arrogance was their final mistake. With a swift, deadly motion, he silenced them forever. Sehon then knelt beside a young victim and noticed her expression was strangely peaceful. He recalled that the mask of anguish is supposed to feed on despair, leaving its victims in a state of horrific torment. He could also sense that the energy gathered within the mask was pitifully low. Suddenly, Sehon noticed the faint trace of a stasis gas orb. Someone had used a powerful item here. Who else would have tried to save the children? The question lingered, but he pushed it aside. The living survivors were his priority. Elsewhere, Gang Cheonu raged when he learned Shinhwan had failed to capture the intruder. He would now have to beg Neveroth for more time to gather new sacrifices. Based on the crows and black clothes, he was sure the attacker served another demon. But he also knew a bitter truth. No one below Shinhwan's level had any hope of facing this mysterious enemy. This thought caused Keonu's informant to voice doubts about Shinhwan's true power, but Keonu immediately shut down such dissent. In that moment, a swarm of crows blotted out the sky, smashing through the reinforced window and flooding the office. Keonu's informant screamed in terror, pointing at the bird's feet. Bombs! Before another word could be spoken, the entire building detonated in a fiery blast. Miles away, Shinhwan was on his motorcycle when he got the news the base had been annihilated. Neveroth's voice confirmed the worst: the building was a crater, and the mask of anguish was buried deep within the wreckage. They had assumed the player would steal the mask, not destroy the entire base. Then Neveroth revealed a celestial secret: the Crow constellation had changed hands. Someone had assassinated the previous Crow constellation and seized its authority. The throne remained empty, only because the killer was not yet ready to claim it. Shinhwan demanded, "Do you know who it is?" Neveroth confirmed it, revealing the killer was a player of great renown. As a demon, he couldn't access the divine forms to learn more. Shin Hoon pieced together the information. This player was too cunning to be lured into a direct fight, so he would have to create a situation the player couldn't refuse. Shin Hin made a request to Neveroth, a cruel smile on his face. Tell me the location of his teammates. However, Neveroth advised him to first retrieve the mask from their destroyed base to guarantee his victory against such a powerful player. Neveroth then aided Shinhwan, pulling the mask from the rubble with demonic power. With the artifact secured, he guided him to the home of Sehon's teammate. As torrential rain lashes against the windows, Mina dries her hair, remarking on the storm's fury. Lin offers a warm cup of tea for comfort. Mina accepts with a thank you, her mind elsewhere, as she asks about Ju's whereabouts. Lin confirms he's still outside. Mina knows he's out there standing guard even in this downpour. Taylor sighs, admitting he truly can't comprehend these strange powers. Mina insists it's as simple as moving your hands. But with another heavy sigh, Taylor confesses he still doesn't get it. A fire lights up in Mina's eyes as she looks at him, promising that she will help him understand. Suddenly, a plate shatters on the floor. Lin is frozen, staring out the window. Mina rushes to her side, asking if she's hurt or just startled by the lightning. Lin trembles uncontrollably, but it's not the storm. A chilling terror fills her voice as she whispers, "Something dreadful is coming for us." Sinister shadows fall upon their doorstep. The door creaks open, revealing a man named Hwan. Mina wonders if he's one of Sehon's men. Without a word, he strikes. The blow sends her reeling. Mina snaps into a fighting stance, but her question of who he is met with another brutal attack. The impact stings even through her mithril defenses. He closes the distance, his voice a cold whisper. "Just stay still. I'll make this quick." But Mina refuses to go down. She transforms, unleashing her true form. Her attacks are a blur of motion. But he dodges every single one with contemptuous ease. Just as he moves in for the final blow, Taylor intercepts the punch. A smirk plays on his lips. Not bad, you actually know how to throw a punch. Taylor continues to taunt him, saying it's a real pity. He must have been something special before this whole game began. Juan settles into his stance, his intent murderous. I'm in a hurry, you all need to die. But Taylor just laughs. Sorry, pal, I've got a daughter to raise. And with that, the real battle erupts. Meanwhile, at the lair of the Dark Sky clan, the crow gazes at the bomb. He built his face filled with admiration. He muses on the small headache he got from calling his flock. He considers that others can just find their own masks. But suddenly the all-seeing eye begins to bother him. He leans in close and asks, what is it? The eye's message is dire. Its avatar is in grave danger. Back at the house, Juan stands victorious over the unconscious bodies of Mina and Taylor. He reflects on the close call. If their stats had been just a little higher, this could have ended very differently. He sees Lynn weeping over her father's still form begging him to wake up. The sight stirs a painful memory from his own childhood. He violently shoves the thought away as a voice echoes in his mind, commanding him, do not kill the child. The voice explains her immense potential. Magic this pure, it says, makes for an exquisite offering. Juan asks if he can do what he wants with the others. After getting his answer, he turns to Lynn. Come with me. Seeing her hesitate, he offers a cruel choice. It's the only way to keep your father and Mina alive. With tears streaming down her face, Lynn rises. She gives her father one last heartbreaking look and walks toward the monster to save them. But her sacrifice is met with pure betrayal. A swift blow to the back of her head and she crumples. He catches her limp body ready to make his escape. Out of nowhere, a hatchet flashes through the air. It's Ju. He sidesteps the attack. Another one. Do you all live here or something? Ju's only reply is another ferocious swing. Her speed is stunning so fast it even surprises Juan. She might even be faster than him. He aims a disabling strike at her wrist, but she dodges it impossibly. That attack should have shattered the bone. This girl? She isn't natural. Ju demands to know why he's moving so strangely. He just smirks back, replying that her own movements are far stranger. He tells her it's a boxing sway. Hearing this, Ju cracks her neck and drops into a perfect professional boxing stance. Juan clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed. He mirrors her stance just as Ju unleashes a lightning-fast jab. But Juan sways back, matching her speed perfectly. He then tries to copy her technique, forcing her into a desperate dodge. Juan snickers, having figured out her weakness. She only aims for the head. But with her raw talent, even that flaw makes her incredibly dangerous. He decides to end it in one final strike. He launches a powerful direct punch. But Ju counters, blocking his fist while throwing one of her own. The impact sends him staggering backward. Her reaction time was inhuman. He decides it's time to leave before the situation gets any worse. But at that same moment, Ju stumbles, her own strength failing her. Juan lets out a groan of pure disappointment. He wastes no more time slinging Lynn onto his motorcycle. As he speeds off, he glances back in disbelief. Ju is chasing him on foot, and she's impossibly gaining on him with every single step. Just as her fingers are about to graze his bike, he kicks into high gear and pulls away. A voice mocks him in his head, this is the last time I will help you. Jisoo must not spoil the main event. He finally arrives at his destination, the Incheon port. The voice informs him that the crows will be arriving shortly. Juan's mind drifts back to Taylor, Mina, and Lynn. They all have to be connected somehow. Then he thinks of Ju. The demonic voice teases him again, instructing him to put on a mask. The demon makes its position clear. I am only helping because finding another pawn is a hassle. The moment you fail, our agreement is over. Juan replies coldly that he'll make his decision after he sees the person. At that very moment, the crow appears. A flicker of recognition sparks in Juan's memory. He's seen this man before in an MMA fighting ring. This crow is a professional fighter. The crow demanded to know why he had taken the child. Juan replied coldly, calling it the most efficient path to his target. Was this about the Dark Sky clan? The crow probed. Juan simply nodded, confirming he had a score to settle. A menacing aura bled from the crow. He revealed his companions were once savaged by a demon's underlings. Because of that memory, he vowed to erase anyone tied to demons, before they could unleash more chaos upon the world. Juan instantly shifted into a fighting stance. The crow's eyes narrowed, noticing how Juan's hands warped and changed, wondering if his entire body could be altered at will. And so their one-on-one duel began. A flurry of raw power erupted as they traded blows, neither man reaching for a weapon. Then, in a flash, the crow launched a devastating strike, shattering Juan's hand. The demon within him raged, scolding Juan for his foolish refusal to wear the mask. The demon seethed, regretting its mistake of ever trusting a mortal again. Juan shot back, questioning if it was truly worthy of wearing the mask of anguish. That question ignited the demon's fury. It roared that if Juan refused to accept the mask, it would force the damn thing onto his face. The demon then sneered, asking if Juan truly understood the chasm between a deal with a demon and a pact with a god. A tremor ran through Juan's body. The demon explained that, unlike gods, demons have the power to force their will upon their contractors. Against his every instinct, Juan's hands brought the mask of anguish to his face. The demon laughed, bored of watching him fight like a pathetic weakling. An unholy scream tore from Juan's throat as the mask fused with his flesh. The crow watched on, realizing this situation was about to become far more troublesome. He considered that Juan's power might now rival his own, especially since he was now wearing the very mask that caused him endless torment. In an instant, the crow moved to shield Lin, holding her close. He locked eyes with Juan, who was now laughing maniacally. The mask was in full control, relishing the glorious feeling of power. The mask formally introduced itself as Neveroth, the 27th ranked demon. It cackled, declaring how exhilarating it was to take matters into its own hands. The crow finally and silently drew his sword. He met the demon's gaze and challenged him directly to begin stating he wouldn't let Lin wait in the cold rain any longer. Neveroth scoffed at the arrogant human. The demon then questioned the rumors. Was it really true that this man had defeated the great Kairos, a feat Neveroth deemed utterly impossible? Neveroth declared that defeating a constellation of that magnitude was beyond the reach of any mortal. As it spoke, the possessed Juan charged forward. The crow noted that the mask's assimilation wasn't complete, but its raw power was still immense. He moved to intercept the possessed warrior. Their blades clashed in a dizzying dance of strikes and evasions. But for the crow, these movements felt predictable, almost elementary. With flawless precision, the crow brought his sword to Juan's neck, only for the blade to shatter into 1,000 pieces upon impact. Neveroth roared with laughter, admitting he was strong for a human. It then raked him with demonic claws, adding that he could never hope to defeat a true demon. But amidst the chaos, the crow noticed something critical: Neveroth's movements. They were becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, he struck again, sending the possessed Juan stumbling back. The crow now understood. He was nothing more than a living punching bag. He deduced that while Neveroth's power could prevent the body from being severed, it couldn't stop the searing pain of the impact. The crow paused as Neveroth continued to laugh, realizing the demon's high rank wasn't just for show. Neveroth gloated that his arrogance was well earned, that he could indeed fight. But his words were cut short as his body suddenly crumpled to the ground. The demon cried out in confusion, screaming that it couldn't move. In that moment, a different voice echoed from the body. It was Juan who calmly stated the demon must have been thoroughly beaten within their shared vessel. "How can you still speak?" Neveroth shrieked. Juan replied that after such a brutal internal defeat, his mind had become remarkably clear. Neveroth spat back. That as long as the mask was on his face, it would always be in control. Juan took a deep breath, and then, with all his might, slammed his own face into the hard ground. The crow watched in shock, realizing Juan had regained his senses and was resisting the demon's control. He could only think that this was a truly bizarre spectacle. The demon inside continued to scream, mocking Juan's efforts. "Do you really think you can break the mask?" An artifact of a demon could only be destroyed by the demon itself, a being of equal or greater power, or the one who made the contract. The demon roared, "Don't you understand? By breaking this, you are severing our contract." Juan's hands gripped the mask and began to pull. He stated calmly that he knew Neveroth planned to discard him eventually, so he would simply throw the demon away first. Juan slowly turned to face the crow. The crow asked if he still intended to continue their fight. "The demon had nothing to do with our battle," Juan declared. The crow mused that he was still obsessed with avenging a boss whose face he couldn't even remember. With a final agonizing tear, Juan ripped the mask from his face. He felt a wave of relief as he saw his stats remained unchanged. Juan masterfully dodged the next attack, noting how his perception had become crystal clear. Despite this, the crow still landed a heavy blow, sending him flying, and declaring that luck wasn't on his side today. Juan fell from the sky, hitting the water below, and then floated serenely upon its surface. Crow's cackle echoed, mocking his impossible luck. Juan's eyes fluttered open, wondering how he could possibly be alive after that fall. A figure descended gracefully from the sky. He saw a girl holding an elegant umbrella who welcomed him back. Her voice, a chilling melody, saying he had finally caught her eye. He demanded to know who she was. She revealed her name was Azel, one of the 7 prime demons of Hell itself. At that very moment, in a high-rise towering over Gangnam Seoul, the master of the Genesis Guild Park convened a secret meeting. His agenda was clear: to forge an alliance with Guildmaster Gang of Outrising and Guildmaster Lee of the Crimson Spider Lily. Park pitched the alliance to Gang as a way to crush their mutual enemy, the Waning Crescent. But Gang was wary, viewing Park's guild as the far greater threat. Observing the rising tension, Lee grew weary of the power struggle between Gang and Park. Frustration flared in Gang's eyes, but Park expertly calmed him. Beyond the truce, Park had gathered them to discuss the elusive main quest. A long time had passed since the last great update. Yet the world remained eerily silent, with no sign of the next chapter. But Park believed the system was leaving clues. He was convinced the recent explosion of new dungeons was a prelude to their next main quest. Park noted a dangerous trend: with more dungeons came more conflict, and guilds were clashing more fiercely than ever. His theory was terrifyingly simple. The next main quest would be an all-out war between the guilds for dominion over these dungeons. Therefore, he proposed not a full alliance, but a temporary truce, a pact to prevent their mutual annihilation before the real game even began. Players could only form guilds after the fourth main quest. Only then could they purchase guild houses in city centers, establishing desperately needed safe zones. Park confessed his initial plan was to create his guild later. With his members already drawing too much attention from the gods, he had planned to operate from the shadows, perhaps as a mercenary. But his fateful encounter with John Shin had shattered those plans. Park now understood the absolute necessity of a safe zone to shield them from intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Sehon's companions stared in absolute awe at the towering building before them. Sehon revealed this was their new base, a fortress acquired ahead of schedule to keep them hidden from the ever-watchful observers. The group moved inside the grand structure ready to plan their next move. As they walked, Sehon sensed a shadow hanging over Ju. She confessed her heart was heavy, tormented by her failure to protect everyone. The last battle served as a brutal reminder of her own limits. She realized she needed true combat techniques, not just a reliance on her raw stats and abilities. Sehon was struck by Jisoo's burning desire to grow stronger. Then again, his own clash with John Shin had changed his perspective entirely. The sheer power of that fight had obliterated the landscape, which was why Sehon couldn't pursue John Shin. But more than that, some other force had interfered, stopping his final attack cold. Sehon was certain only a demon could intervene so directly. A being capable of nullifying his ultimate attack could only be one of the 7 archdemons from the Dark Realm. Mina, always focused, asked about the start of the next main quest. Sehon told her he would explain once everyone was assembled. With the entire team gathered, Sehon began to unveil his vision of the coming storm, a massive competition for dominance. He saw the doubt in their eyes and acknowledged it. The surge in dungeons alone wasn't concrete proof of his theory, he admitted. Then he explained the critical concept of a dungeon imprint. Once a dungeon is imprinted, it becomes exclusive territory, barring all other players from entry. For now, dungeons were open territory for everyone. But Sehon's intuition screamed that this era of freedom was about to end. This meant they had to move fast and conquer as many dungeons as they could. Dungeons were treasure troves of resources points and experience, the very fuel they needed to level up. This was more than just growth. It was a golden opportunity for a single guild to seize absolute control over Seoul. The competition would be ruthless as powerful guilds were already making their moves. This was why he gathered them to officially form their own guild. The decision was nearly unanimous. They would follow him. However, 2 members, Luke and Lin, held back. They felt they were too weak to be of any use. But Sehon knew their true hidden potential. He knew Lin was the single most skilled player left alive. And Luke, he possessed the rare potential to become a god's chosen avatar. In a past life, he had even become the strongest player, if only for a fleeting moment. Inspired by Sehon's heroic vision, Luke finally agreed to join their cause. Luke's deepest desire had always been to be a hero, but a single crushing defeat had shattered his confidence. With the team united, Mina playfully asked if she could choose their guild name, assuming he hadn't picked one. Sehon's expression turned serious. He had already decided. Their name would be Deicide, the Destroyer of Gods. At that moment, Sue stood in the basement of their new headquarters. The smell of new beginnings filled the air. Elsewhere in the training gym, Sehon and Jisoo were locked in a fierce sparring session. As he fought with Jisoo, Sehon felt it clearly a potent and formidable killing intent, radiating from her every move. Even though she was holding back, the pressure was immense, and her control over it was remarkable. Their exchange of blows continued until Jisoo finally drove Sehon into a corner. With no room to dodge, Sehon braced himself as Jisoo unleashed a final punch. Her fist slammed into the wall with a thunderous crash. She pulled back, ending the spar. Despite her relentless assault, she had failed to land a single clean hit. One question burned in her mind. Where did he learn to fight like that? Sehon paused, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He found her question curious, considering she'd witnessed his combat prowess many times. But Jisoo knew better. Watching from the sidelines was nothing like facing an opponent's true killing intent. Still, a spark of understanding ignited within her. Suddenly, Mina burst into the training hall, her face flushed with urgency. Sehon held up a hand postponing their spar and asked what was wrong. She explained breathlessly that the egg incubator was making a strange, trumpeting sound. A wide, knowing grin spread across Sehon's face. He knew exactly what this meant. The Kirin's egg was finally hatching. As they watched in anticipation, a system window suddenly appeared before them. The first Kirin child has been born. A second notification followed, unlocking a new achievement for Sehon's tamer. Mina's eyes widened at the tiny creature before her, and she instinctively scooped it into her arms. A Kirin child born from a prodigy's blood and mythical power. According to the system, this unique creature would grow to the size of a teenager in just 1 month. After that, its growth would mirror a human's until its 20s. By nature, these creatures were gentle souls. But that kindness could be corrupted, their entire lives shaped by their upbringing. Mina's heart swelled with protectiveness as she decided on a name, Beaksel. It was a fitting name for a child as pure and white as snow. Overjoyed, she rushed off to introduce the newborn to the entire guild. Sehon let her go, knowing the child was in good hands. He then gathered the team. It was time to discuss the dungeon race and its unique scoring system. Entry was restricted to guilds only, and the higher a guild placed, the more legendary the rewards would become. Points were awarded based on the dungeons they managed to imprint. Jisoo looked worried. How could their small guild possibly compete against the giants? But Sehon's gaze was sharp and strategic. They wouldn't conquer every dungeon, he declared. They would only target the ones that offered the most points. Mina, however, was puzzled. How could Sehon possibly know which dungeons were more valuable than others? She had already infiltrated the 3 major guilds that once controlled these territories, and even they didn't have this critical information. The only thing Mina had discovered was that the Genesis Guild was obsessively studying dungeon spawn patterns. Sehon confirmed her discovery. There is a pattern, he said, revealing a map that detailed all the recent dungeon spawns. He'd used his crows to track them all week. Luke was skeptical. A simple map couldn't possibly reveal a dungeon's true worth. Sehon simply smiled. This map is everything we need. He then revealed the secret the dungeons were appearing in the shape of constellations. He traced the patterns of Lyra and Bodhi's the herdsman. These, he explained, are worth 3 points at most. It was a massive hint from the system itself. Future quests would all be intrinsically tied to the stars above. So if they wanted the ultimate prize, they had to aim for the dungeon located at the brightest star of the zodiac. That one would be worth a full 10 points. Sehon's eyes landed on Mina. You will be our key player in this mission, he stated, offering no further explanation. He then chose Changgu to accompany him. Jisoo gave different orders. She was to avoid fighting other players. But if anyone caused trouble, he was leaving the bad guys to her. Her mission was to be a shadow effective but unnoticed. Just then, a private message chimed in Sehon's interface. His eyes widened. It was from the Witch of Dreams, the very same transcendent being who had chosen him as her avatar in his previous life. Meanwhile, in the public channels, players were buzzing with hype for the contest. Suddenly, an anonymous user entered the chat and began leaking critical dungeon information. The famed Norse beauty tried to recruit the mysterious infobroker to her guild, but the anonymous user flatly refused. Instead, he began detailing the dungeons in the Gangnam region, revealing their exact point values to everyone online. The Norse beauty arrogantly claimed those dungeons for herself. Immediately, another player begged for information on the Gangzo dungeons. The anonymous user's strategy was simple leak info on the 3 to 5 point dungeons, occasionally dropping a 10-point location to build unwavering trust. However, he sensed that a player named Tyr understood his real motive, as he was only showing interest in the 12 Zodiac dungeons. In that instant, Sehon understood the chilling truth. The Guildmaster of Genesis, he knew everything too, his strategic leak complete. Sehon finally turned his attention to the witch's message. A god was only allowed to send 10 messages to players each month. For a being of her stature to use one of these precious messages on a player like him was almost unheard of. This had never happened, not even in his past life. Sehon was stunned as more messages flooded in from the powerful goddess. She dismissed the other god's beliefs, refusing to accept that Sehon had already pledged his allegiance to another. She saw that his power was purely his own, a human strength she found utterly fascinating. Then came the offer of become her avatar, and she would make him the ultimate champion. Sehon breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She had no memory of his past life. Still, he couldn't risk repeating that tragic outcome. He respectfully declined the goddess's offer. The goddess accepted his choice with grace, but she left a standing invitation, promising her aid would always be available should he ever change his mind. At that very moment, just as Sehon had commanded, Mina was hiding in the shadows near the designated dungeon gate. She watched as countless players flocked to the entrance, a massive crowd forming, just as he said it would. Sehon's prediction had been flawless. Mina activated her skill, transforming into a tiny, unnoticeable fly. She landed on a mercenary, preparing to enter, blending in perfectly. Their team left a rearguard to watch for rivals. And then stay sharp, the mercenaries mutter, cautiously stepping into the dungeon's maw. Deep inside, Mina flies to the cavern's far end, her form shifting back to human. She pulls out several bombs and places a metal pipe on the ground. With deadly precision, Mina rigs the cave walls and triggers the detonation. A thunderous explosion rocks the cavern, causing the walls to collapse and seal the path. The metal pipe, however, ensures her own escape route is clear. Now, Mina just has to follow the path and conquer the dungeon. Elsewhere in another location, a group of hunters celebrates discovering a gate. They hesitate before entering, wary that the major guilds might spot them. But their leader assures them confident that no one ever ventures into this area. The leader grins, imagining the promotion he'll get for this find. Suddenly, Jisoo appears surprised to find the dungeon already surrounded. One of the men quickly reports to his master that he's the one who allowed her entry. The master smirks and orders his men to grab her. But as they try to restrain Jisoo, a primal fear grips them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they realize they can't even make her budge. Jisoo's eyes catch the moon tattoo on their arms. She immediately recognizes them as part of the Waning Crescent Guild. She counts 34 of them in total. The color drains from their faces, replaced by the pallor of sheer terror. In that instant, Jisoo's eyes flash a blood red, radiating pure killing intent. Meanwhile, Park checks the guild rankings and sees he's in second place exactly as he planned. His strategy is to let Outrising have the top spot for 1 week. After that, he intends to build an unbeatable lead. He knows that both Outrising and the Crimson Spider Lily are completely unaware of the constellation pattern. But D-Side is tied with his own guild. They are a total mystery. Not even a god could know their next move. Park sees that D-Side is right there in second place with them. The chilling realization hits him. They must also know about the constellation patterns. He decides it's best to watch them very carefully. At the same time, Sehon observes his own plans unfolding. The 3 big guilds are busy clearing out minor dungeons. Mina has already secured 2 high-point dungeons for them. Ju has also scored a 5.1. This brings D-Side's total to a solid 25 points. Taylor and Chenggu also seem to be progressing smoothly. Just then, Lin approaches Sehun. She asks to hold Bexel, but Sehun tells her the creature is too heavy for her right now. She then asks him to train her the same way he trained Ju. Sehun declines. He tells her that understanding herself is the very first step. Lin is confused by his words, but the truth is that normal training is useless for her. She gains strength simply by watching others fight. She needs to realize this on her own before she can truly train. Suddenly, Bexel lets out a stream of bubbles, which instantly refresh Lin. Bexel was born just 2 days ago, and it is already using magic. Bexel then lets out a tiny sneeze. A laser beam shoots out from its horn. Sehun is shocked. He has never seen an Akiran do anything like this before. Sehun and Chenggu begin their journey. Sehun thinks that the Genesis Guild should be reaching out to them very soon. He's certain Genesis will contact them first. They foolishly believe they are the only ones who know about the constellation pattern. The fact that D-Side is sweeping up all the high-point dungeons must have caught their attention. However, Sehun has no plans to meet them just yet. Chenggu worries, feeling he is not the best choice for this task. He suggests Sehun could find someone more fitting for his travels. But Sehun reassures him that everything is fine. He explains that anyone stronger than Chenggu would probably be chosen as an avatar. Sehun checks his party window. He realizes he can now add another member to his party. His thoughts turn to Jisoo and her incredible power. Sehun and Chenggu continue on their journey. They have to keep moving before Mina gets angry at them for being idle. But Chenggu is surprised. He thought Sehun was only targeting 10-point dungeons. This dungeon is only worth 5 points. Sehun tells him that Genesis is watching all the high-value dungeons. He adds that a smaller point reward is not so bad since the points from monsters don't change much. They arrive at the dungeon gate. Sehun tells Chenggu to put his weapons away. He wants to test the A-rank gear he crafted from the Code of the Night and the Gungi hide. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers around the guild ranking board. They look on in utter disbelief. D-Side, a guild no one has ever heard of, is ranked first. Elsewhere, Park, Gang, and Lee meet again to discuss their strategy. Park informs them that D-Side has been claiming all their dungeons, but they have no solid proof to back up their claims. They all feel a lingering presence watching them. Gang suspects a man has been following them, but they can never pinpoint him. Park believes this person has to be a D-Side member gathering information. Gang then fumes with anger that Genesis is now at the top of the leaderboards when Outrising had been ahead by 20 points. Park feigns innocence, stating they've just been lucky that the dungeons they chose were worth so many points. He then steers the conversation back to D-Side, saying it would be a disgrace if the 3 guilds allowed this to continue. Model. Park declares they only have 2 weeks before the quest ends. He argues they must pivot hunting D8's allies instead of dungeons. Meanwhile, their guild members will lock down the remaining dungeons. But Lee counters, revealing she already tried this. Diacide still slipped through their grasp every time. Park points out the fatal flaw in their strategy. Diacide targets low-point dungeons, while they were only protecting the high-value ones. A wave of agreement washes over Lee and her team. They realize Park is right. Now is the time to hunt Diacide down. The dungeon raids would have to wait. In return, Park gives his solemn word he will find Diacide. Elsewhere, Sehun watches the dungeons, a smirk playing on his lips as he spots the beefed-up security. He knows the guildmasters are getting desperate to find him, so he decides to grant their wish. Sehun appears outside Genesis's safe zone, ready to pay them a visit. With so many guards distracted at the dungeons, walking right in is almost too easy. He strides in, searching for someone to lead him to the master. Sehun activates his shadow rush, melting into the darkness. He closes in on Jian Hong, a ghost in the daylight, but she senses him. Before he can make his move, Jian spots his presence. Her sword arcs through the air, but Sehun blocks it with casual ease. Sehun tries to introduce himself, but Gon isn't listening. She unleashes a storm of strikes, her sword a blur of motion, yet Sehun dodges every attack effortlessly. In that moment, she understands. This is no ordinary intruder. Sehun calmly insists that they need to talk. Gon lets her sword fall, but then she reveals a second weapon that leaves Sehun stunned. A whip sword coils in her hand, radiating danger. Jian attacks again, her whip sword lashing out like a serpent, but Sehun continues to evade every single strike. He throws her own sword back at her, forcing her to disarm, but Gon instantly draws a dagger. Sehon is shocked. She's an entire armory in one person. After a fierce exchange, Jian falls to her knees admitting defeat. Sehon finally clarifies his purpose. He's here to speak with her guildmaster on behalf of the Diacide Guild. The revelation hits Gon like a thunderclap. Stunned, she agrees to lead him to her master. Sehon is impressed by her speed. But when they arrive, Park is skeptical, refusing to believe Sehon is from Diacide. So Sehon drops the keyword the constellation. Park freezes. That secret is known by only a handful of people. His entire demeanor changes as he invites Sehon to sit. Park dismisses Gon, telling her to rest. She wants to protest to stay by his side, but his gaze is firm, and she reluctantly leaves. After a moment of silence, Park demands to know why Sehon is here. Sehon reveals a shocking truth. He was the one who sent the invitation. Knowing about the constellation pattern, Park assumes Sehon has come to demand they surrender control of the dungeons. But Sehon's real proposal is far stranger. He wants them to keep managing the dungeons, but warns Park to keep their meeting an absolute secret. Park is baffled. Why would their greatest rival want them to maintain control of the dungeons? Sehon unrolls a map, pointing to 2 dungeons in Seoul, and 16 more in the surrounding area. He gives a chilling warning, avoid them at all costs. Park sees it as a threat. Then his eyes lock onto the Scorpius pattern drawn on the map. Sehon explains that bombs have been planted, and pieces of the catastrophic Scorpius are scattered within those dungeons. Worst of all, even Sehon himself doesn't know the exact locations of the bombs. Without revealing everything, Sehon speaks of a monster sleeping within the Scorpius dungeons. A monster that could unleash untold destruction upon Seoul. Park scoffs, demanding proof for such a wild claim. Sehon calmly provides him with undeniable evidence. Sehon remembers the horrors of his past life all too well. He cannot let that future repeat. He must win Park's trust right here, right now. Of all the tragedies he witnessed in his previous life, this was the absolute worst. He has to prevent it from ever happening again. Sehon recalls the foggy details. An unknown guild entered those dungeons, unleashing the monsters and starting the chaos. He believes the game's creators made this scenario purely for the gods' amusement. After the scorpions drained the players, they swarmed to the surface, and the Age of Devastation began. 2 colossal scorpions, born from the star pieces of Antares, led the charge. In just 1 week, they had carved a scar across a third of Seoul. The catastrophe shattered the Outrising and Crimson Tiger Lily guilds. The Genesis Guild was forced to restructure its entire teams. The disaster crippled the player population in Seoul, and soon all of Korea felt the aftershocks. Sehon clenches his fists. He will stop this future no matter the cost. He prays that the catastrophe is still linked to just 2 of the 18 Scorpius dungeons. Park remained skeptical until a message from his scout changed everything. The message confirmed it. The methyl deposit Sehon spoke of was real. Park's mind raced. How could Sehon know about the deposit? What was his true role in Diacide? To casually give up a treasure like methyl? Park could only conclude one thing: Diacide must possess something even more valuable. Sehon can see the confusion on Park's face. He reveals that Diacide already controls 2 methyl ores and a refined iron deposit. In the grand scheme of things, Sehon isn't losing much at all. Park realizes that stopping the impending monster apocalypse is the true priority. But Sehon clarifies his request. That is precisely why he needs Park to continue guarding the dungeons just for a little while longer. Park suggests uniting the guilds, but Sehon scoffs. The other factions would never simply bow to his will. Park presses further, asking if Sehon foresaw the guilds claiming the dungeons for themselves. Sehon confirms it, revealing he had countless other strategies ready. His absolute certainty was staggering. Was this pride or the confidence of a true powerhouse? After witnessing his strength, Park knew the answer. He would trust him. Park understood a terrifying truth. If Sehon couldn't stop this cataclysm, no one could. He swore to aid him, a debt for the priceless mithril deposit. And with that, Sehon simply vanished. Park was left stunned by his sudden disappearance. In that moment, Park realized Sehon could erase anyone he chose. Meanwhile, Sehon materialized at Decide's main headquarters. The Scorpions were a menace, but nothing compared to a sentinel. With the right preparations, he knew he could crush them. He donned the mask Seo had forged for him, a unique masterpiece crafted from mithril, and 8 other rare materials. This artifact allowed the wearer to breathe even in the most lethal poison clouds. Sehon had to admit Seo's work was flawless. For now, Seo had only managed to produce 5 of these priceless masks. Sehon offered a reward, but the craftsman was content with his new workshop. But since Sehon was profiting the most, Seo promised to craft him a personal gift in the future. Sehon was also immensely satisfied with the fierce coat of the knight armor that Seo had created. Every single one of its stats were A-ranked, and it even came with the legendary Gungji Wings ability. Seo wondered why he'd coat everything in mithril when refined iron was tougher. Sehon simply stated that mithril's hidden properties were the key. He didn't need to explain more. He knew a genius like Seo would understand the rest. Seo asked if he planned to go alone, but Sehon shook his head. "There isn't enough time," he declared. The system could intervene at any moment. They had to move with blinding speed. The time to act was now. Mina and Sun gathered ready to sweep the dungeons. But Sehon stopped them, revealing he knew exactly which gates held their targets. He ordered Luke to guard the other players, handing him a bracelet from a previous conquest. Luke tried to activate it, but the artifact was soul-bound. It belonged only to Sehon. Sehon unleashed his crows, his eyes spreading across the battlefield. They found the star powers concealed within the 5th and 12th dungeons. But Sehon's gaze fell on another gate, one that hadn't fully materialized. This had to be the final dungeon, the lair of Scorpius's brightest star. The entrance needed several days to stabilize. Sehon decided to leave the final boss for last. They approached the first target dungeon only to find it teeming with other players. Mina, with her power to change form, could slip inside. But what about them? She asked. Sehon assured her he'd clear a path. Mina was startled by the cold, ruthless glint in his eyes. Just then, Ju volunteered to handle the cleanup. She had only ever hunted villains before, but now, she was ready to spill any blood necessary. Sehon warned her to think carefully before taking a life. He could sense a dangerous shift within her. She had suppressed the Celestial Slayer's power for so long. But now he felt that power beginning to awaken and rage. Realizing the risk, Sehon decided to handle it himself. He moved like a ghost through the soldiers, leaving Mina utterly speechless. Once inside the dungeon, it appeared deceptively normal. But Sehon's command was firm, masks on. Changgu immediately understood. The monsters here must possess a hidden, insidious threat. Miles away at the 18th dungeon's entrance, Luke stood guard following Sehon's orders to the letter. Suddenly, a chilling message from the goddess sent a shiver down his spine. The dungeon's growth was accelerating unnaturally. Luke knew instantly. The system's publisher, the Game Master, had interfered, just as Sehon predicted. He was about to report it, but the dungeon's powerful aura seized his attention. Its unique presence screamed that this gate was worth 10 points. That same powerful aura caught Gang's greedy eyes. He could feel his ambition stirring. His men warned him not to violate their truce. But Gang sneered, thinking one little dungeon wouldn't matter. His patience had worn thin, seeing Genesis members near all the other gates. He made his choice. He would conquer this dungeon himself. "Half of you stay here," he commanded. "The rest follow me." At that same moment, Sehon's party faced their first monsters. Creatures lunged from the shadows, only to be cut down effortlessly by Changgu. As they paused, a new beast ambushed them from above. With fluid grace, Changgu drew his blade, cleaving the monster in two. Changgu's incredible power wasn't his own. It was the result of a boost Sehon had granted him. Mina's eyes lit up with excitement, begging Sehon for a boost of her own. But he refused, explaining he had a far greater path in mind for her. Sehon planned for her to train under Jisoo. After all, he believed only a true prodigy could truly teach another. He was confident Mina's power would soar with their weekly training. At last, they reached their destination. A massive crystal hovering ominously in midair. Sehon knew instantly he'd found it. The energy of a star. Gripping his spear, he issued a sharp command. "Everyone check your masks for leaks." Without hesitation, Sehon plunged the spear into the crystalline heart. A blinding flash erupted, enveloping the entire chamber. Fractures spiderwebbed across the crystal's surface, before a monstrous scorpion burst forth. This was the beast whose poison mist nearly wiped out Soul's players in his past life. The devastation was absolute, because ordinary gas masks were completely useless against its venom. But Sehon stood firm, reassuring his party. "We can take this thing," he declared. "It's weaker than a sentinel, and this isn't the only one we have to hunt." The team prepared for battle weapons drawn and ready. But just as the fight was about to begin, Sehon received an urgent notification. Meanwhile, deep inside the 18th dungeon, Gang's forces erupted in cheers, having found medium-grade mana stones, a rare treasure compared to the lesser stones they'd been collecting. Gang's eyes gleamed with avarice. With these stones, he could craft gear that would put them miles ahead of any other guild. This discovery vindicated his decision to hoard all the dungeon's resources for himself. He reasoned that Genesis broke their pact first, freeing him from any obligation. His thoughts were cut short when his scouts reported a massive chasm ahead. Gang eagerly followed them into the darkness. But from the shadows, Luke watched the guild's reckless advance. He knew they were marching toward certain doom. In the past, his goddess would have ordered him to save them, and he would have obeyed without question. But this time was different. The goddess was desperately pleading for him to escape, to run from the looming threat. Luke understood her fear. If he followed, he'd face the Outrising's guildmaster, a being far beyond his current power. He would be useless. The goddess urged him to flee, but Luke refused. He would not abandon innocent people to die. She tried to reason with him. These were players, not helpless civilians. Many were even stronger than him. But to Luke, with the soul of a soldier, they were all people in need of protection. His proudest moment since the world changed was when she chose him as her avatar. She told him he possessed the heart of a true hero, admiring his unwavering courage. She had offered him a sacred pact. As the chosen avatar of Astria, the goddess of justice, how could he ever turn his back on those in need? Back in the chasm, Gang stared at the crystal, wrongly assuming it was the dungeon's imprinting stone. Suddenly, Luke burst onto the scene. "Get out of here now!" he screamed. A monster is about to break free from that crystal. As if on cue, the crystal began to fracture. Gang scoffed at the warning until a system message flashed ordering an emergency evacuation. But it was already too late. The crystal shattered completely, and the colossal scorpion emerged from its prison. Antares of the Scorpius constellation hadn't expected the dimensional rift to open so soon. He'd taken an interest in this game when Corvus the Crow constellation fell, and a mere human dared to take its place. So when he was asked to lend his scorpion minions, he decided to participate himself for a closer look. But there was a catch. The 12 zodiac constellations were beings of mid-tier divinity or higher. Antares' power had to be scaled down to match the game's difficulty, a restriction that led to this very disaster. The constellation began his rampage through the dungeon. To him, this power reduction was a minor inconvenience at best. Players scattered in terror. Antares decided to save his signature toxic mist for a more amusing moment. He spotted Luke, recognizing him as Virgo's avatar, but was unimpressed. The game hadn't been running long enough for a player to challenge a constellation yet. There had to be some kind of trick to it. A trick only the one who defeated Corvus could explain. With a roar, Antares began to crush everyone in his path. He swung a devastating blow at Gang, but Luke leaped in, blocking the attack. In that moment, Antares finally understood. An avatar was something truly special. The two of them barely survived the impact. The force shattered Gang's arm. A painful realization dawned on him. His greed had led them to this. Luke yelled for Gang to escape, but he stubbornly refused. Yet one look at the overwhelming beast told him everything. They couldn't win. Gang turned and fled. Antares was impressed by Luke's sacrifice, but that didn't mean he would show mercy. The constellation swung again, and Luke somehow blocked it. He struggled to his feet, knowing this was the end. In what he believed were his last moments, his thoughts turned to Lyn. At least the guild would take care of her. He was ready to let go. But then the goddess's voice echoed, "Become my messenger." Antares froze, shocked and enraged. Astria had never made such an offer. Not even in the Age of Myths. Luke couldn't believe it. His goddess wanted him to become her divine messenger. Antares reeled from Astria's declaration. But his shock turned to disbelief as Luke's bracelet began to glow with an intense light. A new voice commanded, "Halt the ceremony." Antares was stunned by the intrusion, but he was utterly floored by the immense power radiating from the newcomer. Sehon stopped Antares' claw with a single hand. He turned to the heavens. "Astria Luke is worthy of being your messenger, but you know it cannot happen this way." Silence fell. How could this mortal know such a thing? Sehon coolly points out his offer was only to save Luke's life. Since that's done, the deal is off the table. He knew all along the recall bracelet would be the key. A flicker of doubt crosses Luke's mind. Does Sehon think he's unworthy of being the goddess's messenger? But the truth is the opposite. Luke isn't just worthy, he's too perfect. So perfect his human body can't contain the raw divine power. In the last timeline, that very power shattered Luke's body completely. A tragedy Sehon absolutely refuses to let happen again. Luke sincerely thanks him for saving his life. Sehon just nods, telling him to rest. He'll handle everything from here. Nearby, Antares seethes with insult at their casual conversation. But Sehon sees right through him. He's only here to learn the secret to defeating Karis. Fine, Sehon thinks. He'll give him a live demonstration. Fists fly as the two powerful beings clash. But something is off. If a regular constellation like Karis lost most of its power, a top-tier being like Antares should be even weaker. Sehon unleashes his proof of transcendence, striking a mighty blow. The Scorpius scoffs, insulted they'd think he was so weak. The reality, however, is that Sehon poured immense power into that strike. Antares' armor is simply that tough. Sehon switches tactics, aiming for the joints, when Antares suddenly releases a cloud of poison mist. Sehon yells for Jisoo to aim for the head. Leaping from above, Jisoo slams her blade into Antares' head. In that split second, Sehon strikes the Scorpius' eyes, while Luke rushes in to join the fray. The playful smirk vanishes from Antares' face. This battle is real, and he realizes with a jolt, Sehon is absurdly powerful. Antares' mind races. How? This human has no unique gear, no obvious artifacts. What is the source of his incredible power? Humiliation burns within him. He has no choice but to unleash his inherited authority. A thick, toxic mist explodes, covering the entire area. But Sehon knows this is a bluff. Antares is smart enough to know this poison won't work on them. Then it clicks. As Antares dives through an opening in the floor. "Watch out," Sehon roars. "He's going to strike from below." Just as he says it, Antares' massive tail erupts from the ground, trying to impale them all. They barely manage to dodge the devastating attack. Sehon instantly deciphers his strategy. Antares is tracking them through the vibrations in the ground. He orders Jisoo to keep the beast distracted. He turns to Luke with a plan. "Call the goddess," he commands. "I need the power of the seventh sign." With a nod, Luke begins to pray. Appearing before them, Sehon requests Astria to summon Libra, her seventh sign. The goddess knows he won't explain how he possesses this hidden knowledge. She immediately refuses if Luke is the one meant to wield its power. But Sehon promises her Luke will not be the one to control it. Intrigued, the goddess agrees, and the summoning begins. On the battlefield, Jisoo desperately holds Antares back, buying them precious seconds. Sehon then applies a secret orichalcum coating to Antares' own claws. Luke sees this and understands his role perfectly. He identifies his target. Luke tries to call forth the divine power, but the sheer force of its name chokes him. The words won't come out. Finally gathering every ounce of his will, he screams its name, Scale of Libra. At that exact moment far away, Park and Jeon stare up at the sky in awe. They realize the blinding light is erupting from the outrising dungeon area. Park watches the heavens themselves shine with divine light, wondering what on earth is happening. Is this why he told me to stay away? A pillar of brilliant light slams down into the dungeon. Antares is stunned. They actually summoned Libra. He knows for a fact that no one here possesses divine power. So why, he wonders with growing dread, would they summon a weapon they can't even use? Luke struggles to maintain the connection as the divine scale fully manifests. Hidden from sight, Sehon watches it glow with immense power. Then, just as planned, it begins to fade, having no wielder. Sehon knows Luke must have passed out, but his mission was a success. Now it's his turn. Sehon unleashes a torrent of fire down on Antares, leaping towards him like a hawk. The great constellation finds himself completely trapped. Antares is bewildered. How could a player on his 5th mission corner, a legendary being like him? This can't be happening. Just as Sehon moves in for the final blow, a massive explosion rocks the chamber, and Antares vanishes. Sehon clicks his tongue. He knows a Zodiac's death would cause a much bigger system shock than Karis's. The publisher must have intervened. He's annoyed thinking of all the incredible rewards he just lost for defeating a Zodiac. Still, since the publisher themselves stepped in, the system must have a backup plan. There should be a hefty prize for nearly killing Antares. Sehon opens his system window. Just as he predicted, rewards flood in. He unlocks the Scorpion Hunter achievement. He also receives a coveted A-rank ability ticket. The achievement itself is practically useless, but the ticket? That A-rank ticket makes the entire struggle worthwhile. Still, he can't help but feel a little disappointed. A true kill might have granted him a divinity. Just then, Sehon feels an enormous flow of mana from where Antares disappeared. He looks down and his eyes widen in shock. It's Esther, a celestial stone. A legendary material as strong as mithril with an insane resistance to magic. Esther is also known as the ultimate mana conductor, combining the best traits of all other metals with its own unique properties. An artifact of unbelievable rarity. Now Sehon is truly satisfied with his rewards. But a final problem remained: how to move the unconscious Luke and Jisoo from this dungeon. His eyes caught a glimmer of light from high above. He contemplated using flight to escape. At the same time, other players realized an unknown guild had just claimed the top spot. Whispers spread about a falling star and the sight of Sehon taking to the skies. Suddenly, the guild rankings flashed for all to see. Just as they'd feared, Desai was number 1. Sangwon scoffed, declaring Sehon could never defeat him with such primitive tricks. Azul sighed, utterly bored from lounging in bed all day. Juan suggested they have a training match to pass the time. She instantly shot down the idea. He then told her she should just return to the Dark Realm. He warned her that some demons might start complaining if she kept this up. But Azil was confident no one would dare speak against her. She believed they would simply call her lazy because her power was absolute. Hearing this, the biker couldn't help but chuckle. He found it hard to believe she was the 3rd strongest demon when she acted with such incredible sloth. She just giggled, still sprawled on the bed. She reminded him that her power was the reason she could afford to be lazy. She was born with it, never needing to train a single day in her life. But in that moment, an image of the blonde girl from before flashed in her mind. She mused that she would happily give up her position as the demon of sloth if that girl ever wanted to become a demon. Her attention then shifted back to the biker. She couldn't quite grasp why she chose to stay with him. To her, he was just a player obsessed with constant training. She sensed that Huan Xin was overthinking everything. She confessed that his personality was thrilling to her. He was her polar opposite. She was fascinated by how he struggled for power that she had been born with. Besides, being a mere spectator was getting a little frustrating. It was far more exciting to experience things firsthand. Azil's curiosity was piqued. She needed to know what drove his relentless quest for strength. She guessed it might be for revenge against the crow demon he'd fought earlier. Hang admitted honestly that he had been defeated in that fight. He explained he had no grand plan to hunt down the crow. He was simply making the most of the situation right in front of him. The silver-haired girl realized this man had no ultimate goal. For a second, she could see the flicker of doubt within his soul. Changing the subject entirely, Azel told him they were going to the convenience store. A confused Huan Xin asked aloud if she actually planned to buy something. But Azel offered no details, which only made Huan Xin more suspicious. Sometime later, they arrived in a desolate industrial area. Janu was completely bewildered, wondering why on earth she'd brought them here. Azul hopped onto a pile of broken machine parts and declared she would meditate there. Meanwhile, Janu stood there looking around trying to make sense of this bizarre girl's actions. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a small child running for her life inside a nearby building. Azil smiled faintly, knowing the biker could never ignore such a scene. He'd already used a precious item to save trapped children before. Without hesitation, Azil urged him, "Go or that child will die." Hu Hin grumbled, wondering since when it became a demon's duty to rescue children. Elsewhere, the young girl Soman was running desperately. She was terrified, knowing her future sight had already shown her death once before. However, her fate had recently become a tangled mess, impossible to predict. She knew this meant something that shouldn't exist was interfering with her destiny. The poor child fled for her life as 2, then 3 sinister figures chased her down. Then suddenly her head slammed into something solid. When she looked up, she saw the imposing figure of Huan Xin. Soman fell to the ground, terrified that he was one of the demon's followers. But then she sensed the distinct aura of a contractor. Soman cursed her terrible luck. She had escaped the demon's followers only to run headfirst into a contractor. The terrified child could only hope that Huan Xin wouldn't harm her. The demon's followers were stunned by Huan Xin's appearance. He recognized them as cultists, but he couldn't understand their indigo clothing. They almost always wore black. One of the followers swaggered up to Huan Xin, demanding to know who he was. The follower tried to intimidate him, making it clear he wouldn't let anyone else claim their prize. However, Hanin answered with a brutal punch to the face that sent the man flying. He gave them one final warning, then knocked them all out cold. He told their unconscious bodies they would all be dead soon. With the threat neutralized, Huan Xin turned to the young girl with a question. He wanted to know exactly why those men were hunting her down. The girl began to explain, but Huan suddenly told her to leave, saying he had no intention of interrogating her. In that moment, the biker thought he was becoming far too curious. He told himself it wasn't his problem if this girl got captured again. But the young girl didn't run. Instead, she followed Huan Xin as he returned to Azel. The demon's eyes immediately fixed on the child. She seized the girl's chin and asked for her name. Soman trembled in fear. She introduced herself all while wondering who this terrifyingly powerful woman could possibly be. "Hey, don't scare the kid," the biker warned, but Silver's voice was like ice. "If she's coming with us, we part ways here." Henshin didn't hesitate. He walked to his bike, ready to leave. Bringing a child along was never part of the plan. Azel watched, surprised. This child was a priceless companion. Swoman knew it too. Hannon had changed her fate. She was supposed to die today. "Wait!" Swoman cried, rushing to block Huanshin's path. "Please take me with you." He stopped, confused by her sudden boldness. His surprise turned to shock when the little girl declared, "I can see the future." She continued, her voice filled with a strange gravity. "I am the avatar of a goddess, a chosen one who can see what is to come." Hannon's eyes lit up with a sudden intense curiosity. The little girl claimed she knew how this entire game would end. Stunned, Huanshin listened as she clarified, "I serve the goddess of the future." But just as quickly as it appeared, the excitement in Hannon's eyes died down. Did this kid really think that was a good enough reason to tag along? With a trembling voice, she revealed the real reason. "If you leave me here, my older brother will die." Swoman's tiny body shook as tears streamed down her face. "He's in terrible danger right now." Her brother was originally meant to live, fueled by revenge after her death today. But now, she was alive. Because she lived, fate had been rewritten, and now he would die instead. Huan Xin let out a deep sigh. He wondered if Azel had planned this entire situation. He turned to Silver. "Can you find your way back alone?" Azel gave a slight knowing smile and told Huan Xin to go on ahead. "I'll take a slow walk back," she said. Hearing this, Huan Xin got on his bike and ordered the crying child, "Get on." The little girl stared back, her mind reeling, completely unable to process what was happening. "We'll discuss everything after we get back," Hanin told her. Later, Swoman sipped tea and explained, "The guild that kidnapped my brother. They're enemies of the Shaded Sky." The moment Huanshin heard that name, he remembered they were a splinter group from the Dark Sky clan. He figured they were now free from their masters and causing this trouble. The biker leaned in, curious. Were they taking other children too? She explained that wasn't the case. "They only wanted to capture me for my power," she said. They intended to use her skills to gain an unfair advantage in guild events. But the little girl never planned to help them, so they took her brother hostage to force the information out of her. Azel's sudden arrival startled the kid. Intrigued, she asked Swoman, "How far into the future can you truly see?" The innocent girl replied, "About 3 seconds ahead, it's just a quick flash." However, she could use this future sight at any time with a very short cooldown. Furthermore, Swoman could choose a specific date to see whether it be a few days from now, or even a month or two. But the further into the future she looked, the longer the cooldown became. Surprisingly, Swoman's physical stats were normal, but her powers were far superior to an average avatar's. Her own potential was likely influencing them. One thing was certain, the goddess Scold must truly favor this girl to grant her such perfect synergy with this ability. The small child then told them she knew how this game would conclude. Huan Xin felt a wave of confusion and demanded the answer. At the same time, Azel worried if this was even possible. Shouldn't a goddess be prevented from doing something so world-altering? However, Swolman might have bypassed the system itself. As an immortal with no divine power, she might have learned the ending through a loophole. Swolman explained that she could see the nature of the ending. She knew how this world was fated to reach its conclusion. Silver, looking concerned, asked if it was a bad ending, since most planets turned into games usually meet a grim fate. The small girl said no. A brief glimmer of hope appeared. Maybe it was a good ending, but Swolman denied this as well. The game's ending has already been altered once, she revealed. Swolman didn't know why it changed, but she sensed it even before the game began. The original ending was one of total solitude, where only one person would remain alive. However, that fate was rewritten just before it all started. And what she saw in its place was their current ending, the madness of the Demon Lord. In a completely different place, our boy Sehon let out a huge yawn. He had been playing for far too long. He thought he would get second or third place at best, but he actually finished first. The other contenders in the dungeons had performed horribly. The main character then looked over at Beaksel, who was staring intently at him, trying to figure out what to call him. Sweat dripped down his face as he felt a mix of embarrassment and shock when she suggested calling him father. Sehon playfully asked who her mother would be. Snowhide explained very clearly that she had no mother, but if she could choose, she would pick Lin. Our guy thought this was all just silly and insisted she call him only by his name. At that moment, Sehon wondered how Manhwa found this child charming enough to take her everywhere. Still, he could see she had inherited Lin's powerful bloodline. She already possessed 5 offensive spells and 1 regenerative spell. He realized she was destined to become an incredibly powerful individual. Noticing her quiet gaze, the protagonist told her, "Whatever you want to say, just say it." Model, she delivered a final message from Changchu. He had found the very dungeon Sehon was desperately seeking. Confusion clouded Sehon's mind for a moment, but then a memory sparked. Changchu had mentioned this area before. It was the reason for his relentless training. Using the crow's unique power, he pinpointed the location of the Dungeon of Dreams. With a newfound purpose, Sehon shot to his feet, telling Beaksel to join him. This time, her power was absolutely essential. Snowhide was stunned by the sudden request, but his urgent tone made it clear her unique abilities were the only key. They needed the sacred power of a divine beast to unlock the entrance. The Dungeon of Dreams existed in its own pocket dimension, a rare instance dungeon. However, even for an instance dungeon of this caliber, a divine offering was required to pass through its gates. The prize waiting inside was the legendary Lapas's Hourglass. The Lapas's Hourglass was a coveted S-rank item capable of revealing the future for 30 minutes. Most saw it as a terrible reward for such a risk. But for Sehon, getting his hands on it was worth any price. A faint smile touched his lips as he saw Jisoo arrive with Beaksel, though he knew they couldn't all enter together. Jisoo quickly explained her desire to go wanting to witness the mysteries of an instance dungeon for herself. Besides, Beaksel would be vulnerable inside and need a guardian. Jisoo's presence would be invaluable. Standing before a colossal ancient door, Sehon turned to Beaksel. "Can you do it?" he asked. Snow White gave a nervous nod. She tilted her head, focusing her energy. A shimmering bubble of magic floated towards the gate, striking it dead center. A blinding light erupted as the great doors groaned open. Impressed, Sehon patted Snow White's head. "Should we wait here?" Jisoo asked. "Go back first," Sehon commanded. With that, he reached his hand toward the swirling energy of the dungeon gate. His own aura flared, pouring into the portal as his entry fee. Moments later, Sehon awoke on the cold floor of an unfamiliar building. The Dungeon of Dreams presented a unique personal trial for every challenger who dared to enter its domain. The trial is often born from a person's deepest desires, or their darkest regrets. This was our hero's first time facing such a test. As he came to, Sehon wondered, was this a dream or a memory violently ripped from his past? He couldn't recognize this place or understand what was happening. Then a deafening roar shattered the silence, and his senses screamed danger. Instinct took over. He threw up a barrier just as he dove from the building, an instant before a cataclysmic explosion tore it to shreds. He finally understood. He'd been sent back to the one quest that haunted his soul. The main character gazed upon the ruins of his greatest failure. Pushing through the wreckage, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him, spinning just in time to trap his would-be attacker. It was Suho Min. He sighed in relief. The magical arrays Sehon had summoned were powerful enough to have killed him instantly. He was lucky to be alive. With an agile leap, Suho Min landed gracefully on the roof of a nearby building. The protagonist's eyes locked onto him. "Why are you here and why are you late?" he demanded. His rival simply smirked. "Simple," he declared. "I'm here to kill you." Hearing this, a tense smile formed on Sehon's face. He realized this was a flawless simulation, every single detail recreated exactly as he remembered. Across from him, Suho Min let out a heavy sigh. "If only you had been willing to compromise," he mocked, sensing what our hero might be thinking. That the lives of players are far more valuable than those of civilians, especially when there were so many of them. He then reminded Sehon of his own ruthless plan from that day, a surprise attack to wipe them all out. Sehon stood frozen, hating the cruel mental tricks this dungeon played. This was the source of his deepest regret. The quest's objective had been deceptively clear. On one side, a team of 1,000 elite players. On the other, 100,000 civilians. They could only save one group. The Game Master had assigned each team a zone, forcing all outside players to choose a side. Their mission was to eliminate the team they didn't choose. In the past, the main character had chosen to save the 1,000 players. His cold logic dictated that strong players were necessary for humanity's survival. That single decision pitted him directly against Sehon Min. Seeing Sehon lost in thought, Sehon Min made an offer. "Walk away now," he said, "and I promise to spare you." "I'm not like you," Sehon Min stated. "I don't believe every single one of my enemies must be killed." "An easy thing for you to say," the main character retorted. "Fine, I'll pull back, for now." However, he made it clear he would not abandon the quest. Sehon Min didn't seem to care in the slightest. He was absolutely confident his team would win, and this confidence was justified. His guild was the most powerful in the world. But Sehon's decision to retreat so easily? That was an unexpected move that even took Suho by surprise. After that, Sehon vanished in a blur, using his incredible speed to cross a vast distance in a single heartbeat. This quest weighed on him like a mountain. Though only 30, his body felt ancient. In his previous life, our main character was the one who killed Sehon Min. This single fact proved it. The timeline had already been twisted. A storm of questions flooded his mind. What would Suho's guild think of his cowardly retreat? As he pushed forward, his gaze snapped towards a familiar face, Lynn Taylor. A memory pierced him like a shard of ice. His greatest sin from his past life. Sehon was the one who had ended her life. He shook his head, continuing down the road. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the noise. It was Sue. She rushed to his side, asking if he had succeeded. But our protagonist's gaze locked onto Suho. He stopped in his tracks, his mind reeling. What on earth was he doing here? He explained his retreat was forced by too many outside forces. Hearing this, Suho sighed, a cloud of disappointment hanging over him. There was nothing more to be said. Behind them, a crowd of people was gathering. A wave of anxious questions hit Sehon. Some worried the enemy players were planning a counterattack. Others begged him not to abandon them. They desperately needed answers, as the quest's deadline was closing in fast. Our hero let out a tense sigh. He confessed that he didn't have all the answers either. He urged them to calm down his own thoughts, a tangled mess. Sehon pushed through to his bedroom, needing space to think. His mind was racing. He couldn't believe it. This cursed dungeon was twisting his mind into knots. Driven by a hunch, the main character summoned his status window. He confirmed that his growth rate was painfully slow in this current timeline. He had already anticipated that. But as his eyes scanned further, they shot wide open. There were new abilities. His quest objective flashed before him. Clear the Dungeon of Dreams, a place where his memories manifested as reality. To do so, he had to complete his original task within the exact same time limit. A jolt went through our hero. It meant he had to defeat his foe, all over again, just like in his previous life. He wondered if it could truly be that simple. But something about this entire situation felt deeply wrong. He needed a new strategy. His gaze then fell upon Yidra, the being who would always appear without warning. And just like before, she offered him encouragement, promising her aid, and saying his choice would save countless people. Still, every single word felt like a perfectly crafted lie. Yidra knew the world was on a path to ruin, and that he was long past the point of no return. Even so, Sehon could never blame her because her devotion to humanity was genuine. With new resolve, the main character looked her in the eye and called her by her true name, demanding a reply. Hearing her name, Yidra was astonished. To everyone else, she was simply the Dream Witch. For Yidra was an outer god from the Cthulhu mythos, the only one who ever showed interest in humanity. She was a transcendent being from another world who had entered their game, and none could oppose her. Her power was perfect, absolute, and unrivaled. What was truly terrifying was that even the system itself did not dare to interfere with her. He still didn't understand why she had chosen him as her avatar. But she had always supported him in her desire for humanity to survive. A wish that ended when she left their ruined world behind. Yidra blushed slightly, sensing that her avatar was behaving quite differently today. But she focused on his intent. Cutting straight to the heart of the matter, our hero questioned her about the Dungeon of Dreams. The question caught Yidra completely off guard. Our hero, however, played it off as simple curiosity. Yet Yidra immediately pieced it together. This entire reality was a construct of his memory. That's how he knew her real name. When our hero tried to deny it, Yidra saw right through his act, stating that a person's fundamental nature doesn't change so suddenly. She knew this was a truth for anyone with human traits, implying that even human-like gods were bound by similar rules. She reasoned that the Sehon she knew wasn't one to dwell on the past. And besides, he had never even visited the Dungeon of Dreams. Therefore, her conclusion was simple. This had to be a simulation, as current events had no link to the real dungeon. Her calm reaction stunned Sehon. She seemed completely unconcerned about being a mere simulation. Yidra explained that it made no difference to her. But then a realization dawned: her avatar never called her by her real name in the actual world. She found the whole situation incredibly exciting, and even had a few questions of her own, but she held them back. The main character pressed on, eager to learn about the Dungeon of Dreams because its flawless perfection deeply troubled him. He explained that he couldn't possibly recall every single player he had ever met. Yet all of them were present in this world. So he had to know if they were mere coincidences or if they were the real people from that time. A proud smile touched Yidra's lips at his sharp question. She revealed that such a complete reality could never be created from memory alone. Instead, his memories were used as a key. Using that key, the dungeon perfectly replicated that world with the help of the system. Everything here was a flawless mirror of his past, or perhaps his future. Everyone was reliving their actions exactly as they once happened. They're just illusions, created by this Dungeon of Dreams, even Yidra. At these words, the path forward became crystal clear. The main character finally understood how to conquer the quest. His mission was to challenge this brutal quest once more. He would have to repeat the past, but this time, he would forge a new path for a greater reward. Perhaps the dungeon itself grew tired of the old outcome. It was testing Sehon, pushing him to seize the victories he'd failed to grasp in his past life. In that moment, a new strategy sparked in his mind. What if this time I can save Lin? Later, he sought out Seo, the master weaponsmith, who was lost in his work. Sehon got straight to the point. He needed to find Mina Lee. Seo paused, intrigued, wondering if he needed her legendary strength for the battles to come. But he voiced his doubts. A woman as notoriously self-centered as Mina, would she even bother to help? However, our protagonist wasn't after her fighting skills. He needed a unique item that only she could craft an elixir, a feat far beyond a blacksmith requiring the delicate art of alchemy. Seo was certain of one thing: no other player knew of Mina Lee's existence. As Sehon left, that one fact echoed in his mind. Mina Lee was a complete ghost. Seo was the greatest blacksmith, a man who knew every significant player. If her name was a mystery to him, then she was truly off the grid. With no other choice, and the chat function disabled in his status window, the main character played his last card. He summoned Yidra to pinpoint Mina's location. The instant she materialized, her hands gently cupped his face from behind. She teased him playfully. My, look how needy you've become. A sharp contrast to the cold shoulder he used to give her. A faint smirk played on his lips as he admitted his embarrassment, now knowing they were all just elaborate constructs. But a serious question burned within him. Appearing in person cost a fortune in points. Why not just send a message? Yidra simply shrugged. If this is all a simulation, who cares about points? Then she dropped the information he craved. Mina Lee was hiding out in Conan. With the location secured, there was no time to waste. Sehon raced toward Conan High School following the coordinates. He stepped through the school gates and into a scene of utter carnage. Bodies littered the hallways with rivers of blood staining the cold floors. It was a living nightmare torn from the script of a horror film. As Sehon scanned the grisly scene, his eyes locked onto the uniforms worn by the dead. They were Conan High uniforms, identical to Mina's. In that instant, a chilling presence erupted right behind him. A silent, deadly strike from the shadows. Sehon reacted instinctively, blocking the blow with his back. His attacker was none other than Mina herself. Her eyes widened. She never expected a block like that. Then again, he never expected such a vicious ambush. Mina stepped out of the darkness, closing the distance. In a world like this, she said, her voice as sharp as steel, it's better to be the hunter than the hunted. That's a pretty harsh greeting, don't you think? Sehon replied calmly. For a moment, his words didn't seem to register with her. Then a flicker of recognition crossed her face. She'd seen him before, about 2 years ago. Her guard still up, she demanded. Why are you here? I hope you didn't come all this way for me, she added. More importantly, how did you find me? Sehon just smirked and snapped his fingers, summoning the witch's observer. Mina's jaw nearly hit the floor. She thought it was impossible for an avatar to still be in contact with their god. Sehon remembered that god well, the one who had favored Mina so much. But Mina revealed she had lost contact with her patron over a year ago. It all clicked for Sehon. The last time they met, she didn't have her observer. This whole system was just a cruel game designed to force their growth. Mina finally understood this wasn't an attack. He was here to talk. Follow me, she commanded. We'll find a more suitable place. She led him into a quiet classroom. On a desk, Sehon noticed a small collection of memorial pictures. I couldn't find photos of all my classmates, Mina confessed softly. Watching her, Sehon assumed she must have been incredibly close to them. He was stunned when she admitted, I never actually had many friends. The world, this brutal system, had forced her to become someone else. Before the apocalypse, she was just a painfully shy kid. Looking at the hardened warrior before him, that was almost impossible to believe. The first main quest shattered her old self. From that day on, she became hell-bent on survival and mastered the art of wearing a mask. She remembered the day the world ended with chilling clarity. She was in Seoul at the time, skipping school with a few friends. And then, in a blinding flash, everything turned to ruin. Hearing this, Sehon's curiosity was piqued. So, you're originally from Seoul. Mina shook her head. She was just visiting. Her friend's sister had business in the city, so they tagged along for a day of fun. But in the chaos that followed, they were separated. She stayed in Seoul as long as she could, desperately searching. She even robbed banks to fund her efforts, but it was all useless. Their school uniform was her only clue, the only link she had left. And eventually, she did find them. But by then, it was far too late. They had made a foolish pact with a demon. The creature used them up and discarded them when they were no longer useful. That was the day she learned how meaningless everything truly was. That's why I'm here, she finished, holding this small, private memorial for the friends I lost. Her parents had also died on that first day, leaving her utterly alone. As she spoke of the demon, a chilling thought struck Sehon. Could the Dark Sky Clan have been behind this? His eyes shot wide with shock as a memory surfaced. He remembered it clearly. In this timeline, he had already annihilated the entire Dark Sky Clan. The question burst from his lips before he could stop it. Mina, were your friends ever involved with the Dark Sky Clan? Mina seemed uncertain, explaining her friends ran with a different crowd. Hearing this, a wave of relief washed over Sehon. He realized he'd been too reckless. He couldn't just slaughter demon contractors without thinking. This was a critical lesson, one he needed to share with Jisoo immediately. Mina looks at him curiously, asking what he was about to say earlier. Sehon admits his original plan was to ask for her help on their current mission. But now things have changed. Instead, he has a different request, a special elixir crafted just for him. When she hears about his quest, she casually mentions saving 1,000 players by sheer luck. A nervous smile touches Sehun's lips. He's so used to facing disaster, yet she stumbled into a miracle by accident. Looking for something to break her boredom, Mina agrees to the task. How many do you need? She asks, her interest piqued. Sehun only needs a single bottle, but he has one more simple favor. He reveals an item from his pocket, asking her to upgrade it for a top-tier ranker. Elsewhere, an unsettling feeling creeps over Soo-Homan. Something is definitely wrong. He knows the main character would never retreat so easily, yet he's vanished. His thoughts are cut short by Sehon Kim reminding him to focus on the meeting, not his daydreams. The Urgot Lamb Guild's emergency council is now in session. Sangwan Cheon, the guildmaster, urges them to move quickly. The quest's deadline is just days away, and time is running out. Yun-Kong just scoffs, telling the master to handle it himself. With a single skill, he boasts he could wipe out everything. But Sangwan Cheon cuts him off, warning him not to underestimate their foe. He concedes their guild is formidable, but the enemy has powerhouses of their own, including the so-called Saint Yu Hassan. Eunuch sneers at the title. How could she be a saint after abandoning 100,000 civilians? He knows of another player, a shadowy figure in black who wields countless weapons, our main character. The moment Sangwan realizes Yoon is talking about Sehun, he has to agree. Sehun's abilities are extraordinary, making him one of their most dangerous opponents. A dark glint appears in Eunuch's eyes, a wicked smile spreading across his face. But as he glances at Lin, who yearns to kill Sehun, a messenger bursts into the room. He reports that countless players have been spotted outside the containment zone. The sudden crisis stops Sangwan from scolding Eunuch for his insolence. Eunuch's blood boils with anticipation. After waiting so long, he is finally ready for a real fight. However, Sehon Kim steps forward, offering to go instead. Eunuch's recklessness could endanger their own allies. Sehon promises to neutralize the threat swiftly before departing. In just 2 days, Mina not only creates the elixir, but perfects every other item our main character requested. Her impossible speed leaves Sehun stunned. He can already see the terrifying potential she holds for the future. A pang of regret hits him for not asking for her help sooner, but his mind is on the present. Today is the anniversary of his party's greatest defeat. After returning from his brutal clash with Soo-Ho Min, his party was hanging on by a thread. Sehun himself had to cut down most of the enemy forces. The protagonist glances at the time, his resolve hardening. He needs to meet Seo and then disappear, fast.